don't know what's next, it's time for action. Watching my TV set, it's not for me. Just a few more hours and I'll be next to you. But I suppose there's nothing we can do. It's time for passion. Watching my TV set, it's not for me. Just a few more hours and I'll be next to you. But I suppose there's nothing we can do.
You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want me from this sweet look
and coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here we come a walking, talking with big mouths. Don't look to us, cause this ain't our town. Here they come a running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here they come a running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Say I love you, baby, but now she knows you do. You say I need it, baby, but she's over you. You say I love you, baby, but now I know you do. You say I need it, baby, but she's afraid of you. Now we won't get pulled again. Now let's go, get pulled again. We are living in a dream. Everyone we know is on the cover of the magazine. We had our heads up in the skies, wondering how the hell we ever let ourselves get so high. Get so looking at the stars, smoking cigarettes and falling in and out of every bar. We are the sun that's on the rise, on each other's shoulders, wondering how we ever got so high. We get so high, get so high, kiss the sky. We get so high, we kiss the sky. We see through miles. Sky, get so on each other's shoulders, wondering how we ever got so high. Get so high, kiss the sky. Get so high, we get so If I was an actor and this was a stage, I'd give a performance of power and rage. I'd leave them all crying and begging for more. I'd start a fire and lock all the doors.
straw of changing seasons. He's screaming for it all, that's got a reason. He's death of promises whispered on the wind. He's doomed to do it all wrong again. But she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. And we've been through this all 1,000 times before. We keep on screaming till we're face down on the floor. And I don't like me this way any more than you. I suppose there's nothing we can do. And she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. And she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. Unaware. Getting paid and doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Can't steal my shine, not giving up now. Always said that I get it somehow. Got a big family, I'm doing them proud. Yeah, watch me work. All the tough talk been getting shut down. I've been a king and I'm telling them loud. Little subjects not taking my crown. Yeah, watch me work. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action. Getting to the top and I do it with force. Everyday fresh when I'm dripping in sauce. My destination, I'm staying on course. Yeah, right on track. They wanna test me, I've been through wars. Never boxed in, I've been breaking down walls. For my whole team, I've been opening doors. Run that back. Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
Oh my god.
Getting paid, been doing my thing. I stay fly, it's like I got wings. I'm on top and I know what that brings. Spotlight action. I'm in charge, pulling them strings. I don't lose, everyday wins. Spotlight shines and I'm getting locked in. Spotlight action.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Your 8 main stage teams are confirmed. The venue in Birmingham is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, ESL One is getting started with those playoffs, and we cannot wait. Hi everybody, and welcome to the first day of the playoffs. I'm joined by T-Governor and Winter. There's so much excitement happening in Dota 2 right now. We've got this amazing tournament in front of us, and we're coming into a fresh patch to enjoy it also. Winter, start things off. What was your favorite thing about the new patch?
Tusker with the shot. So you have your tag team and you have your drinking buddy. Why are you shaking your head? Like, why? I see you, Robson. I see you.
I wanted like a second thing, you know what I'm saying? Like you talked about the Tusk. It's great. Like the double heroes where they get both facets. I'm like, ooh, there's gonna be so many that are good. But I'm shaking my head because I realized that I am just gonna be using it for MMR. So yeah, no, it's more like I know what I'm gonna be getting myself into.
Got it, Robson. What about you? Give us a curveball. What's your favorite thing about the new patch?
What do you mean? It's obvious. It's the kobolds getting buffed, right? We're at ESL One Birmingham. Every time the kobold raises his cup to drink in the arena, the crowd goes wild, downing their pints. They got like an extra 2 damage on the kobolds. Like, Valve knows what they're doing. They're buffing the arena. That's all that matters.
They certainly are indeed. Well, let's take a reminder about what exactly is up for grabs here. Of course, there's a lot of money on the line, but there's also the all-important EWC, those EPT points to qualify to Riyadh in the summer. One of the biggest tournaments of the year. A huge prize pool up for grabs, and here is the most important time to get those points. Look at that difference. I mean, Dream Leagues, you get a lot, but ESL One Birmingham, 35,000 points up for grabs. But how does that translate into actual standings? Where does everybody sit at the moment? Well, we can take a look about the leaderboard and see exactly where everybody is at the moment. And well, we're freshly updated past the playoffs. Winter, you can notice anything different about this? Anything surprising about this leaderboard so far?
Yeah, kind of a little bit sad that OG isn't higher. You know, they started the season well, but they're kind of hitting a bumpy spot right now. They're not really doing so well. So hopefully they get to figure out what's wrong and get more points, you know, so they can actually qualify.
Yeah, and of course, plenty more points up for grabs as well, right, Robson? Because there's still the playoff points to be grabbed from those teams which haven't left this tournament yet.
No, exactly. And I think that if you're Liquid, right, you're not at ESL One Birmingham, you're looking at this EPT leaderboard just kind of getting updated every day. You know, the likes of Falcons, of course, even P-Vision with their survival of yesterday's tiebreakers. You know, they're like, oh no, we're creeping lower and lower. No, stop, please, stop doing so well. So, of course, that is just the reality of it. But yeah, it's going to be scary as we enter the kind of the tail end of Birmingham.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're anywhere on that leaderboard and you're not at this event, you are sweating. You are getting nervous because there's only one more event to go for the year, one more Dream League to go to earn those points. And yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, but hopefully those teams can make it through to Dream League and keep putting up performances, because we're fully expecting these teams in this top 8 to be making it through to EWC and putting in performance at Riyadh, which would be very exciting indeed. But of course, it's not just EPT points up for grabs. There is, of course, money on the line as well. So let's take a look at that prize pool and see how much is going to be going to each of these teams. And for the first place, it'll be 250 grand plus the 40k club reward as well. It's a decent chunk of change, and of course, if we look down to the 9th, 10th, and onwards, we can see the teams already eliminated and what they're going home with. So, you know, not quite the 250k, unfortunately, for those guys. But from this point onwards, every single slot makes a huge difference. You know, you go up from 7th, 8th to 5th, 6th. It's almost double, and then again, it just keeps on going up. So every single position makes a huge difference to how much you're bringing home. T-Governor, what kind of finish would you be happy with if you were playing in this tournament? You know, how much would sort you out, mate?
I mean, as a Dota player, you only ever want to win, right? Like, I'm playing the game to destroy the enemy's ancient, so I'm gonna just stay first, right? That done.
What a crazy ansnswer! Completely
crazy. I know. Yeah.
Winter, you seem more like you'd be happy with you know, a 3rd place. You seem more humble.
What? No.
There we go, Winter.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What's that? You know, everybody wants to win. It doesn't matter who it is. If you're playing in a team, even if it's a new patch, you don't care. You know, you want to win.
Of course, of course. All right, let's take a look at that schedule and see exactly where everything's ended up right now and who is playing when. Here is a bracket. So we're starting things off with the upper bracket today. These are the two series we've got coming up, but over in the lower bracket, I actually want to talk about that first. Winter, which of these two series are you looking forward to more? Which do you think will be the most hype?
For the winner bracket, you said?
For the lower bracket.
Lower bracket, I think I'm probably more hyped for Team Falcons against Paravision. Like, even though I have some countrymen in the other series, Mouse and Extreme Gaming, but I think Team Falcons against Paravision has a lot for both of teams on the line. I think Falcons, they kind of started the season poorly, and I don't know if the patch helped them or is it good for them. And whereas for Paravision, I know the patch definitely helped them because they played a lot better on the last day. Before that, they were kind of playing meh, not doing so well. So interested to see how that series goes.
Yeah, P-Vision, we were kind of expecting us to be kind of locked into this never-ending tiebreaker, but P-Vision just said, nah, we're just going to quickly 2-0 this and get to the playoffs and let everyone get to bed at a reasonable time. So I guess shout out P-Vision for sorting that one out nice and quickly. And then, of course, we have the upper bracket here. It is Team Yandex versus Team Spirit and Aurora Gaming versus Tundra Esports. Two very exciting series from two teams which are doing absolutely phenomenally at this event so far, and exactly what we're going to be watching today. Now, we are, of course, going to get into Yandex versus Team Spirit in just a second, but T Governor, I'd like you to give us the brief, the footnotes on Aurora versus Tundra in these two teams.
Ooh, brief footnotes. Tundra, they're the team they're meant to win it all, but they tournament to tournament, they either win it or they kind of middle the pack. So this time around, they're kind of back in form. And Aurora, what is it? You've got Makoto back on the mid lane, no stand-in shenanigans. They've been plagued with stand-ins for so long. So it's like a true, honest test of Aurora, what they've been able to achieve versus Tundra, the Goliath of any event they go to. But all I'm happy with is like after today, it's all arena. It's all so it's like there's kind of like a lifeline for all these teams. Of course, they're in the upper bracket. They play one more cozy game. They get to play without the pressure of all the fans, and then tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, that's when everything changes for them. So yeah, it's really lock in your 7.41 tech before you have to play in front of everybody.
Yeah, and that is, of course, going to be sort of the highlight here as well. How quickly can you adapt? I mean, Winter, from all the four teams we're going to see playing today, who do you think is going to be changing things up the most and bringing some new ideas, or does everybody just have to do it?
I doubt people will be changing too much of their identity. They've been hugely successful with how they've been playing. But if I were to pick someone to do something out of the ordinary in the new patch, it's probably Tundra with 33. He's going to figure out something that nobody thinks is possible.
That is true, and I'm very much looking forward to that. But let's focus in on the series we've got in front of us. It is, of course, Yandex versus Team Spirit, two teams which have done absolutely phenomenally so far at this event. I mean, from what we've seen from them in the group stage, what's been their biggest strengths on both sides? T, going to start us off with Spirit.
With Spirit, it's of course, the return of Lau, the man who you see on the screen on the right-hand side there. I think his addition, or not addition, but his return to the roster, it is so important for them. We had in interviews in previous events how Lau is the type of player that he creates attention around him, and because he's such a loud player in the early game, even if he's not going 10-0, he's just making moves happen that Victoria, the other players get to shine right later down the line. And I think with their previous iterations of stand-ins in the mid lane, they did not have that. So Spirit, they are looking scary because of that man in the middle. So we'll see if he can continue just being just a massive nuisance to teams.
Well, Winter, let's lock in on Yandex. I mean, from what we've seen so far from these guys, what's been their biggest strength as a team?
I think Yandex, they're really good at the macros part of the game. They're really good at farming everything on the map. I'm particularly a big fan of Melody. I think he's really good at playing the dead lane. And he also has this understanding right now that as a position 5, you need to kind of scale. You see him always buying Aghanim's as a second item on his Warlocks, on his Jakir. That was the previous patch. And he always makes sure that he contributes a lot in the scaling and in the team fight. And I think that has been one of the driving forces of why Yandex have been so successful.
Yeah, it's been all about the map play for them, all about the team fights as well. And yeah, Maldi's been a huge part of that. Of course, it hasn't been flawless for Yandex, though. And I believe we've got a little graphic to show exactly what these teams have been coming up against. So, Winter, tell us what we're seeing on our screens right now. What have the issues been?
Yeah, basically for Yandex, they've been only losing. They lost 2 games and they've been losing only to SF and Phoenix. And that tells me that this is a team where they try to usually play towards late game, and in the late game they're having problems when the team fight of the opposing team has SF and Phoenix, right? There's a very, very big fighting potential with the Raccoon and the Egg. And I think this is where they've been struggling, like in the ultra late game, because in the early game, I think first minute until minute 20, 25, I don't really see much of a problem for Yandex. They've been dominating. Whereas for Team Spirit, they've been losing to Jakiro. They lost 1 game against Aurora against Jakiro, and both games against Falcons. You don't see the second game, but they also lost to Jakiro. So that tells me that Team Spirit, they are really afraid of this type of snowbally support that can take your tower, because they are a very slow team. They play more for the late game. So they are weak against heroes that can take control of the early game, and sometimes you lose so much that you cannot really farm to the late game. So I think Jakiro is the hero that can do that to you. I don't know about the new patch, but that was the previous patch.
Absolutely. I mean, Tigo, have you got anything else to add to Winter's point from these graphics? What these duo of heroes are particularly good at against these teams?
Yeah, I'd lean towards the Jakiro point, just even though he did get nerfed, right, with the panic off and with fire and like kind of the progression that you can do to the game, he's still going to be pumping out like the same damage with his spells. I think you just have to respect the fact that you might need to think about a Clarity or a Mango, where before it was like, haha, I'm Jakiro, the overlord of the early game, come near me and you disappear, right? So I still feel like there is going to be a lot of merit behind picking up the hero. But no, Spirit, they often do walk down this line of, can we outplay in the lanes to make sure our draft gets online for that later portion of the game that Winter was mentioning? But yeah, I feel like Yandex, they're going to be well equipped to try and muscle up the Spirit, because you can't allow them to kind of just get into the game. Like, you need to try and create these problems, because once they're online, of course, it's Spirit. They are going to be able to show these like beautiful utilizations of like item choices and kiting and this stuff. So yeah, just you have to break them as early as possible.
Yeah, you can never count Spirit out of the game. The only way to do it is to completely lock them out. And even then, if they're in form, then sometimes that's just not possible either. But Yandex, you know, this is a team which has seemingly from this year just looked so good from the beginning. And they were forming for a while. But what I really want to ask is the player which he's impossible to overlook, partly because he's so massive. But Saxa, is there any team which he can't immediately turn into a tier 1 team, Winter?
I mean, I always like to say that position 4 players are always the soul of the team. Like how far the team can go, I think it's hugely dependent on your post 4 player. Because the first 10-15 minutes is hugely decided by the position 4 player, and you need somebody that has a wide array of hero pool. You can play the range heroes, you can play the melee heroes, and you also need to have like confidence. You need to have a lot of voice, a lot of authority in the first 15 minutes, deciding what do you need to do on the team. And especially when you're playing a hero like Tusk, I think oftentimes a player can play the hero, but sometimes they don't really get the same result because they're not really authoritative in the first 15 minutes of the game. You tell your course, hey, I need you to do this, you know, instead of just waiting for the course to tell you what to do in the game. I think Saksa is the one that usually has a lot of voice in the team, and he's telling them, I want to do this is what I want to do, I'm going to go here, get ready, you know. And that is the type of position 4 player that allows the team to be successful.
T Governor, I mean, obviously Team Spirit have been around for ages. In this iteration, you know, quite a long time as well. They're very comfortable playing with each other. Yandex, not quite the same experience, I would say. Do you think there is a risk of this patch knocking them off the top spot?
I'd argue no, because once you're a team that has found success, to be successful, you've had to create a formula or a foundation of your team, how you operate, how you communicate about heroes to counter them. And when a new patch comes into play, you're not destroying everything you've built up, right? You're just going, okay, this is our formula. Now we have to read and add this new element in. So I think if you truly have built a successful, you know, tournament-winning team, a patch should never stop you from being successful. It might hinder you in, like, you know, not making, let's say you get like 4th, 3rd, right? But you should still be progressing through tournaments. Like, it'd really be like a bad sign if one patch deleted a team from being, you know, a finals day type team like the Yandex is.
Yeah, absolutely. And are there any heroes now coming into the meta which you think could actually benefit Yandex, which you've seen being played in pubs or some of the early patch games? Anything which you think they could really excel with?
Ooh, I mean, of course, outside the obvious, like Lifestealers, Dooms, those heroes, I think Lich might have some merit behind the sacrifice. I've not seen it in pubs yet, but I just feel like whenever sacrifice is in the game, you have to think about how important is this XP manipulation. And then I honestly think Leshrac. Leshrak's a hero that will just be returning, right? With the Bloodstone buffs and the fact that you just obnoxious. I think Leshrac to me is to become a staple once again in kind of competitive Dota.
Yeah, Chiro Jr. likes it, but Lyle loves it. He loves a Leshrac, so this could really favor Team Spirit there, some of those heroes mentioned. And Team Spirit, of course, they've didn't have the best start. In the first 3 series, they went 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. But Spirit actually managed to turn that around. And since then, they've been undefeated. They've taken every single game since that opening sort of struggle. So do you think they're back in form now, Winter, with Lal under their belt? They feel a bit more comfortable. You know, is this back to old Spirit yet?
Yeah, I mean, they're quite close to that. I feel like the last couple of series I've watched their games, I feel like they have regained a lot of confidence. They are particularly really good at the team fights again, you know. I think a hero to watch out for is maybe the Phoenix from Pento. I think it could be a critical hero here. Both teams love the hero. And I also mentioned right previously, SF Phoenix, these are the type of heroes maybe Yandex they have to be more careful about, you know, because they struggle against those heroes. So maybe it'll be good for them to watch out for that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, has there been any weaknesses with Spirit that we've seen so far? You know, what were their struggles in the early stages for them?
I feel like maybe the early game not going so well. Sometimes the lanes, you know, I think for Spirit, it's always about the early game. Can they get past the early game? They usually have quite greedy lineup, and they don't really mind playing a little bit behind, say like 2-3k behind after 10-15 minutes. But sometimes I think the games, they just let it slip too far back, and they lose control of the Tom, they lose control of Roche, and there's not much you can do in this sort of game where you're just that far behind. So I think for Spirit, they need to ensure that even if they don't do so well in the game, everything has to be kept in control. I think Yandex are the one that are going to bring it to them in the early game. Spirit, as usual, I'm going to expect them to be a little bit more defensive in the first 15-20 minutes.
So, T-Governor, I mean, very quickly, what do you think that's going to look like in terms of their drafting, in terms of their gameplay? You know, how do they answer that problem?
Honestly, mate, I don't have an answer for you. I feel like Spirit are one of the teams where we've always praised them on the ability to find like no problem in a draft. They'll find new heroes to pick. If they see a problem, they'll pick the Chaos Knight if they need to, if back in the day, right? Like they'll pick heroes for the draft that they're in compared to other teams where it's like they are always following like the perfect formula. So when you throw a new patch and you have Spirit, it is a matter of like, where are they going to go with it? Because if someone's going to have an idea, they have the trust to test out that idea. And they don't really care if it is a competitive game, a scrim, whatever, like they're just going to do it. So for Spirit, in the early days, I'm just sitting back and going, please, show us what you're going to try and invent. Like, will it work? Can you get it online in time?
Yeah, Collapse, Yatoro. I don't know what these guys are going to come out with, but I'm excited to see it, especially from Yatoro as well. And also excited to see what he has to say about his team.
We are in good shape. We're trying to progress our form as a team and as every individual player.
They get the double lasso as well, but it's too late. They've lost 2 supports. One will buy back though. Yatoro now focusing on the Luna, who's been held.
The most important thing why we always like at tier 1 and have no bad seasons, it's because we have a good system. The system of team spirit, not as a players.
Each time, they find themselves a tiny. That's a good arena. Comes out from Collapse as well, keeping them at bay. Pops the refresher, another beautiful spear onto 2 heroes with a macro pyre, just burning them up.
Every time when we play in a LAN, it's more interesting, more emotions. They screaming, they yapping, they everything of this. It's very interesting for me. I'm always pleasure to play at LAN. Take any place, but not second one, because second one it's very shit one. It's the worst place what you can even take at the tournament. You're too close, but not enough. We all have a lot of motivation to be best players. That's, I guess, what keeps us up.
I mean, Team Spirit, you can never count them out at any tournament. One of the most successful teams in Dota 2 history. And they just don't stop coming. They don't stop innovating, and they don't stop working so hard to be one of the best teams around. I can't wait to see them play in this upcoming series. So what's your favorite part about Team Spirit and their sort of newer iterations that we've been seeing recently?
I really didn't like how they all were wearing slightly different shades of gray for their jersey. It looked like they just had different washing machine settings, and it was kind of tilting me on that player graphic. So maybe that's probably the thing I don't like about Spirit.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'll let them know. We'll let them know to try to coordinate their grades a little bit better. Alrighty, we are into this draft. Let's get into it and see exactly how this was going to go. I'm already interested. Usually bans are kind of boring to me. I'm like, first bans, I don't really care. But at the moment, I still find this incredibly interesting, especially when two of the teams we talked about the most, the Doom and the Lifestealer, are going through. Winter, do you think anyone's going to be grabbing one of these two heroes up, as these are the most talked about heroes at the moment?
I mean, if you're trading Doom Lifestealer, you probably want a Doom because Doom kind of counters Lifestealer. I feel like that's probably my choice. So, I mean, they're gonna ban out the Doom. So, but at the same time, I feel like it's not conceptually that great to open with a Lifestealer, even if Lifestealer is broken. There's a lot of counters in the game for it. So, I'm not so sure if that would be something that I want to do on the 8th pick. To open my draft with a Lifestealer.
It's also like, when a new patch drops and big cores like this become instantly popular on day one, I feel like what Winter's mentioning, like historically, if you go back away from 7.41, like the whole Doom's now in play. Okay, how good's Medusa? How viable is that hero? Is Lifestealer in play? Okay, can we Morphling? Are there other options? Like, I feel like, yes, they're good, but you need to go in a little bit deeper into your years of experience and just throw some old school counters into the mix. Like, if Lifestealer is a first picked hero, let's say that becomes a consistent thing, I would like to think that there's going to be answers. Like, pick Enigma in the offlane, break it, right? It's, to me, I don't know, I'm not that scared by it. I know it's good, but I do feel like this might be just a day one overreaction personally.
I mean, there's also the thing about the pace of the game, right? Because it feels like the game is very, very quick right now. So there's also a lot to consider. Do you want to pick heroes that are like slow, but I guess Lifestealer, you can kind of fight early with the Ancient Creep, so you can kind of deal with that. But at the same time, I do feel like if you don't do so good in the lane, because Lifestealer, sometimes you can kind of lose your lane. If you don't know your matchup, you pick it early, you lose your lane, and the hero kind of just struggles a lot.
Yeah. But I love the bans though from Yandex. Like, it is kind of hilarious, right? Like, every team's gonna have a new identity on how to ban with the patch, and for them it was like, fuck you, lol, and that's it. That's their draft prep. Next.
And the Pango's kind of been really, really good with the new patch. At least in the games that I've been watching, I feel like the hero has, even before the buffs, I kind of felt like maybe the hero was already viable in some way. Some players have been picking the hero, and I think in the new update, this hero is definitely possible. Like getting the extra stun duration, getting what else? The extra slow from the Swashbuckler. They did nerf the lucky shot minus armor, but I think overall the hero got like a huge buff in that patch, and he's a very fast hero. I think there's going to be a lot of small little skirmishes going on in the map, and the focus on the game is probably going to be more on the middle section of the map, I feel like, because they removed the ancients on the corners, and so the only ancient camps remaining in the game are the two ancient camps in the middle of the map, right? So I expect heroes that excel at fighting around the rivers, around the triangles, to be popular, like a Pango.
Are there any other examples of that you can think of, Winter, which teams might be focused on?
You mean like fighting in the areas, the middle
Heroes
section
which
of the map?
Yeah. Heroes.
Yeah, I think maybe something like Sniper. I mean, any big ultimate like Warlock, Phoenix, they're still going to be good no matter what.
All right, we'll see if either team goes in those directions, though. Meanwhile, we got TA and Warlock banned out. Of course, you don't want that TA meditating on you. That would be awful.
I also like the respect to Warlock. I think a lot of people, when they read the patch, even though Warlock only had innate changes, the loss of Grimoire is a major thing for the hero. But his spells are the same. He will still secure your safe lane. He still will shove you, maybe even enabling you to test the mad stones, right? Because if you shove wave, pull camp, and you get the mad stones first, that can break a lot of lanes, right? So I do think that Warlock, I'm happy to see it still respected, right? It might not become the every other draft type hero. It might take a little bit more for teams to really want it, but no, I'm happy that people just didn't instantly forget about it due to the lack of, the loss of his facets. And we didn't really talk about the Stomper too much, but with Yandex banning out all these mid laners, and with the Shadow Demon, the opening phase, it kind of makes sense. You know what, Lau? Just take your Storm Spirit and the hero of the of Winter. Okay, what was the one hero that you were most excited by? Winter, like Mitusk. I like Mitusk. I don't know why you suddenly became a small lad from Birmingham, but still welcome. It is Birmingham, I guess. But yeah, Tusk is very good.
You gotta pick that hero with drinking buddies, right, in Birmingham.
Yeah, my guy. There we go.
Damn right.
Again, please drink responsibly. But when you're in Birmingham, again, downing a pint or two, lads, it's part of the thing. Yeah.
Why does this look like a pre-patch updated draft?
I mean, there is a chance that this is all just pre-recorded, and we got told to say this right now. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Yeah.
So about the Void Spirit changes, so it means that the hero is not as tanky as before, but he does a lot more damage, right? So the trade-off is he has more damage than tankiness right now.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, does that change the matchup against Storm in the lane?
I mean, he's gonna have his physical barrier sort of all, and then he's gonna be able to out deny potentially.
I feel like
it probably helps
probably
Storm,
worse for him, right? Because he doesn't block the Remnant.
Yeah, exactly. No, I would lean to say Storm's probably happier with it. But the style of game, I think, still will play the same way, right? Like, even though Jakiro's been nerfed with mana cost, it's still going to do the same thing, right? You're still going to pressure the lane, you're going to walk towards mid, and we are going to see the battle of the runes between these two heroes. Whoever wins out that will probably then take the tower after, right? With the catapult wave. So I think we are following the same script of pre-patch Dota in how we're seeing the drafts, like you said.
Well, you're also losing the damage in the lane for Jakiro, because you don't have your facet anymore, the Twin Terror facet. So I think it's about 7 to 8 damage you're losing out if you don't have that facet. So I think it's still a pretty big deal outside of the mana cost on the Liquid Fire.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't 6 or 7 damage, but that's fine.
10 seconds remaining.
Wow.
Nomad, back to you. Take over.
I just wanted to let on sit for a minute.
Come on, man, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Please. That's my one time I'll ever say that in my life. I'm out.
All right, we got Hoodwink coming up for Team Spirit. Not a Hero's had a lot of success at ESL One Birmingham, but you can certainly see why it makes sense to them here. You've got your Tusk to go in, be your frontline support, and then your Hoodwink sit back, blow people up with the sharpshooter, throw out some AoE stuns, and generally be an elusive little hamster in the back of the fight.
I mean, the Centaur is also really, really good here against the SD. Like, normally you can't really get away, but with the Stampede, you can run away, reset. So I always like Centaur into Shadow Demon.
And I guess with the loss of Promogulate now, it's kind of okay to pick big tanky heroes against Shadow Demon again, right?
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon lost a facet, so that's good. I'm actually so happy that's not a thing. Walking to Roshan and going, bloop, hey! It was really high skill. I really love that aspect of SD. But no, I think Spirit's just going to be... they're also setting themselves up for Yotaro to get whatever carry he wants, right? Like, if he wants to be the big range guy to utilize Tusk for the kills, he can. Or he can, Spirit have just set up a very clean draft, right? It's just strong lanes, the ability to play towards runes, because Centaur doesn't need help after 4 or 5 minutes. So you are going to have Tusk, Hoodwink rotating to mid. If they find a carry that also can be left alone, you are going to be just seeing so much, action on the map. So that is why Yandex, I think they need to mirror that. And I like the Underlord pick for this reason, right? With the pick of play that Spirit has, Storm, Tusk, Hoodwink, roaming the map, looking for the side lanes, Underlord will always just Fiend's Gate in, save whoever gets jumped, and then you can kind of also bring the supports towards mid because of his laning efficiencies. So I think both teams really are just respecting what either team has, and the drafts, to me, they feel kind of even. It's more on like who makes the first TP, who sets up the motions in the early game better.
I think the root on the pit is very good here against the Tusk. against the Storm. I don't know how much the hero changed right now because you don't have your splash damage anymore on Under. So I guess you have to go back Arcane Boots instead of Threads to farm.
To farm, yeah.
You definitely won't farm as quickly as before, but the hero outside of that, it's still the same function. You provide your team with the global presence. It's good setup with the Jakiro. It's good with the SD.
Firestorm was also kind of bonkers, right? Like the shard used to do a lot of damage, and I'd see offlane players not even try to buy it too early because the facet meant you were right-clicking. But now it's like you have, 15 more damage on Firestorm at max level. If you take the shard instantly on Underlord, like you are going to be pumping out like thousands of damage through the fight.
You get Arcane Boots, Mech, and then you go the shard early?
Yeah, I would lean towards like you are playing on Firestorm and what that mech item, it can be any item that's for the game to be tanky, right? Like if it's a Crimson game, you buy that. If it's the mech game, you buy that, right? But I'd say in my head, I want to see that shard picked up and you just throw it on a Void Spirit or a Beast and let the Firestorm reign throughout the fight.
Let the firestorm reign. Very nice. Very, very, very poetic. I like that. Bit of flavor here. And Beastmaster's going to be the final pickup from Team Yandex, giving them a big old roar to play around. And that big carry beast. Ooh, most likely they carry beast, I would imagine.
Is that potentially now Yandex going to get reminded about the changes in the patch, right? Of course, with the drinking buddies, right? Winter talking about it off camera, like the cast range, how nice it feels with the 1000. Are we going to see a world where Yandex, Void Spirit jumping with a kind of a single target style of initiation, Beastmaster, single target roar? If Tusk steps up into this game, drinking buddy snowball save every single time, Yandex's big kind of only way to kind of initiate a fight outside of Underlord route is thwarted by one support. And that is to be, maybe you have to keep note of that for if the game does progress.
Yeah, the root and the ice path are for sure going to be very annoying for the Tusk. I think before he gets BKB. I imagine the Tusk has to get BKB at some point. There's so many things you want. Dagger, shot into BKB to ensure that you get the snowball safe.
A lot of conditions.
Sorry, go on.
That was all. I was saying there's a lot of conditions for the Tusk to have to get through.
I mean, you picked the Tusk early, so it's kind of normal that you're gonna run into some counters in the game. I kind of like what Yandex have overall here. And as for Spirit, they need to figure out a hero that can ideally do well in the lane. I think bare minimum against Underlord, you need to win the lane. And Klings is kind of like, I think, perfect hero for that. You don't really get affected by the atrophy aura so much. You can participate, you can fight early. And I wonder if the lane, are they ever going to do like maybe like the Tusk with the Klings and the Hoodwing with... Okay, they're actually doing that. As I know that sometimes Panther plays the Hoodwing in some games.
No, this felt like it needed to be Tusk in the 5 position, right? Like, utilize the tag team with like, you found a ranged hero that can still play out the entire game, right? Because like, let's say you picked other, let's say, weaker ranged heroes, you will just disappear to Beastmaster, right? So Klink's playing on the invis, playing on kind of the fringe of the fight, that's really helpful. And then yeah, with the Tusk, you are going to disappear if you misstep. And I think Rue, he's going to be, you praised 4 positions, showing the identity of teams earlier in the panel. And to me, this is what Spirit needs, right? Rue has to kind of free himself from the offlane as early as possible, rotate to help Lyle on the room, go through the twin game using the Tusk and the Klinks to get a couple kills on the Underlord. But I think, yeah, Spirit is all about kind of the early efficiencies for them to thrive in this game.
Winter, wasn't it Jakiro and Void Spirit that Team Spirit struggled against, or am I misremembering?
Yeah, mostly Jakiro. Spirit has always lost against Jakiro because they are a slower team. Jakiro can kind of cause a lot of problems because of the, like what I said, you win the lane, then you take towers, it makes it difficult for them to farm. But this time Spirit's draft, I don't particularly feel like their lineup is slow. They have a much faster lineup. I feel like Robson already mentioned that the Hoodwing can kind of run around, he can gate, he can help set up kills with the Klings and the Tusk, he can control runes. So I feel like Spirit can actually fight very well in the early game, and Yandex is the one that might have to watch out for the Hoodwing rotations and the Tusk.
Alrighty, well, the draft is set, the players are ready, our casters are itching to get into it. Let's get started with game number 1 of Team Spirit versus Team Yandex here at ESL One Birmingham.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It is the first game of the playoffs. We are very happy to be here. obviously on the new patch, a lot has changed. Some things maybe not as much as others, but it's going to be an interesting day. You know, these teams deserved their upper bracket spot. They didn't have to play like tiebreakers or anything. They steamrolled their way through their groups, and it's time to see who's come most prepared here today. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing good. I mean, new patch Dota is always a great time. Everyone has a guess at what's good, but you never really know. And sometimes someone has found something that no one else has. It leads to I don't know, it's just a fun time, you know, especially after we were on a patch for a long time. It's just like, what is going on now? Good old level 1. Oh, actually pulled him up to the high ground. He might get away for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good chip damage. You don't even need to get the kill, you know? But keeping the Beastmaster low at the beginning, always quite nice.
Yeah, he's actually opting to walk home because of that, so might be a little late to lane, set things up. See them just walk past the creeps. That was one of the creep changes that went on. A lot of offlaners no longer bothering to do that. Clint's got the same treatment.
So I have been desperately reading this patch, trying to read, like, get an understanding of what's good, what's bad. I feel like everyone like is coming up with some interesting ideas and like, oh, you know, this stuff could work. This stuff, you know, might be good. I will say I like the changes to Void Spirit. I think this is one of the few that I think it's not like a huge change, but I do think just generally it's less gimmicky where he's just like getting tankiness for free, and now it's like, all right, well, you get more sustain and you get a little bit more damage, which I kind of like him being built that way as opposed to like, oh, he has like 3,000 health and tons of armor and magic resist, right?
Well, his barrier is a little stronger, so maybe he's still got that tankiness in him. I've been seeing that barrier maxed out a lot of times, which at least a pretty tanky team, actually. Like, with him having that, then you've got an Underlord down here. You're going to have a Beastmaster carry. It's definitely going to be a fast pace from Yandex. I mean, they're going to start a little slow to get those items. Probably like play behind the Void Spirit, but then once you got that, I assume it's still the Beastmaster Ags when you're doing this carry. That's what people were trying. I don't know if anyone discovered anything in the scrims. Some cool new build, but I imagine it'll still just be the Ags. You get to buy the shard now that you didn't have to before.
Yes. So the difference is that you have to kind of buy the shard. I was looking into some of the numbers for Beastmaster, like to see like how good the inner beast change is, because previously it's not like part of the, you just wouldn't level this until like later. Now it's the innate. So he gets a little bit more attack speed in the lane, but the spikes in attack speed that he gets in the mid game are a lot less. So there's kind of like, that's the one thing I've been noticing in this patch is a lot of the power scaling is a lot more linear as opposed to there being like very specific like spikes in certain heroes where they're like, oh, I have, you know, level 3, level 4 inner beast all of a sudden, and now I can burst down a hero very quickly. Whereas you don't really get that bonus attack speed, you know, in the same way. Bottom lane, Yatoro trapped. Great setup there from Saksa, and that's the first blood. Can they get the follow-up is the question. Ponto quite low, but oh yeah, the stacks from Shadow Demon, man, they still do so much damage.
Yeah, you do not usually think of Underlord Shadow Demon as a killer lane combo, but that was sick. An early point in Pit of Malice that we don't usually see to set that up. Kill onto Yatoro. We did mention Yandex. They're going to want to play a little bit faster. And I think that's what the point you were just saying, the scaling of things coming online a little sooner. It helps those types of lineups, right? That want to play fast. Yeah, then I want a little bit more attack speed now rather than the trade-off is that at like level 18 where some of these abilities used to scale like based on ultimates and stuff. Yeah. At that part, it's a little weaker, and then we'll eventually scale past that. But if you're playing faster and you're like, yeah, we're going at level 12, then you're happy to have a slightly stronger laning stage, a slightly stronger early game, and then possibly get some of these early kills on the Clinks as well. which I'm interested in. Clinks didn't actually get changed that much.
Yeah, this hero's effectively the same. If there was one hero who is the same, it's basically Clinks.
It's kind of close,
like,
yeah.
You know, like Clinks is basically the same hero from last patch.
Yeah, what I'm interested in though is Specialist Array became an item, and then Hydra's Breath is a new upgrade to it. Clinks is maybe one of those heroes who could do it, because Specialist Array is like, what is a ranged hero that doesn't really want to build Maelstrom? And I think it's Clinks. Except that he has the shard for his farming speed.
Yeah,
I don't know if he actually
exactly.
needs the Specialist Array, but this is a pretty tanky lineup. Like maybe that Hydra's Breath at some point could be cool.
It's just, yeah, it's one of those things where you might opt for the Dragonlance, you know, after Deso or something, and then decide if you want like Pike versus, you know, Hydra's Breath eventually. I feel like Pike is pretty good this game, so he might need to go that route. Maybe he'll grab just like a BKB instead. We'll see, but yeah, the main idea, he's still a Desolator hero. We're gonna see them do it for the same setup here in the bottom lane, that Disruption into the second Pit of Malice route. Panto now, lots of damage stacking up, even the third Pit of Malice. Oh, Soxa, another kill goes his way. Topside stomp out from Collapse, trying to get the kill onto Malady in time. They do. A 1-for-1 trade. Overall, I'd say this Watson's pretty okay with this. Takes down the offlaner, gets to go back to lane. Got a juicy wave waiting for him.
Seems like he's still getting his job done. Jakiro did get some early damage nerfs that the panel mentioned. The mana cost on Liquid Fire.
20
Liquid
mana
Frost.
is a lot.
Yeah, it really adds up when you used to just spam it for free. And the Twin Terror, again, another one of those abilities. So he's on the losing end of it. This ability actually starts worse and then eventually scales past where that it used to be. But that specifically hurts his laning stage. Are they doing it again?
There is
nice body block.
There's a lot of
there.
things he can't get away from in this bottom lane. Yatoro does manage to squeak away into the trees, but between like ice shards, the like multiple different trees that were there, the illusions, he's having a rough time. I'd also like to point out that he has no TP at the moment.
This is also a nerfed Shadow Demon. The Menace stacks are not as strong, I believe. Yeah, they're not as strong quite yet until you level up a little further. And Disseminate, he doesn't have the facet anymore that took off a chunk of the health. They're still making this work. I guess Firestorm is a little stronger on Underlord, but he doesn't have the same cleave. I guess if you're hitting the hero, the cleave maybe doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was the piece I was gonna mention, is like the base spells on Underlord did get kind of buffed in compensation for the fact that he essentially lost his facets, like both of them. So they got to make his spells a little bit better. Topside roar comes out from Watson. That was quick. Lots of axe stacks built up from that one. And just as the 7-minute rune's going to spawn, we're going to see the rotation come over from the Void Spirit as well. He's already popped one apple that does make it in time. And that's going to be a dead Hoodwink. So they managed to snipe 2 kills in the top lane, get the Wisdom Shrine for Watson, secure their own as well. Yandex off to an absolute insane start, as they might get the off-lane tower as well.
Spirit is going to have to do something here. The last hits were all really close, but with this snowballing of kills, now into the Wisdom Shrine, now into a tower, there's a 3k gold lead and double Wisdom Shrine for Yandex. They're winning every lane, and then you're going to have to try to avoid them and play like pickoffs, but you have a global hero in the Underlord. You have this Void Spirit to catch you. You have really fast pushing with this early game Beastmaster. I mean, Spirit's been in this position before, you know, classic, we got to hold till late game. That's where our strength is, but this is going to be a tough one if the pace keeps going this way.
I mean, they try to make a play for the power rune here. It spawns top, which is unfortunate for Laurel. He probably would have been able to get that one, but instead it's going to go to Chiro Jr. It's only an illusion, so not the most impactful first power, power rune this early in the game, but see what he can get done with it.
Okay, he's probably still gonna do Spirit Vessel, but actually it would be kind of cool. I don't think any of the supports are going for an urn either. I want to see the Essence Distiller, because you can kind of skip some. You could skip some detection. You could use it to find the clinks. That could be kind of nifty.
You can find clinks. Yeah, it's quite cool.
Spirit Vessel probably makes a bit more sense. He's a universal hero. You want those,
especially with his rework
on it. Yeah, but come on, do it for us. Show us the new item, Chira Jr. He hasn't committed.
Like,
there's hope.
This version of
chance.
Void Spirit reminds me to Void Spirit on release, where he just like had substantially more damage than every other hero, or every other, you know, universal hero. It was mostly because his stat gain was insane, but if you look at him, he's at almost 90 base damage as a universal hero with like very minimal stat items, and so he's having a great time. Just off the mark there, seeing that ward bottom, so they'll have a good read on what's happening. Panto gonna look for Soxa here. Good trap there with the shards. They can't get Vision. He's perfectly placed on the other side of the tree. They go for the disruption. Now we'll see what they can grab. Anything additional here. Malady, yeah, Vortex pulls him back in, and a quick double kill. So Spirit, that ward paying dividends. Yandex thought they were in the clear.
And much need for Laurel too, because you no longer get the galvanized stacks on leveling up your ultimate, so you really got to earn every galvanized stack. At least has 2 to work with now. No power rune for either of them though, because it's going to be tough.
Laurel wants to zip over
for it.
bad, but
Zoxa TP'd in though.
Yeah, he just TP's is like, nah, we're not letting that happen. Nice dodge there on Panto, but it's going to be rough to get out of this one. Already building up those Shadow Poison stacks. Does have Storm Spirit as well as Rue here. Nice Bushwhack does connect as well. Stampede from Collapse as they chase. Chira Jr. goes up to the high ground to try to dodge out and dies instead. All right, Spirit showing up when it matters. Giving the little bit of a comeback here to themselves.
A bit disjointed from Yandex, which was necessary. You know, we don't want to see the first game just become an absolute snowball stomp. So I'm glad to see Spirit get a couple kills on the board for themselves. Yandex still has a nice 2K gold lead. I think with this, they'll make sure they're in a little bit better shape to, you know, they're the ones that starts, or the Underlord feels like, yes, this is a good Fiend's Gate. I'll join in on this. Make space till the Beastmaster has Ags. Those last couple fights, though, is like, support, you know, are we going to help here? Are we going to help there? They're just, like, not quite together yet.
Weighted dice. I feel like I actually got a pretty substantial buff. Like, people were not already liking this item, and then it just gets the casual, like, maximum base damage by 6. Which is pretty good. Like, ends up being kind of nice.
Yeah, I think it brings it in line with the other
damage already. Just
I think it brings it in line with other tier 1s. Because if you think about like what it would cost to buy 6 damage, it'd be like 400 gold. It's not fully 6 damage because it's like still the roll, but I think that makes it comparable.
All right, some
yeah,
stacks here in the triangle.
Not nerfed that much.
Okay,
I mean, what you were saying, right? Like, it still does
good amount of stuff. Yeah. Laurel, he's not having a terrible game, but obviously Storm Spirit needs a little bit of time here to farm up. He needs to be able to get to this Witchblade, and that should give him a lot more to play around. Collapse. Okay. Yeah, we already have the Aghanim Scepter online, and what took 4 heroes on the enemy team to farm, Watson will do by himself. That's cool. That's real cool.
He's still a Beastmaster. He still has axes. It got changed a little bit, but you still throw them. You get your Ags.
That's actually so sad. Goodbye, Rue.
Has he Fiend's Gated yet? He's just been quietly farming down here, right?
Yeah, just been chilling.
I don't remember seeing him go anywhere. I do think they have the Ags they were waiting for. And typically we see the blink, and now I think you also need the shard. So it's a little slower than it used to be. I mean, of course, you can get involved once you have the blink anyways. But Yandex is reaching that point that their draft is built for. And Klink's is still pretty far down there. I mean, it's like almost, it's just about a 3,000 gold difference between the carries, which is pretty wild.
I mean, part of it is just the lane, right? Like Beastmaster had a really oppressive lane, but the speed at which this hero farms, I feel like is faster than it's ever been. Like right now is kind of when you start having points of your inner beast aura, right? And so you'd have a little bit more attack speed. So like technically it's like the amount of attack speed it has is less than it was previous patch, but it's the fact that getting to this point, he has way more attack speed all the way through the lane, through that first 10, 15 minutes of the game. And that might be why we're seeing Beastmasters have so much farm just at this point in the game. Overall, Yandex just massively out farming Spirit across the map. They kind of like took a step back, right, from their early game.
Yeah, they've just been able to farm really efficiently. I mean, we saw all the stacks they were doing. This is the benefit of having a global hero like Underlord. You can still play this large map pretty well. You kind of have that in the Centaur. It's just a little less effective. I'm happy to report we are going to get to see Essence Distiller. Sox is building one.
Oh,
Sure,
heck yeah.
Junior will rely on his shard for the vision. Can't use it to scout wards anymore. I think that was fair.
Yeah, that was
too
broken.
strong on the vision game.
It was just way too value. Like, it provided so many different things. You could just, like, casually throw it, kill an entire creep camp, block off areas, randomly scout wards you weren't even looking for. Like, it just did way too much. So
It was literally farming, fighting, and utility. Oh, top, they found Collapse.
Very nice
Here. Should be a
roar.
pretty quick kill. Very quick kill. I think that's the, I think that was the blink reveal on Beastmaster.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Beastmaster.
Okay, nice find from Laurel in the mid lane. Should be able to get out of here. The question, though, how much else are they going to be able to find on the side of Yandex? It's just going to be Panto, it seems. Space made for him. Keeps the Storm Spirit alive.
Lynx has his Deso. This is usually where we see them get shard. I was curious if he'd pivot, but he's actually thinking about the Lincolns. Feels he needs it to just play this map at all. Otherwise, he's going to get found too often by the Beastmaster.
I mean, it's a really good Lincoln's game, right? Like, in general, it helps a ton. They're going to find Tusk once again here in the bottom lane. Dude, it's so fast. The amount of damage that Yandex has already on the table. And Watson has already gotten started on the Roshan, so still typical Beastmaster stuff. I still haven't gotten used to Roshan being bottom. Every once in a while, I'll see teams, like, you see it in their movement. They'll, like, group up for a play, and then they, like, start to move to the top pit, and they're like, wait a minute. Cut and
Really
run
nice
head
vision
bottom.
down here, too. They have wards already set up and makes the Roche possible, but then you just use the same wards for Tormentor later. I think some of them should still be alive at that point.
Beginnings of patches, things are so volatile, I feel like. It's hard to get a good read on the game, especially right now with how much power scaling was adjusted for teams. They are going to look for the Storm Spirit off the mark with the Pit of Malice. Nice jump away there from Laurel. He's going to be just fine. Collapse still has a pipe to use if necessary, but with Watson rotating in, aggressive jump forward instead, looking for the hoodwink with the roar, the double dive bombs as well. Rue trying desperately to make his way through the trees, gets a nice bushwhack onto two. Bachira Jr. with the chase. Remnant not going to connect. Should eventually get this kill, but they'll make him work for it.
Something the teams are going to have to get used to is that Essence Distiller sharing vision. Soxa placed it so that when Laurel came out, he was affected by the Essence Distiller. He zips away.
That's what that was.
He actually showed where the Centaur and the Hoodwink were, so he ultimately gets away, but you know, some of his teammates had to pay the price.
I saw that little aura on the ground while I was disrupted. I'm like, what the heck is this? I couldn't really quite get an idea, but that's what the effect looks like. Interesting. Okay. It's kind of a neat idea, actually, for Shadow Demon specifically.
Yeah, it's like that old, I think it was a track talent or facet that you used to get the vision of the enemies. I think once teams get used to that item again, they'll just like think of it like that and it'll be fine. But now every game has it, right? It's not just the bounty hunter.
Okay. Rest in peace, bounty hunter.
He's not that bad.
What's going on. I don't know, man. He looks pretty rough. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it would be interesting to see if teams want to pick him up again. Midlight jump in here onto the Void Spirit. Snowball will connect in time with the Walrus Punch. They get him. All right. Arcane Rune already paying off here for Laurel. A little bit afraid to stick around for the tower, it would seem. There is going to be a power rune spawning in just a few seconds as Yandex coming in from the south. Smoked up with a wraparound here. Watson with a new BKB. They want Storm. Instead, they'll just get an Ice Path set up here onto Panto. It's not enough to find the kill yet, but a really nice hoof stomp. Disruption to keep Soxa alive as now Watson's going to look for the chase. Hits the Pit of Mouse. There's the roar. They've got the Storm Spirit, and the damage definitely going to be there. Stampede not going to be able to get collapsed out of this one. 4 heroes surrounding him, and that... It's looking rough for Spirit, man. They are snowballing out of control here on Yandex. Now 9,000 ahead with still plenty of time left on this Aegis.
Yandex is finding exactly what they want. I mean, I guess they probably didn't want to lose Cheer Jr. at the beginning of this, but the rest of Yandex was able to make it there with the smoke, find a pickoff. They even got to play it greedy, you know? They're not even roaring to save. They're like, fine, wow. Catches.
Okay, what a grab. Dude, he's stuck.
Was that the Essence
He's actually stuck.
I think that was Essence Distiller again.
I was wondering what sniped him, but yeah, could have been. Watson happy to trade the Aegis for a Klink's kill.
The thing is, this Klink's were just not quite feeling that impact. Yeah, at the start of this, right, they try to greed out on the Tusk, so it takes a little longer, and it actually looked like he might be in a bit of trouble on the Beastmaster, but that's where the Shadow Demon still functions as this insane utility hero. You can always help provide some saves. This is a pretty good angle for the Klink's, but he is pretty under-farmed. He's top of the net worth for his team, but Klink's is... Like, when Klink's good, it's because he's winning his lane, and he's too scary to deal with on his own. You try to ignore him, but he's like running into his team, invis, you don't know when he's there, and then he just does a bunch of damage. But he was on the high ground, he had them all lined up, and still, you get to ignore him. Shard now for Shadow Demon.
I really like the change to Tormentor. I think previously it was a little bit too easy to kill. The reward was too high. Now you're not killing Tormentor with like a couple of heroes. It is a team effort, which I think is going to make pubs even, you know, maybe less likely to ever kill this thing. But
I like that they put it more in your face though, so that you like when it's in the corner, you just like blinders on. It's like, I don't see a Tormentor. There is no Tormentor to do. Now every time you're walking around there, they're like, oh yeah, you see me? I know you're ignoring me. I know you know I exist here.
Deeping in, Cheer Jr. I mean, they know that this is coming. The question is, can they actually find the chase? Watson's gonna come in with the roar. And Fiendskate from Notice drops the Bit of Malice. They'll be able to just hold Centaur in place. He goes for the Stampede, but Disruption held with Soxa. Nowhere to go.
Yatoro's just trying to take advantage of the space being made, find some farm, cut some waves. They're going to try to find a smoke, but this is a really tanky Underlord. I don't know if you're getting this kill. Klink's is coming over. 3,000.
With Storm and Klink's, it's doable, I think. You have to have both of them. It's going to be a Crimson Guard coming out here in a moment. The damage is just enough before Soxa can make the TP. And now looking for that follow-up kill. Great Ice Path and Macro Pyre. Soxa doing his best to heal through this. They actually managed to burn through the Tusk. And they get the 2. Now it's time to leave. Chira Jr. joining the fight. TP out successful from Laurel. So a 2 for 2. I think you're pretty okay with that. You get a little bit of scaling now for this Klinks and Stormsphere who desperately need it.
Yeah, they were able to jump him fast enough. The Crimson Guard only came out when he had the final 5th of health. So
yeah,
if he had managed to react with that sooner, I think he would have been way harder to kill. Soxa would have made it on time, saved him, everyone shows up. Then that fight looks a lot worse for Spirit.
They're still 10,000 down, so it's a mountain to climb still at this point, but some signs of life potentially. Beastmaster just finished Shivas, and that is going to be another very, very dead Centaur here in the top lane.
Shivas is a cool pickup. You get a lot of armor now. I mean, you always had armor. It's even more armor than before. And constantly slows down the attack speed of enemies. I believe it pierces debuff immunity was one of the changes. Hold that thought, Clinked. Looking pretty dead here. You don't even need to reduce his attack speed.
Yeah. This is the thing with Void Spirit, I think that's a little bit deceptive, is to try and realize how much more damage this hero is getting. It's quite a bit. Like these types of plays get punished a lot by Void Spirit now. He no way. He took greedy. I was like, did he actually take greedy? He legitimately did. Wow.
I wonder what his options were.
Yeah, the enchantments are... I feel like we're going to see a lot of greedy just in every game, right? It's one of those things where it's like pretty much guaranteed for the support heroes, so...
Apparently it's guaranteed for the core heroes as well.
Apparently for Chira Jr. as
Money's
well.
money.
I mean, the damage he got in this patch, you know, offsets greedy, essentially.
The economics of it are interesting. Ooh, Yatoro, maybe not the time to reveal yourself.
Dude, this Underlord pit rotations every single time, coming out the moment it's available. The 2 deaths like this back-to-back on your Klinks, it's feeling rough. Because, like, who can actually show in the lane? We've seen them manage to kill the Centaur with ease multiple times. Klinks now dying. Storm Spirit can also get caught, which there's perfect example of it. The bottom lane, just from the Beastmaster. Soxa with a beautiful disruption to prevent Panto coming in with the save, and now looking for the follow-up kill as well. Godlike spree for Watson. 10-0 on this Beastmaster.
This is like when he first got the Ags and he was broken. That's the feeling you have right now. Is that what we're returning to with the boar being stronger, helping his lane? I know they changed the way the damage amp went, but I don't know when you have just this kind of game. This feels just the same broken old Beastmaster.
I can't believe you called it a boar. Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, Razorback.
call it by its real name, the Razorback. It's actually so funny that the tooltips also call it boar and everything. Yeah, the Orchid pickup, pretty sick. Has also gone for one of my favorite neutral items that's back in the game. This thing is super cool. Just a bunch of extra damage being added into his kit. Why not?
Can't believe there's no greedy enchantment on it.
Dude, if he could also get greedy, that'd be insane. Bonus attack speed and night vision from the alert. Very good. Now, Stormcrafter is sick. It's I think it was underrated for a long time when it was originally in the game, and then people started seeing how much damage it was actually doing.
Something I'm interested to see here. Well, Yandex is pretty in the lead, so I don't know if you have to wait for this, but one of the game changes to the patch was that catapults spawn 5 minutes sooner, which means it lines up with this second Roche a lot more often. It was quite rare that the second Roche would spawn, you get the banner, and then you get to work with 2 catapults. This makes it easier to push the high ground, but when you're this far ahead, you can just find kills like this, you know, then maybe you don't need to wait for that. We'll see how quickly Team Yandex wants to actually push. Instead, it's just a Tusk kill. You know, you probably want a real core kill before you force high ground too hard. You got 2 tier 2s to still work through. But I do think it's something teams should think about. Okay, a collapse kill would give you some power to work with.
He's at least getting bailed out by Rue. They're going to get the Aegis with this. A really nice save from the Hoodwink. So, I mean, Watson, he's confident. Maybe a little too confident this time. Didn't have his team there to back him up. So that will burn your Aegis. Still has his kill streak,
they were on the way. They just used Fiend's Gate to kill the Tusk, so Underlord couldn't join. I suppose he thought Centaur was on his own, but yeah, clearly with the Toro there, he can finally pick up another set of Deso charges up to great, but making his way up. I want this game to go longer because he does have the Hydra's Breath queued up on the Clinks. He's eventually getting there. I want to see this item in play.
Lincoln, spun from Collapse here. Junior's managed to find the Hoodwink on the other side, stuck inside the Macropyre, but will jump away. Collapse with a Lotus into the Stampede, trying to escape 2 Force Staffs, everything being thrown to try and keep what heroes they have alive. Nice disruption comes through. Hoodwink's dead, but it's Watson on this Beastmaster with that BKB, running through this fight to try and secure anything. Collapse his dying breath to take out the Void Spirit. A nice play from him. It will be a 3-for-1. Said and done. Yandex are just too far ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a pretty good fight for Spirit, all things considered. The positioning was good. They had so many different saves, but yeah, 12K down. That's a lot to work against, right? Especially this Beastmaster. You see how far ahead he is.
It's like 12K down with all the Underlord, right? The double Pits of Malice, the damage reduction from Atrophy Aura. Like, there's just so much that just him existing in this fight. I don't even know if he had to pop the Crimson Guard. He probably did, but
I mean, why not? I bought it. I paid for it. I'm gonna use it.
there is a time in this game where they get Lincoln Spears on more of the Spirit Cores, and I think, like we mentioned earlier, it's a very good Lincoln's game. You've already got the Lotus on the Centaur. You've got one Lincoln's now on the Clinks. If your Storm Spirit does manage to get to a Lincoln's, if he's building it, then that could help quite a bit. But
he might get one down the line.
Strong.
For now, he's got the Parasma into Ags queued up.
Yeah, he needs damage.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're behind, you know, sometimes it looks silly. It's like, where are their defensive items? Like, yeah, we'll live, but we won't kill them, especially to this Underlord, this tanky lineup. Yeah. You know, it's like, you have to all in on damage to have a shot at killing them and just take smart fights, and then you can go back for defensive items.
The Dire Scan actually doesn't connect bottom. They had just made it through the Twin Gate, but Underlord has already cleared out that side of the map and is now walking through his base. So they are not going to connect with this smoke rotation to the top. And with it, Yandex actually might be coming through the Twin Gate. The scan is there. Nah, they'll just take Tormentor first. This one going to Noticed.
Bloodthorn's pretty cool on the Beastmaster.
It's so sick. Oh no, Clinks. Nice Force Staff away, but they've got detection. Ready to go. The Roar quickly cleans them up, and Panto now stuck in a second Pit of Malice as Jira Jr. jumps on over, gets the kill. 2 more dead on the side of Spirit. The movements have been so quick, and Soxa, well, he's found Rue as well. Demonic Purge into the Disruption. Remnant out from Jira Jr. The silences as well. Just slowing him up for the rest of the team to make the jump in as Watson pops the Shivas, throws the silence onto Collapse. Dude, the Bloodthorn damage, dude. It is... I don't know what you can do on Spirit at this point because he did 3,000 damage to the Centaur.
I mean, at this point, this is where the Beastmaster has more attack speed than he used to, right? It is now scaled past the original
it's way
values.
wrapped around.
Yeah, and now, excuse me, the Razorbacks, right? Those are stronger than ever to
thank you
to proc the respect them, you know, to proc the Bloodthorn. I also think the BKB change helps. There's like more scaling value to it before, right? Where this Bloodthorn into the late game double BKB refreshers, you know, like, I never, what am I really getting the value out of this? But now there's only the one, and refresher doesn't work on items, so you can be a little bit more patient. And you're either forcing out that one BKB, or you're just waiting for the one BKB to expire, and then you get your Bloodthorn value.
Chuju's also queued up a Shiva's Guard for himself, which it's actually really good for this game in general, right? Against the Clinks. There's no issue in having both. Oh, that actually hurts so bad. He doesn't have the money for needing the damage, but he's close enough that he could buy it soon.
Oh, did he see Maldy on the way? He's like, I gotta get out of here. That Jakiro, he's gonna get me.
They have some like decent wards placed top from when they made that smoke rotation, but all this really is kind of safe area for Yatoro to try and farm.
Yeah, I think this is part of why he got the Lincolns as well, right? You want to be able to make these plays without worried about being caught, at least force the enemies to rotate a bunch of heroes, use the Fiend's Gate to get him, but there's hopefully still a chance he gets away to play this way.
He like scans the triangle and is like, nice, I'll be able to farm here, but it's already gone.
I'll wait, that's okay. There's nothing else to be. This is also back to the economics change, right? They took away the ancient camp who they're looking for. They know he's in here.
They know he's somewhere and they found him. The gem doing the job. Dude, it is so difficult to play the map on Spirit right now. And Cheer Jr. is going to find the Tusk as well. Remnant does come through Snowball to buy him a little bit of time. But there's your Bloodthorn. Beastmaster blinks on over. A little bit of an assist from the Croaker creep, but...
I can't believe they took away the chain stun. They should have left it. That's the funniest shit ever. Whole team fight gets griefed. Collapse now. He's trying to use Stampede. Not going to save him in the end. Maybe it will, actually. They used all the stuff. Okay, I stand corrected. He gets away. And actually, they might get Soxa here.
Very nice turnaround. If Laurel can finish this kill, it'd be absolutely huge. He just needs to get out, though, commit the BKB and run. Ruse hiding in the trees here, trying to get away from these heroes. Silenced up. Remnant misses, but they have enough damage. I mean, every play you make comes at a cost, and it seems that the cost is getting greater and greater as this game goes on.
Yandex has been really good about playing the map for the most part. I think there was a couple slip-ups, but they've otherwise been very fast moving around. It also helps that due to the change of where the ancient camps were, right? Like the one below the safe lane tier 1 towers got taken out, and then one of the river camps below the tier 2 safe lane tower got moved above the tower.
Yeah.
So now if you're holding that middle chunk of the map, which is essentially what Yandex has been doing for a lot of this game, you have control of 4 different ancient camps if you're just holding the center. And so then that's why the Clinks, he's like trying to play the edge, but he's just not getting as much gold. And you see that in this net worth graph. Of course, some of it is the objectives and kills, but playing that sneaky style is not as rewarding. And he tries to go to the middle of the map to get the ancients, to get the more high value farm. They're there, they're like, that's actually my high value farm. What are you doing here, Clinks?
I actually liked that change a lot. It felt weird that if you were losing, you just kind of like sit on the edge of the map and you're farming like arguably the most valuable section of the map outside of the triangle. So it seems like a decent change. Reward the teams that actually have the majority of the map control. It should theoretically lead to faster games too, right? Because you get these like larger leads. Like we have Yandex right now sitting at 22,000 gold advantage. I have to imagine that the second Roche is up, it's Roche into high ground. There's not much else that they really need to wait for.
Yeah, I think they wanted to push sooner. I think losing the second Roche as quickly as they did is what caused them to slow down a little bit here. But yeah, third Roche right around the corner. I think it'll be a little safer with it, this time around. And they'll have another banner to work with. This one's got longer range. They'll have
still have the last one?
I believe so. I don't think they used it anywhere. Yeah, Jakiro's holding on to it. Place 2, why not? Dude, what if the banners protected each other?
The ultimate strategy.
Okay, maybe 3. You need 3 banners, okay? So that way it's like a trade-off. It's like I use it for earlier push, or I commit to saving this for the late game. Untouchable banners.
Can't wait until every game goes 60 minutes. Just for the 3rd banners.
We already did that.
Yeah, it's true. There's not much different from last patch. Yatoro is playing the scariest game of cat and mouse ever.
He's got to, though, right? If you let Yandex push onto your half of the map, it'll be even worse, right? This 22k is already rough, but it would have been worse if not for the constant split pushing, trying to cut waves, drag them back to their half of their map to kill you. If you just played scared, this game would already be done. So you have to play these very scary games of cat and mouse, like you said. Yandex, although they've been in control for a lot of this game, I do think losing that second Aegis slowed them down a bit. And this third Aegis is still, you know, okay, still feeling pretty good. If you mess up this third Aegis, I think that's where you start sweating a lot. You're like, oh, late game team spirit, you know, we've let them, you know, get some items here. There's only so much you can scale, right? Beastmaster slotted out. I mean, he's pretty much done scaling.
I thought they might like go for like a Storm BKB to steal the Aegis, but it was just the Tusk. Blinks in, instantly gets stunned in the ice path and dies. And well, you lost Yatoro as well. Top lane, he was getting chased down for quite some time. Like sometimes you're like, all right, we'll trade Aegis for, you know, this one good thing on the other side of the map, right? And you didn't even, like, that didn't happen. And instead it cost you your carry. You're just so far behind. Like, I don't really know what the avenue back into this game is. Like, maybe it's a surprise Aghanim Scepter from the Storm Spirit, a surprise Ags from the Centaur, which are there. They have them available. And maybe they bait Yandex in a little bit too far. But with the amount of sustain and just the massive gold lead that they have, it may not end up mattering. So we'll see. Spirit have a very difficult high ground hold ahead of them.
Don't want to commit the banner yet. Thought this was a good time for it because Clinks is still dead. Malady has his Aghanim's ready, has the refresher shard in his backpack. I think we'll see this more now that it doesn't refresh the items. Supports with strong abilities will actually be given the refresher shard a bit more often.
All right, they open up the mid lane of Rax. They're probably just gonna go for the tier 2 in the top lane to give themselves access to all 3. They're not really waiting for anything major at this point. Dire Scan does connect. So they actually have a pretty good read on where Spirit might be set up. I just don't really foresee Spirit looking to take the fight outside of their base, right?
If you can surprise them and you maybe get the numbers fight, you do it. I will say, delaying the push a little bit, Tusk has gotten his BKB. Maybe that's part of the avenue, you know? You overcommit and Tusk is actually able to get the saves now that he has this item.
We'll see. You know, it's a tall ask at this point. Heading into bottom, smoking to the bottom lane. See if they can find anybody farming. For now, they're pretty much all in the base. The Blink, the Roar comes out. There's the cart out from Collapse. Lotus to actually get him some space as well. Pounds out with the BKB. A lot of damage coming in from the Clinks, but it's not enough to finish anyone quite yet, as he's actually stuck inside of the Macro Pyre, burning to death. They'll get some space, but with everything committed out of the side of Spirit, see if they can just safely retreat. You manage to get one hero, right? You take down the Shadow Demon, but I don't know if that's enough. They're gonna smoke. Okay.
I mean, I think that fight showed they have the damage to get the kills if it's in a good spot. And they're hoping Team Yandex is like, oh, we back off, we chill, we split up, right? You're hoping to get a pick off here. You need something like that when you're this far behind. But Team Yandex knows they're sticking around near the outpost where if you had to, worst case, buy back, straight TP in. Now he'll just respawn naturally, he'll TP in. They still have a bit of time on the Aegis left to, I assume, push top if they want to. Maybe they will also back out till they find their own pickoff. It is usually safe practice for pushing high ground, especially now that we've got BKB snowball save, we've got the workhorse save possible.
All right, real talk.
I think that's the refresher change coming in too, right? In the past, Beastmaster would just have that refresher shard and just have the initial roar, oh, he gets saved, refresher, pick another target, kill that target, and then you win that fight, you end the game right at that moment.
Yeah, I actually really like the change the refresher. I'm kind of glad there's no more of this double BKB shenanigans. I mean, they make it so BKB's base like lowest duration now is a little bit better, but overall, I think a good change. I was gonna say, real talk, as this game goes on, if Yandex don't end this game soon, we just hit level 25 on the Storm Spirit. He does have his Aghanim Scepter. There is some serious damage this hero is going to be doing in the fights. And during all of that, there is a carry Clinks, which is, in my opinion, probably the best scaling hero currently. Not in like all of Dota. I think in this game, in this series, this match, the Clinks does scale very well. So if they manage to stall this one out for longer on Spirit, I think there is a time frame where this gold advantage maybe stops mattering as much. That being said, Yatoro is... No. Okay, well, I'm sorry for bringing your name into this, Yatoro. My bad, buddy. You know,
Curse is too powerful.
Sometimes you just say the name once, and he dies.
You are right, though, right? He is the best scaling hero in this game, at least from what we used to know. I guess this new Beastmaster with the increased attack speed, this Bloodthorn build, maybe it scales better than what we're used to. I have a hard time imagining it's more than a typical carry. So if you can get there, yeah, the Clinks will maybe carry this. He's close to that Hydra's Breath, maybe that extra percent HP. I mean, it's a lot at this point, right? Beastmaster's 3,000 health, Underlord's 4,000, Void Spirit's 3,000. If he can actually get there, maybe that's it. But here's the banner committed with the catapult. I think he lost one first, but one's good enough. The Razorbacks getting to work as well.
The AoE on that banner is doing some serious work right now. So they'll get the tier 3 pretty much uncontested. Spirit really need to wait for their Clinks to get back into the game, but a Pitamal is going to chip them. As they try to find an opening, Hoodwink would be a great kill, but don't want to overcommit quite yet. Oh, Laurel goes in, gets caught for the moment, collapse nearby, pops the Lotus going in. Nice Vortex onto 2. The damage coming in quite a bit, but a nice save there from the Shadow Demon. That being said, the Clinks ripping through.
Nice
Notice
save
here,
from
can they finish the job? They do. Everybody's still alive for now as Laurel's gonna go in, gets caught, pops the BKB. He still has it. Nice catch onto both supports. Socks of falling low. Big heals though in from the Lotus as Watson's now caught out of position. It's gonna be Chira going in, trying to make space for him in this fight. Another pit coming through from the Aghanims of that Underlord. Trying to rejoin the fight as Watson's incredibly low. The buyback coming in from the storm, trying to find him, but he can't do it. Instead, looking for the Shadow Demon and Spirit of Held. It's a costly old 2 lanes of racks, 2 buybacks.
2 gems, though.
Yeah, 2 gems. You're not down. You're down, but not out.
That's how they've been killing Clinks, that everybody had a gem, you know? There was multiple gems. There was this Essence Distiller. Every time he's trying to get away through some sneaky path, they're finding him. Perhaps he can now cut the waves enough to continue to delay. With so many buybacks used, so who in the end, who was everybody? It was Underlord, Storm, and Tusk.
Yeah.
I mean, if you find the storm, then you're probably just done. Laurel was key to holding on, air quotes, holding on there, you know, to be able to find some of these kills.
Dude, these Lotus orbs,
double catch.
The Lotus has done so much work. Collapse is just straight, I mean, physically carrying the Storm Spirit right now, but in terms of giving the Storm Spirit so much space in this fight, they dispelled him twice, allowing him to have such a late BKB here.
And great news off of this fight. Yatoro, very close to Hydra's Breath. Percent HP damage about to enter into the game.
Dude, if they get Watson there, if Storm Spirit off that buyback gets Watson, that suddenly, I mean, he ended up with 1,700 gold. He would have had like 2,500 gold gained from that fight. He is going to be very scary. The Hydra Breath is so close. That's a risky move to finish it, but it works. Yatoro's gonna have it now completed. Watson goes in, gets the roar. The silence onto the Centaur. Can he get the card at the last second? He does. He needs to get Laurel to safety. Oh, that was so close. A really quick and smart attempt from Yandex. But with Storm Spirit still alive, Collapse is going to go and look for the stomp, gets himself kind of low, pops the Lotus, but a big Vortex onto 4. The damage from the Clinks raining in. They managed to take down 1, and Chirurgeon stuck on the wrong side of the gate. He needs a little bit of help, a little bit of time to get away. Dissimulate gives him the space he needs, but they want to chase and look for more. Can they do so? Yandex struggling to get this last lane of rack. We're almost 25 on Clinks as well.
That combo is so scary. The Vortex grabbing everybody into the Clinks' damage is terrifying, especially now that he has a Specialist Array plus a Hydra. Like, that's adding even more AoE now. Curious if we'll get the Searing multi-shot too.
The refresher for Underlord is interesting. We don't really see this that often. I can't even remember the last time I've seen a refresher Underlord, but it's a lot of Pit of Malices.
Yeah, the Pit has been really strong. And as their BKBs get used up, right, that just makes the Pit even more value. Can they actually steal this Roach away?
The scan connects. They know that this is happening. It's dying so fast, but will they know? The Pit comes out. They run in the Aegis. Who has it? It's on a
Cheers got it.
Oh no, a disaster for Spirit. They need to get out of this pit, but they can't. You've lost Clinks. You've lost Collapse. It's all on to Laurel. Can he kill all of them himself? He's taking down Beastmaster, looking for Cheer. They claim the Aegis, now turning their attention to Soxa Panto, offering a lot of damage here as well, but there's that Ice Path Macropyre pullback. He's burning to death. They can't escape. 4 dead on Spirit. No buyback left. You got the Beastmaster, but the cost is so heavy.
Oh man, that is such a close. Oh, he's frustrated with that. I mean, it's so close, right? They've been holding on so long. They could feel that that was the moment to come back. But at the final moment, Yandex cleaning this up. They're a little nervous throughout this game. They're going to complete the megas just in case. But there are, in fact, no buybacks, and they will soon discover that. That'll be game 1 outside of some miraculous hold. Call of the Fountain?
The Call of the Fountain is quite powerful, but the call of ending the game, it looks like that one even more powerful. Yandex will clean it up. They take game 1 here. A very fun first game of the playoffs. Spirit, they held for a while. They almost made the comeback, but just some clutch plays around the Roche pit. That Aghanim Scepter, Macropyre, just doing a ton of damage. And Spirit, well, see if they can come back in the second game. We'll have to see, but yeah, what an incredible performance from Yandex in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Malady that popularized this, like, Aghanim's Jakiro, as far as I know, and it shows exactly why, right? When you have so much control, possibly going back to why the Underlord wanted so many different pits, helps set up these Macropyres. I think Yandex, over the course of this game, played really well. They played the map well. That's what limited Spirit. Spirit knew, like, yeah, we got a creep cut, we got to avoid, but Yandex was on top of it. It was just that, like, second Aegis where they lost it a little bit too soon. I think that was probably their biggest slip up, but credit to them, they didn't let that tilt them out, even though they sort of knew they were on the clock, I think. Again, kind of a little confused on the new scaling of this Beastmaster, so maybe they didn't feel that much pressure compared to previous patches.
Yeah, you never really know, right? Like, we're all still trying to figure out the new patch. It's hard to tell which teams have the best reads, but in this game, at least, Yandex, a very clean draft, very good performance from the whole team. And yeah, gotta be pretty happy. As we finish this one up, game one, we'll go ahead and send it back to our panel to kind of talk a little bit more about this game.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is Yandex taking game number one here fairly convincingly, but I mean, it also went on a hell of a long time. I mean, Winter, why did this game go such a long time when Watson was so unstoppable through the whole thing?
I mean, it's kind of difficult to just shove up the high ground and just push and end the game, right? I think they're just doing the right thing, just increasing their chances of winning the game without having any risk of throwing. They were taking Roshans, they were farming the whole map. They were just farming everything, you know. Spirit, they were kind of stuck. They were only hoping to get some pickouts with the Storm. And I think that was basically it, right? The game was kind of over after, I want to say, like, what, 10, 12 minutes? I think the early game just kind of gave Yandex such a huge lead, and there was not much Spirit could have done, you know, after that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was a horrible laning phase. They never really recovered. T-Governor, was this the victory based on patch understanding, or was there something else at play?
I'd lean, I mean, patch understanding, both teams were kind of drafting like it was the previous patch, right? Like they weren't really trying to go too crazy in the 7.41 shenanigans, but I think they just knew what to do in the lanes better from Yandex. They just set themselves up a lot cleaner. They just played a really, really good game. There was no kind of like extra things they had to do, but for Spirit, I just didn't see them at all, right? For Yatoro, right? We just saw the stat line from the scoreboard, 0, 10, 8. That was the last time he had 0 kills in a game, was like a month ago when they got completely shut out from a game against Gamer Legion in Dream League. Like, you don't see Yatoro have 0 kills in a Dota game too often. Like, the fact that it's a month. So yeah, just a complete shutout from Yandex from the lanes, like Winter was mentioning.
Yeah, this looked like a different Spirit, not the Spirit we've been seeing go undefeated for the last couple of days in the group stage, but Yandex just completely getting the better of them. I mean, you know, is there hope for Spirit in game 2, Winter? You know, is this just sort of something which they can bounce back from pretty easily?
Yeah, for sure, there's going to be hope. I think this is one of those games that sometimes you play the lane kind of really, really loosely. You make a couple of mistakes. I think it all started from that death in the bot lane. I think the Tusk made a mistake, and then both him and Yatoro went down. I felt like that kind of snowballed the game so much to the point where they couldn't get runes. Storm was like losing. His first rune was at 18 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Like, he didn't get a single rune before that. And how are you supposed to play the game if your Storm has no runes at all?
All right, well, T-Governor, I believe you have a highlight to show for us, so, you know, show us what you're working with.
No, we're just going to show exactly what Winter was just talking about, right? Like, yeah, we're going to show it again, right? I mean, Saxor is one of the best shadow demons in the entire world, right? And then when you have the Underlord, it's like Disrupt into Firestorm, into Pit, you're going for all that pressure. Panto on his Tusk, he had shards, he had tag team. He wasn't actually able to kind of manipulate the positioning in any way to save him. So yeah, I think for Yandex, they just know how to utilize SD really well. So they get the double kill very early on in the lane. They get it again. A little bit of an overlap, right, with the Disrupt and the Firestorm, but it doesn't really matter. They are just doing as they always do, just find the kill. So when you have a Tusk and Clinks, I think you're anticipating a much better lane for Spirit, but it just went to absolute, you know, shambles so quickly. And then when you look at that, Yatoro, he's meant to get kills, he's meant to enter the game. He never entered the game. We've already showed his stat line. You compare that to Watson, he was having a completely free game on the Beastmaster, 21-116, last hits through the roof, GPM through the roof. I mean, I don't, maybe it's too early to say, but please, can I see a nerf to Beastmaster? I don't want, like, I don't, like, Aghanims is just like, I've always been a bit old school when it comes to Beastmaster. I've loved the concept of the zoo, you know, bring the Helm of Dawn, bring the animals, you know, not just the players, but the jungle to the game, right? But Ags has always been a bit too like, it's too much of an identity shift for me. And like, cool, we had our fun with it for a couple of years, I was hoping in 7.41 that Ags would just get like an absolute ban hammer, maybe a rework, whatever. But yeah, in this iteration with the changes, the buff to Axes, it's still the same thing. It's an absolute menace. This is my official plea. Can't we get rid of Ags on Beastmaster? Please,
Well,
if you are listening, get rid of it.
Actually, Winter almost feels like Beastmaster's maybe even better as a carry now with the, the scaling all the way up until 30 on the passive, on the innate, and then, of course, the new shard as well, which increases the damage through the right click. So maybe even better buffs for carry Beastmaster.
Hey, not to mention the laner. I think he's just a straight up stronger laner with the changes. As you can see in this game, like how much he dominated in the lanes, and because of how important it is to start off the games well, then you can control the shrines, everything. Beast just feels like a much better hero. Initially, I thought the nerfs were kind of, maybe it's a nerf, initially when I saw the Beastmaster changes, but after watching this game, I felt like I'm with T right there. This hero is just still so strong.
So good, and Yandex making it look absolutely broken. Before we head off to a break, Tegan, you got any other heroes to highlight on Yandex who played particularly well?
Oh, I mean, we could throw in a little Jakiro, all right? Ooh, 20 mana. That's not enough, Valve. 20 mana on a guy who spits fire and wants
Melody
5 mana
laughed.
boots. The Jakiro's wearing Wizard's hat. That's not a nerf. All right, so yeah, Beast, we want real nerfs on the Beastmaster. We want real nerfs on the Jakiro. Get to work. I want a letter patch. That.
Goodness me. Okay, alrighty. Well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Yandex absolutely handling Spirit in the opening match here. Can Spirit come back? We're going to find out after this short break.
Sun come
at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby.
Welcome back as we get into this series. Team Spirit versus Yandex, and Yandex are currently 1 game up off the back of a terrifying Watson Beastmaster, absolutely destroying game number 1, and also a group effort to completely shut down the Yatoro Clinks. Poor Yatoro didn't even get to play that first game. He was hunted throughout the map, caught every available opportunity, and never really got a chance to get off his damage. But at least he got to buy the cool new item. We got to see the Hydra's Breath at least, so he had that going for him, right, T?
Sure, yeah. Love to see that one. I don't know, like it's so early in the patch that I don't know if I have a read on the item. Like, and again, Winter and I were talking about it, like how good is it? How expensive is it? Like realistically, are ranged heroes gonna want to try and buy that before BKBs and other critical items, Hurricane Pikes and Ags? I don't know. Yay, new item. Sorry, I should have given you the real answer. Woohoo! We saw the new item, Nomad. Yeah.
We also saw an Essence Distiller. We didn't see the Consecrated Reps, though, I don't think, or the other one, the Cruxella thing, which most people seem to think is kind of not great.
Oh, good news for you guys.
What's up?
They have found the problem. Jakiro is the problem. There's no more Jakiro. Spirit removed the Jakiro.
Okay, they can survive. Oh, and then they go for the tree. Hold up.
Literally, the games that they lost in the event so far is just only against Jakiro.
Well, you'd like to think that maybe someone would have picked up on that stat earlier. It's kind of surprising it took them this long, but they are in the upper bracket, so maybe they didn't need to learn that quickly.
Oh, there you go. You just got a piece of paper off the floor. That must have been the one with the band Jakiro written on it.
They could only afford to print 5 pieces of paper, not 6, and the 6th paper was the Jakiro one. Unlucky. Well, all right. Anyway, Tree gets picked up, but didn't it get some pretty big nerfs? Like his shard, the restore time is like insanely long now. The charges also got decreased. Yeah. That's like, to me, that's like
armor got nerfed as well, right? The lower levels of your armor it got nerfed a lot. I think level 4 is the same, but they got nerfed at the early levels.
Yeah. But at least, okay, so in that sense, Tree is still going to be the same post-laning hero in regards to how powerful living armor is. Of course, in lane, he'll play on Leech Seed and be kind of a body, but pretty much we're looking at, for Tree to be as powerful as the previous patches, he needs 4-point living armor as early as possible, then he's fine. But his vision is hardcore nerfed. So if you are picking Tree, you are kind of, you have to make sure you use your eyes in the forest correctly. You can't just throw them down like in the last patch. And that's about it. So I'd argue Tree is still viable, as we see from Spirit picking it. You just have to respect that certain aspects are a bit more kind of skill based. You can't just be so flippant.
Probably
with your
just
casting.
less broken, yeah.
Yeah.
The hero is still gonna do his thing in the game. Skip vision. Very annoying as a carry to play against Tree, and you have to buy Manta. You have to pick a hero that can buy Manta.
I mean, you're also going to use the invis to place the observers yourself anyway, right? So you probably get some extra ward out that a traditional 5 wouldn't be able to place, and you're always going to have to value that in a Treant Protector.
You are indeed, yeah. Just still a very annoying hero despite the nerfs. I think it just kind of brought him down into check, but still probably going to be viable. We'll see. Team Spirit, can they make it work? But Yandex going for the Slardar. Relatively early on in the draft for a Slardar, but what are our thoughts on this hero?
Just kind of interesting. I feel like Trian kind of counters Slardar, isn't it? Like I feel like it's not easy to play Slardar into Tree, the early stages with the living armor.
Yeah, but then it will change, right? Because of course you have then the haze, you have the crush, so you're getting up to just do like kind of scout out these random areas. I mean, also in draft flexibility, like knowing that you can pick it off lane or mid. Like if you pick it open. Now Spirit's like, okay, we have to start thinking, okay, what if the Slardar goes here? They pick a Muerta, most likely to carry because the Slardar. Like, if Slardar wasn't picked, they're not picking Muerta in this position, right? So I think Yandex is kind of, okay, Yatoro is role-playing a pirate in the hope to spy on the draft there. Hopes his eyesight's okay, but yeah. I think Slardar just forces things in a draft. That's kind of how I see the hero.
Yeah, it definitely means you can't pick certain heroes. You also can't pick mid laners who could be vulnerable to getting Slardar'd. So you really got to limit your picks in this regard. But likely won't be the best Slardar game early ever if it's picked this early.
I like the Tide against the Slardar. Always have the Dispel against Slardar. And the Shard as well. Always nice against the Fish. Can't run away. And Tide right now is the natural enemy of Slardar because when you kill someone, you get to eat the fish, you know. So whenever you kill Slardar, you should be able to get double charges, you know, because Slardar is a big fish.
Or you should just be able to eat him straight up.
What's it called? Titan's Catch?
Is it? I have no idea what it's
Catch. The innate.
Oh yeah. Wonderful.
Really looking forward to this. I'm really looking forward to this. I don't care what else happens. I'm just going to be watching this this Tide Hunter gobble up fish like it's SeaWorld.
How long until the cosmetics for the fish as well? That's when you know it's here to stay, by the way. If Valve introduces a collector's cache with fish upgrades, oof. Spirit at least, I think they've accepted that Yandex outplayed them in the early game last game, and they've opted to go for very kind of play yourself heroes that get yourself, like defensively get yourself through the early game, right? Like Tide, he's the blob. Muerta, she just chills and like you dead shot, you put Calling on the ground, you can kite back a bit. Tree, again, one of the strongest 5 positions at just enabling a safe lane. So Spirit's like adaptation from game 1 to game 2 is not like let's outfight Yandex, it's just let's survive through Yandex. And then they take the Marcy, a hero that has had just a splendid amount of changes to her in 7.41.
Tide is kind of like always a natural counter against Marcy. If Marcy's a core, I feel like it's not an easy lane to play, you know, like Tide's always nice against Marcy.
I want it to be 4 though. I want the Marcy to be the 4 position. Oh, yeah. Because like she has like the bodyguard just got a nice amount of changes where obviously the passive to her, then obviously her ally, then you rebound, you do get to drag the ally in by default, so the facet kind of survived. So Marcy's still good. You get to run with a Slardar, you can jump on top of the Marcy, on top of the Muerta with the Alk as well. Like it's just the whole Yandex lineup is just little combos of damage and aggression throughout.
And the Elk is kind of nice because right now you have you don't have that ancient cam on the side, and I feel like it benefits the Elk when it got demoted to a medium cam, so you can just stack and farm it. I feel like out of all the carries, Elk kind of loves this the most. So when I saw the changes in the patch, I felt like Elk might, you know, maybe sneak back into the meta because of this small little change.
Yeah, we have been seeing quite a lot of him in the first few games on the patch, so maybe Alk is back. Team Spirit going back in for their Storm Spirit despite game 1. I mean, Lyle still looked great on the Storm despite the game that his team was having. He still managed to make some plays, so no surprise to see them run back for it.
The lockdown from Yandex is very skirmishy lockdown. It's not like hard, you know, you are going to kill an elusive hero style lockdown like Alk, Marcy, Slardar. You need to like perfectly combo it, or probably you're gonna run around the fight and be pretty chill. Of course, Spirit will be able to pick out a phase. They technically, I mean, are holding the Muerta flex between 4 and carry, but it's probably already decided. Even Yandex is like, cool, whatever. We're just taking away some of the stronger 4 positions that can, you know, keep the Tide through lane. Tide under line, such a classic lineup. This is like older DPC Alliance, draft. We first pick Tide, we pick Lion, we play any lane because you have the big blob and a stun. You're kind of gonna be pretty good.
It's a winning combination.
Yep.
Hoodwink is kind of like a nice replacement, like with the Gush and punish people in the lane. Probably Tide Hoodwink is probably like the strongest combinations for the lane. And kind of pressure and get kills outside of Lion.
I feel like I'm missing a hero. I feel like what is a better 4 now for them? It's just I'm just looking at Spirit's lineup. It's like whatever the 4 pick is, I just want to see the hero be able to actually make moves. Because we spoke about how important Rue's role was in the last game, but his safe lane disappeared so quickly that it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
But like he has to be able to contest runes. He should be able to at least set up Tide with small camp block. You are now level 3. I can go make moves, but there's some kind of cool creative heroes you can find, but they will kind of concede on the map play.
It also has to be a range hero, right? So he can actually work well with the Tide. Do you think
They
it
could
might
go
end up
for
in a
snap.
situation where there's no pause 4s already, then they have to use the Muerta as a 4?
Potentially, because I'm looking at the 4s, and again, like maybe I'm just missing a really obvious hero, and like they pick it, and I go,
Okay.
It's kind of it's okay.
Not the best with Tide.
No.
It's okay. It's good with the Storm. You have the Chakra, but
Yeah,
with the Tide, not so much.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I see the hero, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Like you're gonna be able to like stack camps, you're gonna throw some like mana on a Storm, and he's gonna be like, ooh, yay, more fight for me. But like, Spirit is kind of potential. Like Tide needs to go Ags. Kotl then has Illuminate. Muerta with Deadshot. Like they can hold this game hostage. Like if they lose out the early game, they are going to be so disgusting in their ability just to toxically push waves and just hold Yandex in like in a limbo of like, you need to close this game up correctly, or we will just eventually overcome the problems that you made for us.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Final pick now for Yandex. And they need themselves either an offlaner or a mid laner, and they are going to go in for the Queen of Pain as a final pick for them. So nice bit of magic damage coming through. This will tie off Noticed on the Slider and round off the draft quite nicely. How does this Yandex draft differ from their last one, Winter?
I think very similar from the last one. They're kind of trying to just play well ahead from the laning phase. They have pretty strong lanes, and then they have like a good matchup in the mid lane. So they're definitely looking to do the same thing where they try to win the lane, control the runes, and just try to snowball from there. But this time, I think Spirit has a much better setup in the lanes. I kind of like their draft this time more. So I feel like they should be able to answer it better this time.
Tegan, you like what Team Spirit's putting down?
Yeah, it's more like a draft adjustment of survival, right? I do agree with Winter that they got better lanes this time. I think Lau should be helped out on his runes a bit better this time, but I'm still really scared of like what happens if the lanes do go poorly. Yandex, they have all this damage. They can take Roshan, they can take Tormentor, they can farm the stacks really efficiently. They're going to be able to itemize to deal with the your Toro Muerta that needs so much time to get online. So for that, I'm kind of worried for them. But yeah, Yandex, like their draft, if they execute on it cleanly, it'll be really fun with the amount of kills that they can find. Like all of their heroes want to like play with each other to break the entire map.
I think there's a lot of responsibilities on Trian, on Panther. He needs to be the one gate ganking. He needs to help the Tide to get some kills there and sort of like get the early game going for them. If he doesn't do that, I feel like they might have a hard time, going into the mid game.
Alrighty, Yandex one game up. If Spirit can't pull it together, they will be knocked down to the low bracket here at ESL One Birmingham. Can they pull it out of the bag? Let's find out with our casting duo of Ricky and Zach.
Thank you, Nomad. Yes, game number 2 about to begin. Based off last game, Yandex absolutely dominated the laning stage. They came out of it with a ton of momentum. Pretty much never gave Spirit a legitimate avenue back into this game. Like they had a couple attempts to try and pull things back, but for the most part, it was Yandex's game from start to finish. We'll see what they do this time around. Zach, how do you feel about the draft Obviously, kind of a weird question on the new patch, like, oh, which team's better? But do you believe more in this this draft? Oh God,
well, hold that thought.
We'll see if they can finish off Chiro Jr. here. First blood would be a great way to start the game, and it goes to Collapse. And he leveled Blink at the last second. That is very painful.
He didn't want to. He was waiting, but by the time he saw the blast coming in, he couldn't level it and blink out fast enough. So, yeah, the indecision kind of got him there. He really wanted to greed out to start with a regular ability. Instead, you lose on every front.
He's got one yummy fish already.
One fish. I missed the animation. Dang, I haven't actually seen the animation. This is all I care about, actually. Fishing, dude, one way or the other, fishing is slowly being added in the foraging, and now this.
True.
Fishing is becoming real. 7.8, wherever, like down the line, however many years it takes, fishing will be in Dota.
We're getting
Anyways,
there.
back to your original question. Oh, wait, they're going to show me the fish animation. Yes!
Yummy.
Thank you.
Thank you, production. Well,
Love that.
as for the lane, it should be pretty free for the Storm Spirit this first wave. I mean, typically the Queen of Paint's supposed to kind of dominate, I would say, like the first 3-ish levels, but with Storm Spirit, it's pretty chill. You know, considering there's no dagger to worry about until now.
Yeah, it's an easier start for him. But of course, once you're back to like, I don't know, level 4, you're kind of back on track. Just an unfortunate start. At least the kill didn't go to Laurel. Otherwise, that makes it even worse for him in this mid lane. It went over to Collapse, which is a much better start for Spirit. Because draft aside, I think what really fell apart for Spirit was just the repeated kills down here, which could happen again. Like the Marcy Slardar combo that can be scary if they get close. Treant's a pretty good hero to fight other melees, and Muerta has, you know, Deadshot, but no escape if they get on top. So as long as Spirit does better down there, I feel like that's already a lot of improvement from game 1. That feels like, you know, we just never felt Yatoro's presence in the last game. He did his best to creep cut, but the scaling damage they needed from him, the moments we saw him join, it just wasn't enough. The same idea, like it's a different hero on the Muerta, but it's the same concept, right? Her ultimate will be quite strong versus a lot of Yandex's draft. A lot of their heroes are meant to play fast, you know, win this game before you get to that scary Spirit late game. You can't be losing the save lane super hard like last time. That's ultimately what cost them.
Yeah, I actually really like the changes to Muerta in this patch. We'll see, you know, how good it actually makes her. I think on paper, it seems pretty strong, but we'll have to see what ends up happening. Top lane, another kill and another big fishy for Collapse. He's up to 2 now. He's a big boy.
He's eaten 2 yummy fish.
Here's the thing. We've been seeing Alchemist actually get picked up for, you know, the first time in quite a while. This hero was kind of dead. I honestly don't exactly know why. I mean, teams are believing in it. Maybe it's the change.
Why he was dead or why he's back?
Why he's back, you know? Like, I don't really have a good read on why he's back, but they're, you know, teams are going for him. They're feeling like he's pretty solid.
I'll give you my theory after we see this Lotus fight break out. Pulled back in. That was a long pull from Soxa, but that's going to get him the first blood. Or not the first blood, the first kill down here and the healing Lotus. The first kill they need, because that's what they want. They want to repeat how the last game was going. Last hit's not going as well as before, so they do want to find these kills.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, right? You don't have a good ways of escaping this duo once they actually get on top of you, so good stuff there from Soxa and Notice to take advantage of, like, the low armor hero that is Treant.
Yeah, the Lotus kind of forced the issue, forced them to get close. Back to this Alchemist question. If you remember a couple patches ago, before the waterways got added, we had that camp behind the safe lane tower that was the medium and the small camp, which is essentially what we're back to. Most carries cannot do ancients that early, but a lot can do medium and small camps. And so you see Malady stacking already. Alchemist, you know, he's going to use acid spray. He's going to farm both. It's the kind of farming Alchemist likes. One of the best items against him was Shiva's. Shiva's gave you armor, it gave you anti-heal, it slowed down his attack speed. It has more armor, but it doesn't have the anti-heal that it used to, which I think makes it now a little more awkward. Like the anti-heal items are essentially Spirit Vessel, which some heroes can build, but it can be answered by Dispels. Then there is Scotty, which only some heroes can build and is typically a carry hero. And then it's the new item, Krella's Crozier, can like steal your health restoration, essentially reducing it. And I'm not really sure who's building that right now. But it doesn't have that like neat fit like Shiva's did, which a lot of mid heroes who were the ones who would try to slow down the Alk, they were like, yeah, I'll build it, you know? I don't care. It's the perfect item for me.
Yeah, my thought process was like, I guess the small medium is back behind the tower, and like that was what made Alchemist really strong. Like you accept that you're gonna lose your lane, and then you do this, and you're like, haha, I'm back, right? So we're still seeing a lot of stacks being made by Spirit at the same time. Like they know that this is the game plan for the Alchemist. So Collapse, who is having an absolute free lane, is going to have an enormous amount of stacks in the jungle to clear up as well. So
just kidding. Laurel's got him.
Well, yeah, Laurel takes the hard camp, right? But that ancient camp is definitely going to go to Collapse. Top lane, rotation from Panto. Very nice root in with the damage. Watson's going to die, and did Collapse get the fish? He did. We lost the animation due to the stun, which is, you know, unfortunate.
Yeah, that's exactly what the panel wanted to see, right? They wanted to see Panto make these rotations. It's very sneaky on the Treant, thanks to the Nature's guys. You show up, get these kills, slow down the Alchemist. See what they can do to help mid. Though Tree's kind of an awkward hero to help mid. You used to just spam the Marcy's passive, kept the courier alive.
That's big. Those are the boots. That being said, Malady's in a really rough spot. Does have dive, but the damage coming in from Collapse. He wants the fish, man. He's going to chase after this one. One more anchor smash. Maybe you do it. Ravage. Okay, they're not going to do it. I would have ravaged, but, you know.
He doesn't want the fish badly enough. Mistake. I'll save it for a more important kill. Preferably the Alchemist, of course.
Yeah, the Alk or the Quap, right? You probably just walk to one of the lanes. But right now, we're seeing a much better lane performance out of Spirit. All three cores looking really good in terms of CS. Definite improvement from game one. We'll see how long they can keep this going, though, because there is like a timer where Notice gets level 6. Suddenly, Corrosive Haze is a very good ability to gank with, especially if Sox is nearby. I don't think we'll be seeing too much out of the Alchemist for a while. I think his game plan is pretty much what we're seeing right now, which is jungle.
That's always Alchemist's game plan, right? You got to get the Radiance blink before you really start doing too much, and it's your opponent's job to mess with you, which is exactly what Spirit's trying to do right now. Won't be easy to kill him, but can make sure he's not comfortable farming. You are going to need some help, though.
He definitely is going to need some help. Now that the ultimate is expired, I was like, yeah, they could definitely just drop the Ravage. They really want the fish buff. Give it to Collapse. One more gush, 1 second. Oh, yeah. Fish number 4.
That's why you don't Ravage a Phoenix. You know, you want the Alchemist. You want the Alchemist's fish, right? Not the Phoenix's fish.
Right,
I like that they block that camp in the back too. That they know what Alchemist wants to do. You actually used to do this in the past too when we had the small camp and the medium camp back there. You would sometimes block these.
They're actually scanning, seeing if they're going for a D ward or something, if the Phoenix is sitting nearby. It's just barely off the mark, but Collapse will get this tower, and he's on his way. First item will be Shiva's Guard this game.
It's like a reverse of last game. This time it's Spirit. Doing really well in the lanes. I think it's just that mid lane that is kind of struggling, though maybe not that surprising. Queen of Pain into Storm, though she started Blink, so maybe it could have gone a bit better. I'd love to see them try to help him get some runes, because Laura was not able to find a rune last game for a while, and Storm lives or dies by those. This game you have a keeper, I suppose, so got a little help with mana if you have no runes, but still.
They're gonna get a little bit of damage to Collapse. He's very tanky though, so I don't foresee a kill coming their way, but they will manage to push him out for now.
The fish are too powerful. What's he got? He's got 3 health, 2 attack range, and 1 bonus damage block per fish. So it's not too much right now, but it's getting there. You also get a fish for leveling up. I don't think it shows in the buffs, but for anyone watching and confused by the fish now in Dota, you get a fish for leveling up, you get a fish for getting kills, you get a fish for people dying under your debuffs.
Yeah. I mean, you can just hover the ability to kind of see the totals that he's gained, which, you know, it adds up quite fast. Bottom lane, Invis Rune gained for Cheer Jr. on the Queen of Pain. Going for that first item, Kaya. Okay, I thought they would save these ancient stacks for Collapse, but Laurel, I guess, needs it a little bit more. Unless Collapse
just kidding, he's here.
Assist and take them. Nah, most of them go to Laurel here, which is nice.
I like Collapse's choice for this casual shawl. He'll build something out of it later, but pretty cheap now, and you just get 10 extra magic resist, which before... Ooh, Toro getting low, but okay, he's okay with Panto here.
Pretty low commitment, and with
okay,
Queen of Pain coming through, yeah, this should be a very easy kill. I believe that's Max Crush now on notice. He's level 7 now with a blink forward from Cheer Jr. Desperately trying to close the gap here onto Yotoro, but Tidehunter TPing in. Gonna put a stop to this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Where Tidehunter goes, I don't think anyone else is gonna go. You have to commit a lot to kill this Tide.
I mean, look at this chase bottom.
Give me your fish.
He's just a hungry lad, man.
He gets 2 fish when he kills Slardar.
That would be true. I would like that for lore reasons.
Okay, I will accept 1 fish if they add a custom animation where he just eats Slardar.
Or any of the, like...
Any of the fish.
Yeah, any of the fish heroes.
Yeah.
It needs to be gruesome, like Attack on Titan status, where they just start getting chopped in half.
You gotta raise the rating on this game.
It needs to be brutal. 12-minute power rune spotting out. It's gonna be an amplified damage picked up for Collapse. And even scarier, Tidehunter now is your mid tower. Not gonna survive this.
I mean, how do you deal with him, right? He has bought a plate mail and a casual shawl. He has a chipped vest, 4 fish, of course, right? He's so tanky. His resistances are really high at this point. And a lot of your damage is physical, which he will then hit you with the anchor smash and reduce your damage. You need Phoenix and Queen of Pain and a lot of time to kill him, which is why I like that casual shawl, right? It's answering the one way they have to kill him. At least till Watson gets really farmed, and he's still working on the Radiant, so you're not worried about him for 5 more minutes. At least Tide's not worried about him. Rue's got to be a little careful.
I mean, he's gonna have it in like a minute. Like, Radiance is almost done. He'll be very close to having it, but... Oh, jump in. Okay. Never mind. Marcy still seemingly does a lot of damage with Unleash. Add a little bit of minus armor from the acid spray. That'll do it. Comically fast death there.
He's not collapsed, you know? He's not the tanky Tidehunter. All the other heroes still have to be worried about what Yandex has. I like this. Collapse just so up front in their face. He's not going to start stealing their triangle farm. Has Panto to kind of like scout for him too.
See if they can do this. Notice does get the sprint, but a really nice overgrowth here. They have Tidehunter Ravage if they want to throw it, but a great save from the Marcy. He manages to survive, but Soxa, yeah, underneath the tier 2. They don't want to chase any further. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower
Good play there
is
from
under
Yandex. Really good save from the Marcy. That's 2 big spells, right? Overgrowth and Ravage committed for this. It is one of those things where I think Spirit are still pretty dominant on the map, so I don't know how much Yandex can get out of this time that these are on cooldown, but it is still space for Alk, and that is the main thing you're trying to get right now.
He's getting an Ags on Alchemist.
First Ags on maybe Queen of Pain could go super hard. I'm trying to think who else. Like, there's no way you just give it to Slardar, right? I feel like that would be a little rough.
Radiant's middle tower
But
is under
maybe a first item Ags to Queen of Pain. Scan does come through. It's a really good smoke. This is the blink reveal out from the Slardar. Who do they find? Yatoro gets the crush, the leap in, the stun from Watson as well. It's enough. Now you gotta run. You gotta get out of here. The rest of Spirit trying to cut him off. Panto with a nice ward placed aggressively. And they'll look for Soxa, it seems. I say that, they do manage to find the tree first, and with that, Panto is dead instead. Clean 2 kills there for Yandex.
Getting back on track a little bit. The gold lead's pretty close. Technically, you're behind when you have an Alchemist, right? You're supposed to have the gold lead. That goes back to that top lane going so well for Spirit. So Alchemist has just started to build that gold difference. But we usually see him go for the blink and other items. The Ags, I'm still thinking through this.
The new Ags is insane.
Yeah, the Scream of Pain is pretty good. Like the when it activates with the dagger, and the damage went up a little bit, I think, in the recent patch.
I mean, the amount of bonus gold it generates through Greevil's Greed is kind of nuts. Like,
I didn't do the math on how quickly it pays back.
I mean,
You know,
what,
that you get it
6
early
base
enough
gold?
and then... Bro, my NA education can't handle that. I'm not ready. I need a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'd have to see I'd have to like graph this. Yeah, I'd have to like open Excel, make a graph, and see how quick, like what the actual number of CS you need for it to pay itself off is.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, like, if they continue this strategy where they're just like making space for the Alchemist, it does pay itself off. Like, I would assume relatively fast. I'm guessing they've done the math on this. The question is, who's going to get the first Ags? You know, like, is it just Chira Jr.? Are they going to give it to your Slardar? Are they going to give it to Marcy or the Phoenix? Like, who actually knows? But the jump in here from Laurel. Nice Vortex, but a save for the pick-me-up. They are out. They committed the Sonic Wave for this as well. Blink from Chira Jr. up onto the high ground, going for the TP. He's going to make it. So another disengage from Yandex. They find nothing on Spirit. This is a 5-hero rotation.
They're going to keep moving in, though. They are just restricting the map, even if you don't get kills, which Alchemist might be getting farm, but are the rest of your heroes getting farm? Okay, now it looks funny because Alchemist did just give the Ags over to Chira Jr. So will this pay off? What can you do with this?
Okay, with the change to Scream of Pain, there's no way she dies to her own Ags at like this early in the game, right?
It's kind of early, yeah.
Because like,
she's almost at the
it's a
Summon
lot of
Yasha.
damage.
She'll heal.
Like, 25% of the Scream
it's
damage
gotta
is
be
a lot.
fine, right? Surely they tested it. I'm sure it's fine.
It would be hilarious if that actually happens. Like, she gets like a 5-hero Shadow Strike and then actually instantly dies. That I would, you know, that would be a funny moment. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I want to see it.
Radiant are scanning.
They have a lot of healing on the side of Spirit, though. Between the... Well, Treant's healing is a little harder to enact nowadays, but you... Ooh, is this intentional?
No, definitely not, but... you know.
They're going to get him in the end. Storm finally finding a kill. That's actually his first kill. All these rotations, like you said, have not quite paid off. That's his first galvanized stack at 19 minutes.
Well, with this, they will as they put some pressure on bottom, but the big Tidehunter okay.
Easy come, easy go. There goes that galvanized stack.
Well, there we go. Yeah, I was like, he had a galvanized stack. I don't know for how much longer. The physical burst damage on this lineup is incredibly high, right? It's one of the reasons Marcy combined with the Slaughter is so good. They just go in a little bit too aggressive here. Gets silenced up here. A nice overgrowth. There's going to be the Ravage clipping 3. 2 heroes dead, and those are stacks for Yatoro. We haven't really mentioned this aspect of the Muerta, but collapse. Yeah, I mean, he's gonna burn here to the Phoenix if nothing else. Very nice turnaround here. Watson getting the credit for the kill, and well, he went from 6th on the net worth to 2nd in a matter of moments, so something's paying off correctly.
I mean, you do get damage from it as well, right? So get a little damage, get this extra gold from farming and these kills. It's kind of working out.
It's so much gold, actually. What in the world is this?
I got some math to do later. They're going to try to punish it with all those ultimates down, but Alchemist already has his again. You have to do it in one go, which they did not get. Sox is on the way to save him.
Yeah, pick me up, gets him out, stun, thrown up onto the high ground. They might still turn this one for more. Cheerja goes in, gets the Shadow Strike in the silence, but maybe a little bit hesitant to continue the chase. I don't blame them. They're playing the long game, it feels like, on Yandex, right? Like, they're just going to farm up on the Alk who, you know, is actually progressing his items now. He gave, like, a casual Aghanim Scepter over, but now he's got to get BKB. He's got to start building some damage for himself. It's a pretty cool strat. Queen of Pain is one of the best scaling heroes, at least in my eyes, has been for a while, but one of the biggest limiting factors has been getting there. But casual infusion of an Aghanim Scepter might fix that problem.
It's also interesting because in the carry-to-carry matchup, at least in the past, right, I would rate Muerta over the Alchemist, and that's why you'd want to play a little faster. But if you consider the team scaling as a whole, good trade for the Tormentor, or Ags for the Tormentor here. They will not make it in time, even as they smoke and look for something. The scaling on support is a lot better for Yandex, and Slaughter also has a new change to his innate Seaborn Sentinel. It's percentage based instead of the flat, which means if you do go late, like that does eventually outscale what it used to.
Yeah,
so perhaps as a team you can outscale, even though you have Alchemist, who is typically a more early to mid game oriented hero. You go this greedy Ags build, you boost up your team, you'll still do stuff, right? Like Alk late game is still annoying. It's just not as hard scaling as other heroes, but then you cover that with two of the best support players out there who have been playing a scaling style.
I mean,
maybe it's his turn to be the support.
They have some of the best support Ags, like, legitimately as well. If you think about Alchemist, after he buys a couple more of his own items, turns around and gives an Ags over to either the Marcy or the Phoenix, it's going to cause a lot of issues in the fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We're looking at the BKB timings here for Yandex. I think that's kind of what they're waiting for at this point. The Aegis, yeah, it's on Spirit. I think that's kind of puts pressure on Spirit to get something done with it. Because you are going to slowly start to fall behind in that gold lead. The longer that you wait.
I'm looking for top, but nobody here. I feel like this is one of the changes to the Treant. So more mana constant living armor has encouraged him to buy arcane boots, whereas in the past sometimes you skipped it. And then the shard nerfs, right? You just don't have as many as you used to. So you should just rush it, place them everywhere. If you lost them, no big deal. You gotta be pretty smart with them. So he kind of went for these other items first. They don't have that extra vision to work with, so it's not as easy to know where Yandex is for these moves and pickoffs. But you can at least know where the towers are, so they'll force this down with the Aegis. If Yandex wants to avoid us, we can at least get these.
Yeah, Muerta still does a ton of building damage. And, I mean, despite everything that's going on, Yatoro is still very, farmed on the Muerta. He's not actually too far behind. He's, you know, we kind of mentioned, I think she scales better as a carry now than she did in the previous patch. Even without, you know, some of the facets to compensate for it, but we'll see what they want to do here as a potential smoke into the triangle here. Finding Slardar would be pretty massive, but instead they're just going to position her on the mid-tier 2. Okay, no, collapse. I'll get some vision. Looking at Chira Jr. Oh, he's going to go in, drop the Shivas. There's going to be the dead in the water. A first Sonic Wave to make some space. Vortex back in. In comes the Ravage onto 3, but the VKB is going to protect them. They're going to try and turn this around. Laurel, pretty low on mana, is going to get silenced up, and Watson looking to finish the job. That's the Aegis. Can they find more? Egg dropped on the high ground to try and burn through them. It's a lot of damage, but Malady is dead, and Storm Spirit being a little bit too far. So Aegis down. You get the Phoenix, but you've spent a lot for this. It's not bad from Spirit, but is it enough?
It's funny to see a 5-on-5 where only one hero dies, but both teams have a lot of tankiness, resistances, heals, and then due to this Ags build, they're lacking some typical damage from the Alchemist. 10 heroes walk in, 9 heroes walk out. I guess they lost the Aegis, like you said, too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's still a question of, like, does Muerta actually just outscale all of them, right? I'm not sure. You know, maybe Spirit's read is, yeah, we're not pressured. Like, we believe in Yatoro. We believe in our late game where Spirit, when they're in good form, everyone is scared of the late game Spirit, right? They always manage to find these crazy fights. You'll have the Treant Shard to work with, even though it's been nerfed. It's still extra vision that Yandex doesn't have, so you know when they split up, you know where to go. They might feel fine.
It's definitely
Do we
possible.
take greedy enchantments? We're gonna have a
tough, pretty good this game. You need armor, right? So not super surprising. 3 stacks on Supernatural, very neat. Yeah, I don't know if this is enough to like for her to like really turn into a legitimate carry. I think the passive part of it is nice. Whether or not the 1% per death is good, we'll have to see.
Any scaling, as long as you're not dying, the scaling's always helpful, right?
Yeah. Smoke dip here on Yandex. Slaughter's gonna run right by a ward though. Tidehunter knows
they see the Radiance burn.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like maybe the scaling on Spirit is there. I mean, we saw how much damage the Storm Spirit could do last game, even when they were super far behind. They jump in, find the Phoenix. The silence is there with the Muerta. They get the kill. No escape there. A very nice ward sentry deep in that lane, giving them the vision that they need, and Collapse will just frontline for his team. Right? The Tidehunter is so tanky right now. But if they manage to open onto the right here, Yatori gets the BKB off in time, but they find Tree and Sonic Wave deletes them. Now the question is, can Chira Jr. get out? BKB of his own is going to make a little bit of space. They turn onto the Tidehunter. He's going to pop the Kraken Shell, try and reduce some of the damage, but they catch the Phoenix with the Ravage. No egg, and that is going to be a dieback. Pick me up to pull back Watson. And Spirit's going to continue the chase to jump in, dead in the water. He's found the Marcy. Rue will help finish the job with the blinding light, and Spirit coming out ahead in the fight. They finished off the tower. You may be down a little bit in gold, but the damage, it's there.
Panto scouted ahead just enough. I think we'll see here, right? Oh, just after. They saw Marcy jumping in, which is why it gave Yatoro time to react with the BKB. And after that, you have to change targets on Yandex. But they were really hoping to jump Muerta, kill her with the Phoenix buyback and win this fight. Once she's good to go, you know, you're in a weird spot. You've delivered yourself to the Muerta.
Whoa, they found Watson. All right, Laurel's out of mana, though. He should be fine. You're right, though. Yeah, it's we're kind of seeing the Alchemist issue of, like, does this hero actually scale well enough? Like, he's got farm, but we're not seeing maybe enough damage out of the hero quite yet.
I'm also trying to feel if, like, was the Ags on Queen of Pain worth it in the end at this point, right? It is a good item and the damage scaling is great, but some of the reason the damage scaling is good is because of the other items that she has. Like, it all ties together, you know? Was that early of an Ags when all she has is a Sanjin Kaya? Actually got it before the Sanjin Kaya, you know? She just had the Kaya. Like, did it really, has it paid off? I guess the longer it goes, it does, but...
Yeah, I mean, it might have increased farm speed a decent amount as well. Mid lane, they see the tide, but they need to see something else. He's not really the hero you want to go on. They'll get some vision of Rue. They saw Panto as well, but they managed to get the opening. The big Sonic Wave onto 2. Can they finish the job? It's going to be noticed, taking out the Treant. Cheer Jr.'s already very low to start the fight. Malady keeping them back. Watson looking for an opening, but they found the Marcy dead in the water. In multiple ways there, dying in the river. Collapse just has no hesitation. He's willing to jump in at any moment.
He's so tanky. He got this consecrated wraps too, which I think is this. I think it's really good.
This
like once you're
OP,
fighting,
bro.
Yeah, it is so good.
good.
And in that last fight, because he's so tanky, 9 tanky fish at that fight. He has all these items, right? He jumped in just as Alchemist was about to join that fight. And if Alchemist gets in there, I think Yandex cleans that up. But instead, everyone jumps in and Alk is stuck in the back because the blink got canceled by Collapse. You end up losing your supports. You know Phoenix has no buyback. 2 catapults spawning earlier than before. Great identification from Spirit. Like, let's just go. Let's just go get high ground. Why not?
Jump in, Watson.
Maybe this is why not.
Yeah, he doesn't have the damage to find Laurel himself. Needs to be careful. BKB's been spent. And with this, can they hold the high ground? Cheer Jr. needs to start chipping them down. Yutoro does have the ultimate, will use it. Ethereal Form's going to protect him for the moment, but how much longer can they keep this up? Big Sonic Wave on to do, but Laurel's going to jump in instead here on the Storm Spirit. The BKB protecting, but a really nice egg is down, but they've got their BKBs up. They take out Malady. Can they get out now is the question. Silence catching him, jump in again from Notice. Big Overgrowth's gonna find 2, and they just turn on the Alchemist. He's dead. Soxa is gonna jump in with the help of these heroes, but can he get out? Notice trying to finish off Laurel's gonna get him. He's yoinked the gem, trying to run now as Cheer Jr. is still alive. The Queen of Pain. She's the real carry. They've invested so much into this hero. Ooh, he needs to be careful, but they will finally get the job done. A full team wipe for Yandex, but it's still a little costly.
It was close. I think it was the Marcy that disposed Muerta out of the Caudal heal coming in. And I think if that heal had connected, Yutoro can probably finish the job there. We see how low Chira Jr. and Noticed are at the end of that fight. That came down to the wire. Yeah, we see here a lot of damage from that stun ray throughout that, even though the egg ultimately falls.
It was still enough damage coming out from the Phoenix. I mean, otherwise this chase doesn't happen, right?
The jump in.
You're right. He did pull
delivers his carry to the Muerta to make sure the damage starts, and then dodges the heal. That was a great play from Soxa, letting them win this one.
Yeah, I didn't realize he missed the heal as a result. That's actually nuts.
Yeah, like you said, a little costly because you do lose your own carry alk, but yeah, Spirit feels it. It's like, oh, they had some momentum going for them. That was their push. You know, they could have backed out a little sooner.
Soxa's got the wraps as well. Dude, this item is nuts. I actually cannot believe how good
it's gonna get nerfed.
Yeah, I'm like this item has to get nerfed.
Technically, when you're not fighting, you know what, it's not doing as much for you. But once you start fighting, getting a charge every 3 seconds essentially translates to 40 HP regen, which is absurd. It's like Abaddon casting Aphotic Shield on you off cooldown, as long as you were constantly fighting and activating it.
Jump in, looking for the tide. They get the initiation here onto the storm. Hexed up. Can they finish the job? Huge heals coming through. They get him. Just at the last second, they didn't see the Alk. He was invis during all of that. And that tiny little bit of extra damage, the scythe reveal from the Queen of Pain. They take out the Storm.
And you know, if she hadn't been given an Aghanims, she would have built her own Aghanims, and that scythe would not be here. So that is some of this Ags gifting coming back around. It's really interesting to see. I'm still a little uncertain how good it is or not, but it's cool to see how it's tying into this game. That kill with the scythe. Will it let you get this second Roach? Spirit's actually not here. Yandex could actually just run in and do it, but they don't see enough heroes. They're not certain.
Roshan not going down super quick here. I mean, they have a lot of minus armor, but it's about to switch pits. So I think, yeah, probably the right decision. Smoke up, prepare, get some vision place bottom. That being said, Spirit already has a ward here. They've got their gems. If they could scout out this ward, give them a little bit more vision to play around. But instead they jump in, have to jump down to the low ground as Collapse trying to make some space. With the Aghanim Scepter there, the Gush connecting on multiple heroes. They will back away to their own high ground and just kind of wait this one out, maybe. Are there any new items coming out? Any big pickups for these? Okay, I mean, that's one Blink for Treant Protector. Quite nice.
I mean, this is a very right-click oriented draft on Yandex. So BKB piercing overgrowth, disarming you.
And disarm.
Very strong. Do they have... They don't really have very many dispels. So if the BKBs are already active, overgrowth is full value. Ooh, Collapse just on point. He's been tanky this whole game. He is starting to get vulnerable, right? He can be killed.
Yeah.
But he knows his job is to be up front. And this is where the Ags is really helpful for Roche too, right? You just keep gushing in that direction.
Yeah, I feel like Yandex realized this. They've kind of spread out a little bit to start clearing out the jungle. They still have not managed to take the mid-tier 1 tower, right? Like, Treant Protector has done a really good job at keeping their buildings alive and just sitting at max health. Okay, the bauble for Alchemist does seem like a really good item for him.
So what did he take this time? Health restoration and minus base attack time. With corrosive weaponry, that's really interesting. And if he chooses to keep this at tier 5, you increase that further.
Yeah.
I don't know what his options will be and how worth it is or not, but that's a good enchantment. That's like everything you want, right?
Yeah.
You don't care that you're
really
losing
is.
intelligence.
Oh no, I'm dumber.
The ogre loses the intelligence.
Yeah, it's
the
like,
alchemist on
not
top.
the
He's like,
actual
"That's fine."
alchemist. Yeah. You're right. You're
This is
right.
actually better for me to maintain control.
Oh no. All right, the alchemist finishing up a Bloodthorn. Dude, this stalemate over Roshan, it's been going on for several minutes now.
It's where you miss
necessary,
having
though.
the shard. Yeah, both teams have to respect it, right? It's shown, depending who gets found first, that determines the rest of the
around.
fight.
Oh, Yotaro would be a massive fight. Panto hiding in the trees. They find Nose to get the stun. They actually find him. Treant's dead without buyback. In goes Laurel. Managed to get initiation here onto them, but they don't have the follow-up damage. The BKBs, the disengage. A 4v5 now. Yotaro still has Pierce the Veil available. Roshan being pulled out of the pit. Collapse still has the Ravage. Watson jumps in, gets a stun onto 2. The Nullfire, the takeout Storm. Collapse with a 5-hero Ravage. The egg is down. The Pierce the Veil is going to take out the egg, but they need help. Back in comes Laurel. They take down 2. No Alchemist. Chirurgy with the BKB able to disengage. Saksa not as lucky. They turn it around, but for how long? Noticed Chiro Jr. on the hunt. Laurel goes in, they manage to dodge the crush. They get on top of the Queen of Pain. The Science is there. They get the kill.
That's the gem too. Wow, what ups and downs in that fight. First, you take out the Treant Protector, and he's a big part of this fight. He bought out for the blink. He was really depending on the overgrowth disarm. You find a double stun, take out 2 more heroes. But Tide and Muerta, they're free. They save their BKBs. They just launch everything at the end. And you've committed so much up to that point. You had nothing defensive left.
What a crazy fight turn. I thought like seeing these two heroes die on my last fight's cooked, but my goodness. Muerta's damage. The buyback from Laurel as well. So clutch.
Oh, she has the Flares Boda too. That's so good.
Dude, Laurel dodging this gank here is also nuts. He probably would have died if the Crush or the Silence hit, right? But he dodges both.
And you've delivered yourself. Ooh, yeah, they're feeling that. It's a big swing to lose the Roche.
Well, with this, Storm Spirit completed Aghanim Scepter on his way to his 25 talent. It's gonna take a little bit before he gets there, but you've got level 25 on Muerta. That gunslinger percentage is absolutely nuts. And you know, your Alchemist gold advantage is essentially nothing. So you are desperately trying to find some more damage on your team.
Did mention the supports have good scaling, but the game has sort of slowed down for Yandex. You know, those supports haven't gotten as much gold as maybe they were hoping. Maybe some Ags deliveries, right? That got delayed suddenly. And this Muerta, right? She's kind of like this 3 or 4 item hero before she gets really scary, and she's gotten to that point now. 5 items, actually. Their turn to push. They have a banner kind of far forward. I feel like this banner could be further back. The catapult is right there. Maybe it's a bait though, right?
I was saying it could be a bait banner.
They'll jump you.
Then big vortex catches two. Collapse comes in. Dead in the waters onto the Marcy. They don't want to commit too far. So use the Unleash to clean that up and back away. Jump in. Watson. Trying to look for an opening, but Laurel goes in, manages to find another 2 heroes on the Vortex, continue to just chip away. They don't want to overcommit. They're being patient with this Aegis. They get 2 lanes of racks now down. We'll see if they can find more. I love this from Spirit. They're not like, a lot of times you see 2 heroes, Blink Ravage or something, right? They're just chilling. They don't want to overcommit. Oh, instead,
maybe do it now.
They're gonna go in, looking for Watson, jumps in from Notice, gets the Crush to try and make some space, but the Silence holding them at bay. Watson will barely make it back to the fountain, but that is his BKB.
It might have actually been able to kill him if they did Ravage that time, but now that he doesn't have BKB, you can, when he codes in now, you can just Ravage anytime you want.
Yeah.
That'll allow you to force this final barracks. You still have a lot of time, 1 minute and 40 on this Aegis. You're not even in that much of a rush.
Yeah, I think you let Collapse backline now, and you let him and try to initiate with a Ravage, or like counter initiate. They go for it. Ravage connects onto 2. Laurel on a sliver of HP will finally die, but that is the Aegis only. And well, Alchemist instantly dies trying to make a wraparound play. Just deleted by the Muerta. The question is, can they get out, or do they want to get out instead? Dead in the water, dropped onto the Marcy. No way to get away from this one. 2 dead as now Spirit looking to force a game number 3. Double buybacks coming through. The only person on the high ground is the Tide. Do you actually have the damage to find the kills? He has a BKB still. They drop the aim, the burn. It doesn't matter. Watson's dead again. Collapse. He might die. No, healed. Blink Overgrowth onto 3. Good night, Yandex. GG comes out. Spirit turn it around in this series. A beautiful performance. Playing their game, biding their time until they know they're strong enough on the back of the Muerta to win these fights.
There is so much magic damage on the side of Spirit. So once that BKB is down, you can see they felt really confident, just go that high ground. Watson tries to do the ramp around, you know, find that squishy backline, keep her the light. Yatoro did 3,000 damage to him in 2 seconds. Like without the BKB, you are getting deleted. You buy back, you go, and you still don't have it. I still got magic damage. I just kill you again. this is the refresher change, right? Like if Denalk saw this game in the past, he would not give the Ags. He would just buy BKB, get refresher, have 2 to work with, and then you have a different situation there.
Dude, he had so much bonus damage on Pierce the Veil at the end of the game as well. That was the other thing. It's like, you know, how much damage can you actually get out of this? You know, new innate, the rework on it. Turns out, if you go, 11-2 or something? I have to find a scoreline. Yeah, 11-2 with 8 assists, being involved in a lot of these late game kills. It's a lot of damage.
I have to question if... I love this Ags idea. I'm not writing it off just based off this one game. I feel that top lane really went well for Spirit, right? That really slowed down the Alk. He could have had the Radiant sooner. He gets the Ag sooner. And there were also plays like this, right? That were really close, that even with the way the game started, Yandex had moments to win this fight, but some really clutch moments from Spirit, some fast BKB reactions, playing around their opponent's BKBs, right? They were very smart about the fights. Moments like that, right? Where you're dodging the stuns. The burst damage from Yandex is great, but you know, you gotta get there and actually hit the targets.
Yep, from a 10,000 gold advantage for Yandex to a win for Team Spirit. Oh, what a game. We're gonna send it back to our desk. They can break it down just a little bit further.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. It is now tied up in this series as we hoped it would be. Team Spirit coming back massively here in game number 2, but it didn't always look that way. It was looking pretty clean for Yandex to start with, T-Gov.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to utilize some of their kind of like windows of aggression, right? Be it through the Queen of Pain with the Ag, maxing naturally on his Marcy, wanting to go and make things happen, early Blink Diagonal Slardars, but they always had to deal with this thorn in their side, which was just a pesky collapse on the Tidehunter, right? Like, again, they spoke about it at the tail end of the cast there, like the idea of like how chill his lane was, and the entire game just was like a watermelon. Like, if he's there, try and dodge him, got to go around him, and yeah, that alone was enough for everything from Team Spirit to pretty much come alive.
Winter, what was your biggest takeaway from this game?
Most likely Yandex like overvaluing the Elk here because they saw the Tide. I think the 16-17 with the Elk kind of was a little bit of a disrespect because Elk doesn't really lane that well into Tide, in my opinion. And obviously you can also add the fact that Panther rotated over, I think, around 4 to 5 minutes. He got a kill on the Elk early in the early game. And not to mention, the Tide also got first blood, right? So there's a lot of things that went really well for Tide in the early game. Yeah, but overall, I still felt like it was a little bit of an oversight for Yandex, like picking the Elk into the Tide there. They needed to pick something to shut him down because the Tide was an unkillable object the whole game, even until... Did they even kill him with the Silver Edge? I don't think so, right? Like
no, they tried.
30 minutes into the game, but just couldn't kill him.
Yeah. I mean, we've collapsed on the Tidehunter, right? Like 93% teamfight participation. Like even the damage he dealt, right? I think in the end he did more, like 9,000 more damage than the Alchemist, right? And like sure, like Tide has a good matchup in regards to his farm. I was expecting, like, if you are picking Alk into it, there's like a bigger game plan in play for Yandex, right? Like you are just playing on this like shove wave, farm the camp behind you, have the medium camp, get the Ags, go, but everything just felt too sluggish from Yandex. Like there was.
But do you think it has something to do with the build as well on the Tide because you have the wrap? So the wrap kind of made the Tide also very, very strong in the early game.
No, for sure. Like the additional items getting introduced, where it's like you got the shawl, which is so cheap for 10% magic resistance. You then have the wrap as well to like stand your ground. You got Shivas giving you armor. Like, yeah, obviously in hindsight, Tide just looks like such a free game for him, and Yandex are kind of counterpicking themselves. But you have to give credit where Yandex, like, they at least were trying to create little these moments. Like because of the Ice Give to the Quap, she got a Hex really early. That Hex actually allowed them to kill Lala a couple times, turning the game around. But yeah, Alchemist is always just a weird hero. Like if you don't have 4,000-5,000 gold lead, if you're not always buying another item to break your opponent, you always will lack damage. You'll kind of be tanky but never killing, and that's exactly what happened for Watson pretty much.
Yeah, it ends up all falling apart for him. And one of those key moments I wanted to highlight here in this second game. One of the big turnaround points of this game was in that middle fight. So let's have a look at this first clip here and see how this one exactly went down. And I want to just take it nice and slow here. Look at the reactions on Yatoro. I know he's good. We know he's good. We know he can dodge a BKB or two, but look at that. Absolutely frame perfect stuff. It doesn't get better than that.
No, of course, yeah. Like Panto, he was a little sacrificial lamb on the Trim Protector. Like he walked up in that invisibility, kind of gave vision for Yatoro, but Yatoro, like, he's leaving it to like, I'm only pressing this when I know I need to. Like he's not preemptively doing it. Other players there'd already been like a second usage of the BKB, as you saw the heroes, but no, he waited, every little bit he could. And yeah, I think the way that they took these fights into why they went out this game. Of course, this time around, it was a bit of a spooky one, right? Lau instantly getting blown up. You're like, oh my God, can Yandex do it? But then Collapse comes in with like the beautiful 5-man Ravage. The speed of Lau's buyback, utilizing that tier 1 power in the mid lane, that has not been taken by Yandex. A major reason why Yandex was able to beat Spirit in the previous game was how quickly they broke down the map. Having a tier 1 power still open at this stage of the game really was a oof for him. So yeah, Yandex just struggling there in Spirit. I mean, we're going to keep saying Tidehunter time and time again, but yeah, this was MVP of the game, MVP of the draft. Everything he did pretty much enabled everyone else to shine.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. I did want to revisit one weird thing we saw in this game, though. The Alchemist buying the Aghanim Scepter. Winter, what's your take on that one?
It's hard to say, though. That was something that I didn't really expect. Maybe it had something to do with the patch or not, but I felt like it just didn't really give them enough advantage. Like the co-op, like he got the axe early, but I just didn't really feel like they were able to do too much with the axe because the Tide was such a huge problem. I think maybe if the early game didn't go so well for the Tide, he didn't get that first blood, and then the co-op didn't get Blink at level 1, it might have been a different game. But overall, I felt like it wasn't worth it for them to actually pull that axe onto the co-op that early on. I would have maybe rather preferred to see Elk just get his core items quickly, get the Silver Edge quickly, so you can actually have a way to kill the Tide.
Do you agree with that, T-Gav?
I feel like this is the type of like item build that like in a different game we'll be praising it because the co-op with the Ags, they'll take better fights and maybe they'd have killed away from the Tidehunter. But I think the essence of giving it Ags will always be good depending on what heroes are to receive them. Like Queen of Pain makes sense. I don't know if this is like a reason for like gold generation. I don't know if he's buying the Ags because of the patch and going, oh wow, I want more economy. I kind of just feel like this was their read on the game that like I want to get my Quop to the next round of items. Because if Quop has to buy by herself Kaya Sanj, Ags, then a Hex and a BKB, she's never going to get into the game. This is too much gold. So I think it's maybe them understanding that we need to break the game as early as possible. Our queen can't farm that quick. So let's just try and help her out because like that's our main way of doing it. So it could have just been like a draft read rather than like a patch adaptation. But yeah, I think Winter is kind of walking down the right line that it didn't feel as explosive as it could have been in this game. And I think Auk maybe being a bit more of a main character could have helped this time around. And maybe Yandex has had a slightly wrong read on it. But I think the concept of it is still good. Just in this game, it didn't really shine.
Yeah, you just got to wonder, could they have rolled the game with a slightly earlier timing on their Alchemist? We don't know, and we will never know. But what we do know is that the series is now a 1-1, which means we get to go to a third decider game here at the ESL One Birmingham upper bracket. So let's jump over to a short break, and then we're back to find out who's going to win between Team Spirit and Team Yandex in this upper bracket match.
When the dead god slaughtered a monastery, one angry acolyte survived, the anti-mage. He swore to eradicate all magic, leaving a blood-soaked path in his wake. But even a path of endless vengeance leads somewhere. And for the anti-mage, it led straight to her. You voted for Wei, but to understand the apprentice, we must first know the mentor. And Tales from the Lore Keeper, Wei, Part 1. Brought to you by DHL.
Watson's Beastmaster destroyed game number 1, collapses Tidehunter, ravaged through game number 2. Who will be standing up above the rest in game number 3? That is what we're going to find out. Go on then, completely arbitrary. T Governor, give me a player and hero who's going to take off this game before we've seen anything else. Shut your eyes, don't look at that.
It's going to be a Rue Hoodwink. Yeah.
Rue Hoodwink's going to dominate this game. Okay, nice. All right.
Absolute annihilation. Yeah. That wasn't probably the weakest combination I could have given you. Oh, well.
It was a twist. Oh, hello.
Oh my God.
I see the resemblance. I see the resemblance. There's just something very comforting about this mustache on Saxo. It just fits him so well. I'm a big fan.
The fact that he can pull it off is truly just exceptional. Because like, a mustache on a man really is just hit or miss. There's no in between. You can't casually rock a mustache.
Yeah.
He is that how long it would take me to grow a mustache.
But I would love to see it, Winter. Like a glorious, wise, long mustache on you would go so hard.
The thing is, though, that's your problem, Winter. You don't have the can-do attitude. You're thinking about the path to get. You need to lock in. Start growing it. Stop saying it's going to be 2 to 3 years. Begin the 2 to 3 years and let's see it.
There's always the wife hurdle, somewhere down the road.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah. Every time when you're going for a fresh shave and then you go, maybe this, and then you always get shut down instantly. They're never on board.
My one beard shave, I got like a polite reminder, like you probably shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Keep the facial hair. I was like, all right, fair play.
Yes, boss. All right, Yandex whipping out the Shadow Demon to start off this draft. Any interesting bans coming out here? Well, Treant, Doom, Tidehunter all taken out of the pool, so you won't be seeing any of them. We're going to get the Shadow Demon versus the Puck. Plenty of options to talk about here, Winter. What do you want to chat about?
Well, I was telling you about how both games, the team on the first pick side won the game. So maybe there's something to that, It's easier to be on the first pick side, easier to plan a draft around it. And they also got Shadow Demon in the first game. Yeah, they got Shadow Demon on the first game. But Puck is kind of like, I feel like also one of the better response against SD. You don't really do anything as SD against the Puck.
Yeah, it's kind of like a free game, right? And in that matchup, but of course, like down the line, you have to look towards it. I think it also helps, like when you pick Puck, there's multiple things or conditions you're looking for. It's what's your mid lane matchup? Are there, the Huskars, the Void Spirits, like the heroes that either just out CS me or bully me?
Yeah, how bad is the nerf to Huskar, right? Can you still do that against Puck?
I mean, I would never obviously was a Huskar player, so off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to give you an instant gut read, but I would argue, surely you still can bully, right? Because Burning Spears, going from 4% current to 2% max, I'd like to think, is still fine for him to be able to do that bullying. Cauterize is now basically your shard, so you're eventually going to get to the silly.
That's probably the
window.
bigger deal, right? Not having Cauterize from the start.
Yeah. Like Cauterize are always really good, right? Just getting that extra little bit of like regen life to dispel. It was just too good for Huskar. Like Huskar has always kind of been the hero that you want to, just counter pick obliterate someone, unless you're maybe Falcons or Mouse where you just first pick it and just play the game. But yeah, Cauterize was too silly. Yeah, Spirit, they are so confident in this Puck that they also aren't, banning out any of the kind of the old school counters to him, just kind of letting them all through the pool. And again, it might just be a product of SD, right? Like a 4-position SD doesn't rotate to mid lane and kill a Puck, right? Like that lack of pressure might be enough for Spirit to...
I'm definitely also thinking about whether against the Puck, right, you should move the SD to a 5, because I know Melody plays it, and then you pick a hex position 4 hero that can kill the puck, the shaman or the lion. Something to deal with him.
Well, that is always a good option, right? I think like if you hard keep the SD in 4, I think Spirit will just be happy throughout the entire draft. So no, I do agree with you. Like the ability to change it up would be pretty harmful.
There's
But
no
they have done it
5
before.
That's
right?
good against puck. That's the issue.
That's a good statement. Now I kind of want to see if I can find one.
Maybe Jakiro. Like, what can you do? Pick on a 5 against puck.
Yeah, it's clunky for sure.
No, I remember one hero. Silencer.
We get it. See, I was
what about
like,
Disruptor? What about can he go?
Nah, Disruptor is just it's not as good. It's on paper. Maybe you think that you can make it work with the statics, but it's just no good, man.
I love the fact that when you said about no 5, I looked up the hero list and I'm looking from left to right. I look at Night Stalker and go, I've seen a time where the Night Stalker 5 was a thing, but Silencer, anything with silence, right, is maybe an answer. Spirit, they look in the DK, right? So just puck and DK. Opening drafts, of course, DK is a kind of a soft cover for the puck, but just two very kind of robust.
So
boards.
is DK okay into the SD right now because of the nerf? Like, there's no more promulgate facet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we said this on game 1 that all these big tanky heroes are suddenly okay versus SD again. Of course, the Aghanim's break kind of annoying for the DK, but that'll be a while to come out.
Yeah, but the Jakiro is back. This is the hero that Spirit always loses to. He's back. Oh no.
And their first pick, Winter. It's first pick and Jakiro.
The stars are aligning for Yandex.
Yeah. They're looking.
I'm pretty sure you just pick Underlord. Yeah, Underlord's like so good against these two heroes, DK and Puck. Almost the same draft name. They also picked Void Spirit, like the first 3 heroes, it was also Void, Jakiro, and Shadow Demon in the first game. I mean, I feel like the Underlord is definitely coming at 18.
Yeah, you need to be very mindful, right? Because the reason why Underlord is good, of course, is just like the damage that Puck and DK bring. They are somewhat locked behind items, right? Like DK, you want to get to Armlet +1, you want your Puck to have Witchblade to then start kind of thinking about how you can solo kill heroes. And with Yandex, you've got Jakiro, naturally quite a tanky 5. You've got SD with Disruption, Void Spirit. You know, of course, again, the barrier type is different, but still barrier nonetheless. So, yeah, Yandex will be looking to just kind of punish Spirit's kind of need to scale into the game. I respect the fact that they go for the Warlock, right, just to try and maximize the farm of their safe lane, like get him to the item as quick as possible, but you are still inviting this Underlord, right? Like I buy Pipe, Crimson, and my team will never care. It really does feel like a kind of like a freebie for Yandex.
Don't you feel like they are pressured to pick the Underlord themselves? Like, what can they actually do here? You know, like I feel it's like they already banned the Timber, so there's like literally nothing on the opposing off lane you can pick to counter Underlord. I think it's only Timber, like from off lane against Underlord. Now that everything is banned, I feel like it's just so hard. Like if Underlord shows here, I don't know. I think based on draft, it's just already so difficult for Spirit.
No, I agree. I'm very much on this train, Winter.
I too am on board. I'm in the last carriage, but I'm there.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't walk between carriages and trains. It's kind of scary. You know, you just hear in the of the outside. And,
yeah, it makes me feel alive.
Damn.
Is this not a really abusable backline on the side of Team Spirit?
I mean, any fight formation of a team where their stuns are a bit lackluster will always be punishable, right? Like you've got Coil, Dragon Tail, and
2
Golem.
old men.
Also true.
Very, very big team fight, but like you said, Void Spirit can definitely disrupt the formation, right? You just jump in.
Yeah.
If you have Axe, that would be great. You know, you silence, you kill the backliners with the Vessel and Axe.
Yeah. We also saw ATF or Amar play Void Spirit with like Skadi in like way down the line. Like that could be a thing as well, where it's like your Void Spirit just gets tankier and tankier, and then he's buying Skadis and jumping, and it's like all he has to do is if he eats 1 Golem, 1 Coil, I mean, how does Spirit actually keep people in place? Like, I really feel like Void Spirit will become like the conductor of a lot of these engagements where like, yeah, he might die a couple times, but his death will open up everyone else to thrive. And we're talking about how awkward it is for Spirit to lock a hero down. Why not get an Ursa, has Enrage, and he also will happily jump in, soaking up these really kind of critical spells of Spirit. So yeah, I think Yandex are going to be pretty happy. And now it's kind of the battle of the offlaners, right? As we move into the last phase of the drafts, like both offlaners really need to make a
Yeah,
statement.
but why did they actually took so much time to just pick the Ursa instead of the Underlight? Do they actually just feel like there's no other carry they can pick here? That's why they decided to pick the Ursa. They're worried that the carry picks they're gonna all get banned in the last phase.
Yeah, it could be a matter of like, you know, what carry do we want to play into them? And like maybe Watson said, this is my hero, I need it, you know? Like maybe he just like took over the like authority, right? And you already said, right, if there's enough offlaners in the pool, you know, maybe noticed it doesn't really care what he plays. You know, in this pick position, I like normally, like obviously when we're analyzing, it's very easy to be like, they need this and that, but all it takes is one player to be very vocal. Like, I don't want to say whine, but like, you know, he's louder than the rest. But no, maybe Watson just cried on mic real quick. But again, to reiterate, I think Spirit.
Yeah, it's kind of normal, right? Like every team, there's always someone that has a little bit more control on the draft, right? It's perfectly normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't ever mean it in a bad way like that. I'm just it's just how the conversations flow. Yeah, good whining. But yeah, Spirit just need a simple like addition to the lockdown. All right, I feel like putting a lot of pressure on DK to be like the cheapest stun in their draft is quite a lot. So I wouldn't mind if their offlaner also complemented them, because if it is only the DK outside of the ultimates of Puck and Warlock, then I just feel like they're going to walk into some problems, right? It really is going to become like a cooldown based fight.
They're probably going to need some cheap stuns, like maybe Slada, you know, some sort of stuns to help them fight.
Keep them cheerful.
Slada, let's do Centaur, let's do Centaur.
They did actually ban Night Stalker. Actually, it's a really cool ban, right? Like, we're talking about like counters to Puck, joking about Night Stalker 5, but like how their draft is set up, like the vision that Night Stalker would apply with Ursa Void Spirit jumping, it would have been a disgusting pick. So fair play. And then there's the Underlord.
Then there's the Underlord. Yeah, I think that was inevitable. So we're gonna have to dig a little deep here. No Tide, no Underlord, no Doom, not a whole lot left really. What are they gonna grab on Yandex?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean,
Really hard offlaners left in the pool.
But they could just go like a Bristleback or just a dude who just walks in and soaks up the fight, right? Like, okay, they actually take the Slaughter themselves.
Okay.
So taking
it's a pretty strong lane. Shadow Demon Slaughter is a scary ass lane.
Yeah. Everything that happens on the map for Yandex is so simple now, right? It's any of the cores will set up a fight, and then when one core goes in, the other cores will pounce on that initiation. But all three can do the same job, provide information for other people. So just a really robust lineup from Yandex. Like, you can't really fault it. They have good lanes, like clear item paths, and they can contest every objective. You could argue maybe them like taking tier 3s and buildings is kind of behind them having to kill heroes. They can't just do it like in a clean way. But yeah, everything on map play is secured by them.
Very good side lanes, like Shadow Demon Slaughter, Jakiro Ursa. I mean, the early game is gonna go. Yeah, the early game is gonna go really well for Yandex. I feel like it's so difficult to pick this last hero, you know, for Spirit. Yeah, they're gonna pick the BB here. They have Kotl BB. But everybody needs to farm so much. You have a BB off lane, you have a DK carry, you have a Puck mid. Everybody just needs so much time to farm, and you have two supports that are ranged. There's no melee support like a Tusk that can roam and play the early game. So everything is so slow, you know. They are so dependent on the lanes going well. If the lanes just go a little bit worse for Spirit, I think this is going to be a quick 2-1, you know, for Yandex.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree on that front. It's also kind of funny, right? You're talking about Slaughter for Spirit, I'm talking about Bristleback for Yandex, and then suddenly it's the other way around. That's pretty good. But no, yeah, I fully agree with Winter. Like, Spirit's lineup is about laning phase efficiencies into just getting the items as quick as possible. Because for Yandex, if you don't pressure them, they are going to make all the moves. Like, you're pretty much playing for Yandex to make a mistake before Spirit feels happy. Like, that's kind of like quite a scary prospect at the end of a draft. But of course, Spirit, they can create these moments. Of course, Bristleback he'll be able to frontline and kind of eat a lot of that initiation from Yandex. If he can absorb the initial blow, then you'll have the correct jump from a DK, the correct golem from a Warlock, right? So yeah, I think also Collapse just has to make sure he itemizes perfectly to be this tanky frontline for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex are just going to be seeking to just blow apart these fights every time, you know, break it down into skirmishes, not let Team Spirit get up into their full 5-man strength, because they are the better, like, full-on 5 team. But Yandex, they've got really strong lanes, really strong early game. I am pretty scared for Team Spirit here, I'm not going to lie. I really like what Yandex have put down. So, yeah, Winter, final thoughts?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with Yandex. You know, I think it's going to be harder for Spirit, like ease of execution wise. I think Yandex has the easier to execute draft.
Alrighty then, that's gonna be it from us. Let's head over to our casting duo of our Cryptic and Zequitix as we jump into game number 3.
Thank you, guys. We are ready for game 3, and it is sure to be an exciting one if the previous 2 games are going to tell us anything. We've seen some pretty stellar performances from both these teams so far, but which team comes out the winner here continues to advance in that upper bracket, and which team, you know, drops the lower bracket.
What is this read?
Smoking right into him. How do they know about this, actually? They're just hiding on the top corner of the map here.
Yeah, this is some studying up.
This would be a ridiculous gank if they happen to find their target. So they've been talking a little bit about it, right? The panel, you know, mentioning kind of the strengths of some of these different heroes. Dragon Knight seems to be one of the biggest winners of the patch, at least in my eyes. Does that outscale the Ursa, right? The bear assassin is what you call it. We'll see a disruption here really quick, but not gonna look for anything.
Yeah, Shadow Demon used to be pretty good at dealing with the Dragon Knight just because he gets so tanky and you would just take off a huge chunk of his health. You still have that increased damage, which is nice, and the control, but does help out Dragon Knight in general. I also think that we've had 2 games in a row where the safe lane for one of the teams crumbled, and can't really crumble with the Dragon Knight Warlock. Hey, maybe that's the ticket you need. Though on the other side, you got Ursa Jakiro. That is equally scary. Neither team wants that mistake to happen again in game 3.
I love how last patch it was just Puck Void Spirit mid matchups, and we're so back to Puck Void Spirit matchups. Just 2 1 HP couriers.
That would have been big. He would have denied the items and then done his creep drag. Lost a lot of health for that attempt.
Dude,
though
he
I guess the fact that they're
entry.
That's bad. The fact that they want to do the creep dragging already, I mean, you know, you don't really want to lane that much. I say as they take off half of Panto's health. Yatoro is distracted, right? The creep waves onto the tower. Are they going to do this?
I mean, it looks like it's been done. First blood top lane here for Notice. Sucks the Shadow Demon. They banned it in game 2, and we're like, it's a pretty worthwhile ban. He might be one of the better Shadow Demons out there, and yeah, he does it again.
Take notes, guys. Put that sentry down, lose half your health at the tower, trying to get couriers, and then kill the enemy support.
So simple.
It's just that easy. I did not think we'd see the kill there. I really thought Warlock right in that lane would just spam the Fatal Bonds, spam the heal. You would just trade farm here. And that's probably what's going to happen going forward, but they at least managed to find 1 kill.
I think this matchup in mid is probably better for Void Spirit than it was in the last patch.
Puckish gotten changed, rebalanced along with a lot of other things. Until Puck has 1,000 health and mana, it's worse than it used to be, because it used to have a flat value of 10. So the early start here is worse, and that should help Void Spirit even more, who already was a little bit favored at this point, I would say. It's still going to come down to a skill-based matchup, though, I think, for this this Void Spirit versus Puck.
Yeah,
kind of a race to level 6.
I mean, for the most part, Cheer Jr., he's got plenty of regen to play around. And do we think there's going to be any like rotations into the mid lane? Like any of these teams going to be doing it? I guess Shadow Demon potentially would be the one to look out for, but
you can try. I mean, you'll go for the runes, right? It's kind of hard to force a kill. Like you have two elusive mid laners, and then you have the most awkward ganking supports out there possible, right? Like Jakiro is slow with slow abilities. Disruption is an awkward setup. It'll kind of work with Remnant if you want to try. On the other side, you got Warlock and Coddle. I imagine there's more stacking rather than trying to gank, you know, to get them online faster so they get the items they need to gank themselves.
not as easy to of a setup here in this Shadow Demon lane as it was with the Underlord. But they are still just kind of forcing it, getting a little bit of farm. Like you said, the rotation for the water runes are coming. Some stacks. He's actually got his Kurt. Well, let's say he did, but nice silence from Laurel.
I'm interested to see where Dragonite will end up, because he kind of reverted to old Dragonite where the ult scales with a different like corrosive fire than frost. But now Worm's Wrath just has AoE bonus. So I've seen some people do the build Yatoro seems to be doing right now, which is like point and breathe fire, 1 in Worm's Wrath for the farming, and then 25 AoE is small, but it's kind of enough for jungle camps. But we saw Ame do one where he completely ignored breathe fire, maxed out Worm's Wrath, went into stats, right? A little bit more farm heavy, hard carry type build.
It
does seem to be one of the heroes,
right? Is the idea.
Kind of, yeah. Dragonite does seem to be one of the heroes who won from the patch. You know, like some people lost their facets, some got some of them. He's like, yeah, I'll just take a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and then there's some heroes, I'm not going to name any in particular, who had no facets, got nothing in the new patch, and then actually got nerfed on top of it. I can't imagine who that would have been, but, you know, unlucky. Collapse?
Is it Bristleback?
No, Bristleback's actually, I think, a pretty decent spot. But mostly because of the wraps, which are just OP. Nice kill in the bottom lane. We kind of knew this is not going to go super well for the Bristle. He's kind of weak in the early levels. You have Ursa, Jakiro, right? An incredibly strong lane.
Yeah, some extra quill sprays with the chakra magic, but I think in the end you're still thinking about those double stacks, thinking about farming up. Like the panel mentioned, it's a bit of a slow lineup for Spirit. Like you come, you give a little bit of mana. Here you go, Laurel. I'm gonna go stack now. Nice regen for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I'll be very happy to have that.
Now they know stacks are getting made. Looks like he's heading over. He might just try to steal it with the Jakiro.
Dude, someone pinged him. I don't know if they're like pretending like they didn't, but yeah, Malady is back here. Rue, just gonna stand on top of the Jakiro, make sure he doesn't just, you know, just steal all this for free. Laurel will be the one coming over, dropping the coil, and should have plenty of damage to finish the job. Malady's making them work for it, though.
He drags them back to their own half of the map, right? So you miss out on some lane time. See if they can find the ward. They know he's this far back, so he's got to have something here.
Yeah, they can't. Oh, they actually don't get the stack in time. So with this, a little bit of space being made, they do get the ward at the end of the day, so all worth it for Spirit. They protect their own Wisdom Shrine. A much slower start to the lanes compared to what we've seen in the last couple of games, right? Like, one of the teams was snowballing, finding lots of kills. This time, pretty even overall in terms of, you know, kills, but CS-wise going in favor of Yandex slowly but surely.
Yeah, though I feel Spirit, they protected their stack that the Void Spirit was trying to steal. I guess Coddle ended up getting a lot of it with the blast, so maybe you wanted it to a core, but at least it wasn't stolen away. And that's also like the power rune ultimately doesn't get you that much on the side of Yandex. So like you said, a slower start.
Jump top lane disruption here. They do have a lot of damage to drop into Yotoro, and with this, Dragon Knight, he's just pathing back and forth in the tree. Nowhere to go. Good use of the level 6 time and a great rotation in from Malady as well.
Although it cost him some mana, still got liquid fire, so getting a lot of tower damage in here. And this is something you want to avoid. Like, if you are a slower lineup that needs to farm items, the more tier 1s you have, the more safety, the more access to farm you have. You got to defend it.
The coil's going to connect. Puck can go in. The question is going to actually find the kill on to Notice. It doesn't look like it. Instead, it's just going to be Yotoro looking for Soxa a lot, bringing him low, but not enough to kill him. And now they turn around looking for the Dragon Knight. Notice doing so much damage. And there's Chira Jr. collapsing on the other side. They get Rue. It's a 3-for-1 top. And they've got a ward. Scouting Laurel. He needs to be careful.
You don't have enough heroes nearby, so they'll let him go, but that should now be the tower. Spirit wanted to defend, can't get it. This is the downside of a hero like Bristleback, you know? Like, he does want to farm. He looks at things like, I don't know, guys, I'm not that interested in defending, but it does mean the space on the map is going to shrink. They've been doing a good job stacking, but as you lose the towers and they can just come up to contest easier and easier, Spirit's gonna have to get some plays, get some space. Like, Soxa's just walking up.
He's getting the kills on the creeps here with, you know, the Bristleback. Like, taking down this ancient stack is important. Getting to that Sanj and Yasha. But like you mentioned, this hero needs to farm. Like, he's not going to be joining and getting a ton done in the fights until he has the SNY done. And then after that, he's going to go back for the Raps or something. It's usually a combination of SNY plus one of these other items. And I think the Raps is typically what we see people go for now.
And a lot of this, Watson farming really well. Even rotated over to help out, but now just back to getting that Battle Fury.
He's so farmed already.
And this is an Ursa who has slower farming speed than a Dragon Knight too. So
yeah,
it's a little bit concerning to see like 1,500 gold difference already.
So with the fewer kills this game for Spirit and the lanes, where are we at on Warlock's Grimoire, right?
Alas, the Grimoire is gone.
Right? Finally. Yeah. No more of this like cheesy dropping the Grimoire and taking you know, an ultimate at 5 or like 6-7 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah, though
I'm so glad.
He unfortunately had no kills this lane, so even if he had the Grimoire, it would not have done much for him this time.
It was
right in front of Puck's face. So sad.
That hurts.
Yeah, you can still do the same stuff if you get the ult, right? Like, you can still push towers, you just drop it nonstop. It's just a question of how consistently do you hit it early. And this is a case where the game's a little rough. You're still level 5 as we get to 12 minutes. In a good Warlock game with Grimoire, you're talking about the 3rd Golem drop coming up here. Yeah. We have yet to even see it.
Well, oh, that's a lot of stacks. Okay, Shadow Demon doing what he does best.
Yeah, I was just about to say, let's see a stack.
Beard actually has more, but I mean, I guess Collapse has already cleared like a stack of 4 or 5 Ancient Creeps, so that does kind of make sense. But this gold advantage is piling up already. Like, Yandex currently up 2,000. They haven't touched their stack pool. So we'll see. I mean, those are likely just going to go to the Ursa once he decides to rotate over with the finished Battle Fury. Chira Jr. has opted for the early Vessel this game. I'm a big fan of this item.
Should do a lot of work this game too.
Yeah.
Some tanky heroes, a lot of healing coming in. And you kind of need it, right? You might have been able to skip it and say like, oh, I'm going to get Shivas. Well, that one's not going to cut it now, right? And I don't think anyone's rushing Krella's Crozier. I think if you need this early anti-heal, it's gonna be this Vessel. Maybe Blightstone will make a comeback. It feels like there's a lot of healers right now, possibly because of that Shiva's change.
The only thing that
Blightstone
matters
will
in the
make a
next
return.
5 minutes is making sure that we get to see someone clear this. Okay, Watson's doing it. He's on the way. We've waited 13 minutes for this. Someone about to just get absolute stonks.
Starting with the mediums.
Oh, yeah. Do you think it's weird that, like, the bear is so much stronger than the other animals in the forest?
I mean, as they
Or is
say,
that
the
just
bear's
canon?
the king of the jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely what they say.
You don't hear them say that?
Oh, maybe. Okay, he's like,
Those
I
creeps
need
are
a
saying
little
it
bit
right
of
now.
help,
They're like,
guys.
guys, we got to team up. That's the king of the jungle. He's gonna get us.
I mean, this is so... Look at the net worth difference on the Ursa to everybody else, and he's still got the big creeps. Oh,
It's
my
gonna be
lord.
his blink. As he finishes this is pretty much the blink dagger. So Battle Fury, phase, blink dagger at 14 minutes. He was like 5 gold short. He's getting there.
Mid lane, Yatoro's gonna get found again. Demonic Purge coming through. Easily collapsed on, right? Between these two Void Spirits and the Slardar. Like, they have so much gap close. And it's very reminiscent of game 1. Oh, there's another one. Notice just jumps in, finds the crush. They get the coil and the golem out, but you're really lacking damage to finish these two heroes. And here comes Watson, instead revealing his own blanket, just chases down Laurel, gets the kill. Gonna look for the golem as well. A little bit of bonus 100 gold into the hands of the Ursa if he wasn't rich enough already. It's falling apart real
tier
fast.
1 tower too, right? That's between the tier 1, tier 2. That is what we would usually consider a kind of a deep dive at 15 minutes, but yeah, I think the body language is a bit telling. That
He's
is
like, how
not
does
a good
he have
sign for
this?
this game.
He sits there, looks at his items, looks at Ursa's, and is like, blink? This guy has a blink?
It's time to retreat into the jungle and forge some nuts.
I mean, I guess it is an option.
Well, you gonna try to kill the bear, the king of the jungle? I don't think so. You're gonna have to get nuts now.
I don't think the hedgehog
them.
is offering as
Offer
much
them to
power.
the king.
Yeah, maybe it'll satiate his hunger, you know? It's like, here, have some nuts. And they're like, oh, thank you. You survive another day.
When you're hungry. Bro, I love the concept of this forager's kit, but having tried it a couple times, you fill your inventory with junk so quickly, and you're like, what do I do with all these nuts? I like no space. I want the mushrooms to like be 1 slot alt cast. This is your tanky bristleback, not so tanky.
It's looking rough.
Radiant's top tower
I'm telling you, you gotta go find some nuts. There ain't nothing else.
is under attack.
This is Spirit. You know, you gotta delay. You gotta drag this out. You gotta go late. I don't know if I even feel their lineup is superior in a late game, but you know, we've seen them do some crazy things. Yandex has been in pretty good form though. I don't think they're gonna let you do that.
See,
Yeah, they're not gonna let you do that.
If you're like, okay, I was gonna say Soxa disruption. Okay, he gets the TP out just in time. I was gonna say if you are at least like, say you're Spirit here and like, you know, Ursa's having a really good game, but like maybe your other lanes didn't go very bad and you know, you're kind of able to slow down the Slardar. I think you'd have a much better chance in this game, but the fact that the Slardar had such a good lane, such an early blink, and is also getting active really early, like this is where this hero really thrives. And you have like a Void Spirit who's crushing it with a Vessel, running around the map, and then the actual crush coming in from the Slardar just adds insult to injury, and you're now 8,000 behind with an Ursa holding an Aegis.
They're gonna try. They're smoked, bringing everyone down here. You need to change the way this game's going. They find him in the back. The crush is waiting.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Malady, I guess it would be something, but Ursa's Aegis will get burned. It's a 1-for-0 at the moment. They need to finish off the Slardar, and I think they got him. They do. No, they don't. Not yet. Takes a little bit more out of them to get the job done, as now Collapse kind of alone, looking to chase for more. We'll see where they find. Good TP out. All right. Honestly, not bad from Spirit. A 2-for-1. You get the Slardar, but it does cost you your carry. Dragon Knight. You still don't claim the Aegis.
It was going to go better as well, but Noticed managed to find the Warlock, take him out in like 2 hits, and that means the Golem just never came out. All the spells that would have helped to convert that into a kill. They got a good amount of AoE damage, right? So like when you combo everything with the Fatal Bonds, the Golem, you know, maybe there was a shot, but took him out straight off the bat. You maintain your lead, stacking still non-stop stacks. Soxa never getting distracted. Gotta
Here come the greedy enchants. All right, guys, time to buckle up.
Guys, we need gold.
It's so weird to me that the team that is crushing it right now is the ones like, yeah, everyone just get greedy. It's fine.
Bro, gold's never wrong. I wonder if some of this is thinking about the economics of the game. Ancient camps got taken out of the side, right? There's less gold, but all the teams still want gold, you know? So maybe it's a move towards greedy.
Hero just cutting the waves. I don't know if the creeps wave spotted Notice and Soxa, but Spirit smoked up, wanting to maybe surprise them on the Tormentor here. I mean, that would be a really sick play if it works, but they see Collapse as smoke gets popped by the Jakiro. He's trying to bait on the front line. They're going to go in. Remnant's off the mark, but he gets the first hit bash, and Puck's gone. He has a basher on the Ursa. Collapse now. Nowhere to go. What a disaster for Spirit. Disruption's gonna find another, and Rue into the hands of the king of the jungle.
Is he not? Am I wrong?
He is. He made a good point. That is
what?
It can't be worse.
Clearly king of the jungle this game. That's a good play, right? He had his back. I assume he primed it. I wasn't really watching him. Some of that was luck. He went to go clear the creep wave, so I don't even know if it was intentional or not, but he first hit bash that Puck, and unfortunately don't really have saves on the team, so Puck just dies. I mean, without that kind of setup, you kind of need everything to go, right? You need the coil, you need the fatal bonds, you need the blast into all of that. You need like blinding light snap all the coils. You need the quill spray going, right? You need the Dragon Knight with his AoE going. You need everything to line up to have enough damage to deal with a 13k gold deficit at 21 minutes. And you can tell it did not go there. You know, this is a frustrating game for Spirit. This was not the way this draft was supposed to go.
I mean, you can see it on his face. Like the first time, right? He gets like surprised by the blink dagger, and he's like, "What in the world?" This time, he gets surprised by the blink, and he's like, you could see the tilt kind of setting in, and being like, "I don't know what to do." Like your amount of options and choices in this game are dwindling very quick. Collapse gonna try and chase down, maybe look for Soxa, but there's just no follow-up, and instead it's Chirju with an amplified damage rune looking to find his own mark, and it's going to be Rue. They do at least get the bristle out thanks to the solar binds, but Notice looking for Panto. He's going to get the crush. Just a couple auto attacks, all that needs. One more big bonk.
All right, get ready for Laurel Cam when Watson surprises him with the Abyssal later in a couple minutes. All the surprises going to kill the Puck so far. That's the Aegis expiring, but I'd say it was pretty successful. They had a lot of good fights. They got the Tormentor. They're about to clean up a tier 2. It's not that surprising they didn't get a bunch of tier 2s with that first Aegis. They're not that great at taking towers. The Jakiro is the best. So I think they'll settle for getting kills and tormentors and just growing the gold lead. They will find.
Soxa?
Well, please, Soxa, have mercy. Let them have something.
He does die. Fine. They needed this. They needed something. Collapse getting the gold bounty over the puck may be a little bit unfortunate, but either way, they do find an opening. Coming through the Twin Gates bottom, actually. That's not good. That's
straight into a remnant.
Yeah, really rough.
Maybe I'll catch another one. Let me put a second one.
He's, they went from farming fish last game on the Tidehunter. Now he's looking for him on the Void Spirit. Laurel trying to cut this top wave, just trying to stay out of vision for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they're trying to do, right? They know they can't engage. They're finding supports, and they're trying to like slip out onto the map. Laurel is over here farming this part of the jungle. Unfortunately, this camp got downgraded, actually. It's now a small camp. And then, Bristle was going through the Twin Gates, try to cut bottom, farm down there. You have to do this because you're trying to save the safer farm for Dragon Knight, who is probably missing the Ancients in the side lane right now, which that's kind of the result of this patch, right? The team that is that is winning and in control gets to get access to more of the farm. And as you do this sneaky stuff that Spirit is doing, in the last patch, you would just be rewarded with 100 or 200 more gold, like every time you make these plays.
Well, Laurel manages to find his Blink Dagger, but you're playing for scraps right now, really. Demonic Purge, Vestal, here onto the Bristol back. They have to pop the golem, but it's dude, it's so much damage coming out from these guys. And well, Watson, quick kill onto the Warlock to getting even more for their trouble here.
Looking at the tier 2. Roche will start to spawn soon. I don't know. Think of like ways Spirit can try to get back. Like maybe you steal Roche somehow. I don't know how, but maybe someone just steals the Aegis. They get the kill, but you steal the Aegis. I think that would be. I guess it has to be Puck, right? I don't know who else could simply walk in and grab it. I don't think so.
Just barely dodging. Oh no! I may have spoke too soon and say, oh, barely dodging death, but King of the Jungle waiting for him in said jungle.
Puck does not belong in the jungle. Get out.
Fairy Dragon, definitely, well, more of a forest creature.
Rue has joined Creep. I think a courier might have spotted him.
Well,
leave me alone, please. No, the courier!
Oh, it spotted him now. Malady nearby, Spirit Jr. Oh, no. It might be an economic gain for Spirit.
Bro, it actually is. Oh, no. That's rough. That's a rough spot to be. If only he could have cut a creep wave as well. Then it would have been even better for him. Yeah, but you kind of have to do this stuff. It's better to cut waves rather than kill the wave in front. There's more danger in the front, kind of like this.
Well, Yutoro is experiencing said danger in this moment. Danger is dangerous.
Not only is there more danger, but you deal with this wave, and then the next wave just comes in like 10 seconds later, 20 seconds, right? If you cut the wave, the tower helps deal with the first wave, and then you're waiting for like the wave after the wave you cut to spawn and then walk all the way down. So every time you successfully cut a wave, you're kind of buying like 30 seconds to a minute in the lane rather than just 20 more seconds where the enemy doesn't have to change their position. So that's what Spirit's trying to do, stuff like this, right? Laurel snuck out the side, hoping to creep cut, but Yandex are no strangers to the creep cut game, so
bro, this is
find another kill. It's well played from Yandex,
brutal.
Man.
Yeah, I mean Yandex realized how greedy it was and just punished it so hard.
Yeah, I mean, you have to execute, right? Sometimes you have the better draft, but you just don't play well, and it's kind of the difference. I mean, these are the teams that made it to the top, right? So they're doing it. The teams that struggle a little bit, struggle to punish this. This is where teams like Spirit, you know, they fumble the laning stage. It's like, okay, we'll creep cut, we'll play the mat, we'll cause them to, you know, waste time. But Yandex is being really efficient. They're sending minimal heroes to go find these pickoffs. They're still farming efficiently. They're not losing track of it. They're keeping an eye on objective timers like Roche. Right? They're being really good about this. That's why this team has been in such good form.
Dude, Panto, he's got a Tumblr toy, dude. He's got a Tumblr toy. Oh, he drops the golem a little bit too early. Oh, God, he's got to run. Get out of there, buddy.
King of the jungle, please.
He's out. What a gamer. Oh, no. He tried. I mean, good attempt, right? You got to do something. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out.
That would have been amazing. Tumblr toy steal. That would have been so good.
I honestly thought he was just going to Tumblr toy in with a golem, but
he overestimated, right? He's like, Watson's so farmed, he's probably done by now, right? Like, I better check with the golem. It was just a little bit too soon, though.
Dude, the items are just pouring in on the side of Yandex, and I'm looking at what they have, and it's terrifying. Like, Abyssal is done on the Ursa. You have a Nullifier done on the Slardar. Okay, Dragonite has Ags. Hold up. Looking for a kill here on Tamality. Haha, I can chase you up to the high ground. And with this... uh-oh. Well...
Chase who up where? I don't think so.
You know, if you weren't 20,000 behind, it would have looked a little bit better. They did manage to take down the Jakiro. I think that's probably a net worth trade in advantage for Spirit, but not by much. That is the Ags reveal from your DK, and it, you know, he's dead.
That is not ideal, let me tell you, as a professional in the business. When the support has more kill gold given than the carry on the enemy team, that's not a good sign.
Yeah. They're just going to continue to...
It's a great sign for Yandex, you know, just to be, it's a great sign for them.
Well, banner down, protecting the creeps. Just finished off a tier 3 tower. Spirit, I honestly don't know what you can do. It feels like this one's kind of been in the books for a while, but they're doing their best to play it out. Obviously, it's the playoffs, it's the upper bracket. You don't want to just give up. You know, maybe Yandex are going to overextend, make a mistake, and Spirit is a team that can capitalize. It just feels insurmountable at this point. We'll have to see.
Yeah, you need like a 5-man coil. You need to blinding them light in 5 separate directions and all break it.
Onto the Ursa they go. They jump onto the Dragon Knight, pulled back in. Nullifier there. Heals coming in as well, trying to keep Yatora alive, but the Demonic Purge is making it impossible. The double BKBs just rip through your Dragon Knight. Chira Jr. will clean up the Golem has collapsed. He's managed to do a decent chunk of damage. They've chased the back line. The question is, can they keep chasing? Ursa still has the Aegis. Tricore for Yandex is alive.
Just your support, you get the tier 3. It's a better hold than I expected for Spirit. So I guess there's that, but you still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Yandex will just wait for their supports. Why not just go again? This time the tier 3's down, so it's easier. And we should be able to close up 2 barracks. If they want to play it safe, they'll wait for the next Roche. They'll close with that one. But if you find any big pickoffs, right, at this point, you just go take objectives.
Another Tormentor. This one goes to Malady. He's gonna be really happy. Haha, nerf gone. I did it.
Just a 30-minute
difference. No longer
difference.
requires mana. Collapse. We've seen this before. Demonic Purge plus the damage from Chira Jr. He's gonna pop the Lotus, buy himself a little bit of time, but with the Nullifier, the damage from the Slardar should be able to finish the job. Another disruption into a Remnant. Heals coming through with the last possible second from Rue. Will bail him out, so he survives. You did pop your dragon form for that, though. I mean, Rue is doing a lot in their base.
Yeah, the healing's good. That ultimate is about to fade. They're trying to find something with both ults.
Yatoro jumping up onto the high ground, caught from a macro pyre, and just held in place. A disruption now. Meanwhile, the whole back line of your team getting ripped apart by this Ursa and Void Spirit. Yatoro trying desperately to run, but just getting chased down by his own illusions. The Shadow Demon just destroys him. Puck goes in, caught from a crush, taken down as well. And well, you got the Aegis. Quite a costly fight there as Spirit now down 30,000 as they're going to look for a second lane of racks here on the side of Yandex. And I don't know how you stop this.
I don't think you do. Chikiro did more damage than Dragonite. Proved 2 dragons are in fact better than 1. They just, he got controlled on that cliff. He's trying to get up there, get the vision for his team, and yet it's still them getting jumped in the back.
Yeah, you got
There's
like
nothing
purged.
holding Yandex back anymore.
Yeah.
One final attempt here. No Dragonite though.
Well, no Warlock either. That guy vanished. A little magic trick that Yandex has.
No
Now looking for
Coddle.
Coddle. Also disappeared off the map. And it's just collapsed. Stuck here. Trying to find his way out of it. Not going to happen. But like Yatoro's going to come in on the Dragon Knight. You can see the desperation at this point. Ag's macro pyre dumped on top of him. The GG's come out, and my lord. This is, for lack of a better word, in the name of a great caster, a shellacking. Absolute dominance in Game 3. This was never even close from the get-go. Yandex will advance to the next round of the upper bracket, knocking Spirit to the lower bracket.
It was a clean draft. They had multiple playmakers, right? You have the Void Spirit. All he needs is level 6. Even if his lane doesn't go well, he'll be able to do stuff. Slardar needs the blink. If he wins the lane, great. If not, Void will cover for you, right? They have those options. The panel mentioned Spirit's draft is greedy because they don't have that. It has to be the Puck. Puck kind of struggled. We have a Bristle farming. We have stacking supports. We have a Dragonite who's going a farming build. Like, no one could do anything after the lane started to fall apart. And Yandex just never got pressured, right? They just made sure Spirit didn't cut their waves. They just, kept them trapped in the base, cut that farm down. And Yandex did a great job of that. But it's really comes back to the draft and the laning.
I think looking at the off lanes, right? Like, there were not a lot of off lane heroes left in the pool going into last pick for Collapse. And it's, they pick a Bristleback being like, well, maybe this will work. Maybe this is kind of be our best option, but it doesn't win the lane. In fact, we see it struggle immensely in the lane, and it leaves Watson to having one of the most farmed Ursas we have ever seen. He had an incredibly timed Battle Fury, cleaned up enormous stacks in the jungle, and every single time he picked up an item, he finds a kill with it right away, right? He gets the blink, instantly kills Puck. He gets the basher, instantly kills Puck. And it felt so rough for Spirit to find any sort of momentum in this game. You're just getting destroyed by the king of the jungle. So congratulations to Yandex. We're going to send it back to the panel where they can break down this series a little further.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, this was an absolute beating. Not only did Yandex take control of the early game, but they just dominated through the entire game. Winter, what I loved about this was the way that they played from in front. Like, not only did they farm themselves up, but they also made sure that Spirit got absolutely nothing out of this map.
Yeah, they were really good at setting up the catch, I think, especially on Shadow Demon. I think Saksa played amazing this game. He knew that Spirit, they were going to just split they're not going to fight you because they're so far behind. So he did a really good job just setting up, putting wards behind, and just catching them, and then allowing his team to come over to pick off the heroes that are trying to rat, So I think it's not a very good idea to try to speed up against Yandex. I feel like if you're ever forced into this sort of scenario against a team like Yandex, you're probably not going to do very well.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a strong draft, but T-Gun, do you expect it to be this strong?
Yes, I mean, in the form Yandex is in, I think this was just honestly a little disrespectful from Spirit. Like, you're drafting against Yandex, they are so dominant in their lanes, the support duo, Ursula and Watson. Like, you just did not draft a good draft. You basically gave Yandex, like, hey, please show us how good you are. And then yeah, that's basically it. So yeah, Yandex just demolished them in this third game.
They really did. And now we get to head off to a winner's interview. Let's talk to I believe we're talking to Mr. Watson from Yandex. So let's head over. Watson, congratulations. Nice series coming out from you guys here. How did you feel about it?
Very good. Hello.
I can imagine. I mean, what made this third game so convincing? Was this a draft or a particular outplay, or what was it?
I think we had just better draft, easier to play. Like, we have strong lanes, also strong heroes, and yeah, and we just played good, communicate good.
Does seem to be the theme of your games recently. I want to talk about your game specifically. In game number 1, you picked up the Beastmaster. It looked ridiculously strong. I mean, do you think this hero is actually even better now as a carry after the patch?
I think it's nerfed a bit because I jumped Storm on bottom. Like last patch, I killed this Storm solo, but nowadays I cannot, so I think it's a bit nerfed. I think I'm just a very good Beast player, so yeah.
I'd certainly agree with that. T-Governor, I believe you got a question for Mr. Watson?
I do. All right, again, congratulations on the win. Alchemist Game 2, giving an Aghanims to your Queen of Pain. Was that because the patch notes said money go up for Aghanims, or did you just want to give more life to your mid laner?
It's for money, and I also like, let Chira cook. Yeah. And I just tried it in poops, 2 games. Okay. So yeah, I decided to try today.
Makes sense. And when you are reading new patch notes, as a carry player, do you just search, damage, gold? Like, do you just go for what's got the biggest damage change? Like, what's your way of finding the gems in a patch?
I'm just reading only heroes that I play.
I see. Makes sense. So, keep it simple. Yeah.
Even
Winter,
this Alchemist, I didn't read about Alch.
Oh.
Because I didn't really play Alch.
Right, okay. All right, so not trusting your own advice makes sense, okay.
Winter?
Yeah, so enough of the patch, enough of the games. I just wanted to ask something about the team. So you guys have been doing really well the last couple of weeks. In your opinion, what is the reason why you guys are playing so well as a team? What are you doing that the other teams are maybe not doing?
I think we have a good structure. We have good team talks about game. Everyone saying how they see game and how they want to play, and we are I don't know how to explain in English. So yeah, I don't know. We just like as a team. We wake up early, we play pubs, we talked. Yeah, we talk about heroes, combo with heroes, and yeah. That's all.
All right, well, last question then. I mean, I wanted to ask you about the aspect of going into a huge arena, because I know you've been at a ton of tier 1 events as a team recently, but this is going to be different, playing in front of such a big crowd. Have you given any advice to some of the less experienced players in your team about what it's like to play in a big arena?
I don't know. I think also a bit, how it's called, I don't know. It's my first ESL One, so yeah, kinda nervous.
All right, you looking forward to it though?
Yes.
Absolutely. Alrighty, you enjoy that experience. Congratulations once again. Heading towards another huge result here at ESL One Birmingham. Let's see how far you can go. Watson, congratulations. Thanks for coming to talk to us, and good luck at the rest of the event.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There he is. What a performance from him. His Ursa absolutely dominating. His Beastmaster completely ridiculous. His Alchemist, you know, we need a game 3, so we're grateful for it. But yeah, he's just been having an outstanding tournament, and he seems to be in his best form at the moment. I mean, Tigav, like, what more can you ask from this man?
I mean, annoyingly, his stat line doesn't have a def. That's always the easy answer to that one after a game like that, right? But you know, he was unkillable in that third game, and no, I feel like you can hear from the interview, right? They just understand each other really nicely, and they know exactly what they need to do. Sure, there's gonna be the occasional moment where, you know, game 2 happens, but you know, Yandex, you have to respect them. You know what they're gonna do. They're gonna beat you out in the lanes. The support's gonna make these moves. Like, the inevitable is gonna come from Yandex. And Spirit just did not have that read on them. They just somehow just misprepped egregiously in this matchup. So it just looked so one-sided. And yeah, we'll see how far Yandex can continue on this stride, because now they're locked in top 3. They're in the upper bracket finals. They're going to have at least 2 games in front of a crowd. And I think that experience will go a long way, because sure, there's some nerves in play for Watson, but he's been in front of crowds before. They did play, I think, once in front of a crowd last year at least, so they have like a little bit of experience under the belt. But you know, ESL One Birmingham, that crowd is another beast. They rival, if not beat out, the C crowd. Winter, don't at me on that one, brother. we go hard in Birmingham. So yeah, they're gonna have to be ready, because that arena is gonna be extremely loud. And they often favor the underdog. So Yandex might even be under pressure of the crowd, because we Brits, whoever's the weakest, we're going to cheer for you.
Yeah. But then also, you know, like newcomers as well. We love newcomers, so it's a hard one. You never know who the crowd's going to go for on the day. But yeah, I mean, Winter, how do you think it's going to affect them playing on the main stage?
Probably just another day at the office here for Yandex. I feel like it shouldn't be something that affects them a lot. Their players are going to be able to deal with it, because every time you have a mix of old and young, Saksa is the old one here, like the team usually is going to be, I feel like, a lot more stable, you know, in environments like this. I think whereas for Spirit, I think after the loss today, they are going to have to look back at their prep, right? Like, their prep for this series is definitely something that is lacking there, you know, in terms of drafting. I don't even feel like they could have played a lot better in the 2 games that they lost. It just felt like they couldn't really do much right from the draft. You know, they just had very limited options. They needed to do a lot in the early game to be able to play their game, you know, and it's just very, very difficult for Spirit today.
It really was, yeah. And I think, you know, we kind of highlighted some of the critical problems, and unfortunately in the game that sort of all came into light. And yeah, this third game just looked absolutely brutal. But, you know, they've got time now to kind of reflect, you know, try to catch up on things. And one thing which Yandex said with Watson in his interview, which I think was a big part of their success today, was that, you know, they're always talking, everybody's allowed to contribute, you know, everybody's kind of talking about those two, playing pubs together, etc. And I think that's really going to help you when a patch hits, that you're all able to develop your ideas. It's all about passing that information as quickly as possible. And clearly Yandex have done that extremely well, because this was a great series from them. So yeah, we'll get to see them continue onwards. I mean, Tika, is anybody going to threaten Yandex in this tournament, or is it going to be back-to-back tournament wins for them?
No, I think there is a lot of respect to be given to both Aurora and Tundra. I think both of these teams just have the form to be able to make any best of 3, best of 5 against Yandex to be very competitive. And looking at the lower bracket, right, when I think Falcons they look like they've got a new lease of life with the patch. Some of the things they were doing in their last best of 2 of the group stage, you could see elements of, damn, this team might be able to put together a lower bracket run. So yeah, I think there are some good contenders to make Yandex just sweat a little bit more in this tournament.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to do it for this series. But guys, there is another one coming up just around the corner. We're going to have a bit of a break, and then we will be back with Aurora versus Tundra, the 2 teams to battle it out on the other side of the upper bracket and find out who is going to go on to face up against Yandex in the upper bracket final. That is just around the corner. Guys, we'll see you in a little bit for that series.
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo.
If you don't give up, if you don't give up, you can get it done. If you don't give up, you can get it done.
Another day.
Is it bright enough? Is it bright enough? Is it bright enough? Are you listening?
Bobby's really on one, climbing up the walls, screaming at the top of his voice. Running lines like they're going out of style, drinking like there's no tomorrow. Lo and behold, he's down from cloud 9, telling me how much he really loves me. Well, I'm hanging by a thread, but I'm bracing anyway. Sometimes it's easy that way. Friends mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Friends mean everything to me. If only it was that easy. Seriously, mate? Are you for real? Nimble as a cat and as subtle as a punch in the face. Storming a teacup, bullying a china shop, laughing at a wreckage in debris. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue. Wind your neck in and bite your tongue. Friends mean everything to me.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back to the very first day of the playoffs here at ESL One Birmingham. That is right, we are getting into the upper bracket and we have already seen a team knocked down. It was Spirit taken out of the upper bracket by Yandex, and now we're into our second series of the day, and it is going to be... So I'm joined by Winter and Tigov. Tigov, are we expecting a similar series this time around? Is this one going to be a little bit different in any way?
Now, this has to be closer, all right? This is going to be 3 games of excellent drafts, both teams trying their absolute best to get themselves to the upper bracket final, to have a date with Yandex in the streets of Birmingham. You know, everyone would love that at some point, I'm sure, in their lives, alas. But, you know, this is going to be a very close series. In before it's a 2-0. But anyway, it feels like it should be close.
It feels it, doesn't it? I mean, Winter, give me a hot take. I want to hear something very spicy from you here. A hot take on the series we've got coming up.
The team with the more SEA players is going to win.
that is a hot take. That is a hot take. Yeah, let's see how this one goes down. Aurora, extremely excited to see some of your countrymen competing here. I mean, what's your thoughts on these Aurora lads? Do you like watching them play? Do you think they're good representatives of the region?
Yeah, WS is by far our best offlaner in a long time. You know, I think it's been a while since we produced a world-class offlaner. We usually have very good support players, position 5 players, position 4 players sometimes, but never an offlaner. So this is a first for the region.
Definitely, and he has been outstanding. I mean, it felt like he just rose up out of nowhere, took the top spot on the MMR leaderboards, and then just didn't really get a whole lot done in the teams he was in. But it really feels like he's been enabled now in Aurora, and it's really good to see. It's love seeing some of these sort of pub stars coming out and proving that actually they can perform on a big stage. It's all Dota at the end of the day. Tiga, tell me about the other side of the coin. I mean, we got Tundra coming through. You know, they didn't have quite a good a performance in the groups, 11-3 versus Aurora's 13-1. But you still think this one's going to be close?
No, for sure. I think Tundra is the type of team where they're very like flip-floppy, okay, right? So let's think about it. They get 7th to 8th at like a playground event, right? Next event, they win. They go to Valahia, they get 7th to 8th. The next event, they win. They go to Dream League, they get 5th, 6th. The next event, they come 7th. It doesn't matter. The storyline is kind of fucked, but it doesn't matter. But then after that, then they go to Dream League Season 28. They get 1st place. They get all the EPT points. And then they go to Valahia and they get 5th, 6th. So pretty much, they rock up to an event, they don't win it. The next one, they win, bar that one stat line I mentioned. So right now, we are in the window of Tundra not winning the last event. Therefore, they have a chip on their shoulder. They have something to prove, and they're probably going to be, you know, some favorites to win it. Again, it's all the stats saying it. Sorry.
And let's not forget the hometown advantage, perhaps, as well. I mean, you know, British organization with a British player as well. Ari representing. I'm sure he cannot wait to go and play in front of a crowd. That is going to be an electric situation for him to be in. And I can't wait to see it. It should be very exciting indeed. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into one of these teams. Let's start off with Aurora here. I mean, Winter, what really has been the key to Aurora's success so far?
Nightfall. I think he has transformed himself from a very greedy carry into a team player. He is Daracho right now, and you need Daracho type of carries to win tournaments. And I think Aurora, they're in a very, very good spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tiga, we heard in an interview with Aurora that this has all been about Nightfall. You know, they have just been listening to Nightfall's ideas. You know, he is the dictator of this team, and it's willing. They love it, and it is giving them absolute results here, and that's a really cool thing to happen to a team, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall's most of his career has been like him battling other people within the team. Like larger voices will rise up, and then it's like Nightfall versus, you know, insert big name player, how they eventually will create a problem within a team. But right now, based on the, you know, the interview, what you're saying, it makes sense. You know, if you listen to one voice and it's a good voice, it will, you know, allow you to rise to the top. But Aurora, you have to praise them in the fact that they've played with mid lane stand-ins, carry stand-ins galore. and still they look good, right? So the foundation of Aurora is what you need to praise.
Alrighty, let's hear from the man himself then. Let's jump in and see what Nightfall has to say about Aurora.
We made a good shuffle after New Year. For Corey, like some games you can see this guy actually like over impacting like all other like fives, like just playing super good. And WS is quite talkative, and it also helps the team.
Not starting off super well. He does get level 6. There's going to be the rebound in. Kaori will be able to drop the golem. Rue in some trouble. The Warlock Fatal Bond's doing so much work. Oh my goodness, Kaori's just taking him for a walk. Laurel!
For playing in this tournament with full roster, I'm quite excited because I also feel like ESL is one of the better lands right now in Dota, and also I believe there's 0 standards in this one. I'm graceful, I guess that we all got here, I got here, and we can actually play.
I think we can. Watch guys this point, I think it's gonna be good.
For big events and crowd, I think it just comes with experience, honestly. Like when I used to start my career, I could play worse because I didn't really know exactly how to manage with stress. Everyone like gets this type of stress, but it's about how you manage it and how it will get to you or it will not.
Bottom row.
And how far we can go. I mean, I think we're up there, but all like top 4-5 teams can kind of beat each other, and it's kind of depending on day, yeah. And we'll see.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? And I love hearing that man talk about his team. I mean, Winter, what's your biggest takeaway from that feature about how this team functions and like their mentality towards the game at the moment?
Well, I think for a carry to be able to do his job in the game, you need to have like a good offlaner. I think he mentioned that WS is a very competitive player.
What a clip to start on, by the way. Thank you, producers.
Yeah, you kind of need that dynamic between your offlaner because you're playing off each other, you're going to the gate, you're enabling your offlaner, so you need to have a suitable partner. I think from the games, at least that I watched recently, him and WS, they have some very good thing going on in the game.
Yeah, it's always a risk when you bring in people from different regions. It's hard to know how well they'll be able to communicate and how effective that communication will be. But Tiga, that doesn't seem to be a problem with Aurora at all.
I mean, that is the beauty of Dota, right? Like Dota itself is a language, and like when you get very good at the game, obviously you're going to understand each other in that sense, and then through time, you'll kind of break down maybe like the regional kind of the culture, that type of stuff, right? And you will eventually harmonize, and that's exactly what Aurora have been able to do. So it is nothing but praise the concept of bringing what I think it's two regions, I guess, right? Europe versus SEA. I say versus like it's a competition. It's not, but like still, it is very cool to see this. I think like anytime you see post TI, I think every fan always look towards like when is the SEA player going to come to Europe? When's the European player going to go to SEA? When's the a Chinese team going to one day ever adopt a non-Chinese player? It's like it's always like the post TI stuff, and it doesn't always happen, right? But when it does, it's like damn, this is fun. And again, fair play to Aurora. They have really made it work, and to become a consistent, like team that can be rivaled against the top 4, top 5 teams in the world.
Aurora certainly going to be a tough opponent here for Tundra, but let's talk a little bit more about Tundra. I mean, this team, they are well known within the Dota sphere. They change roster every year pretty much, but it's always looking strong. They're always bringing something new to the game, and they are always an opponent to be feared. Let's hear about this team from the mouth of Whitemon himself.
I hope we can get better in this tournament because this is our full roster and we're not playing with stand-in anymore. So yeah, just hope for the best. I don't see any struggle, but I think what makes us consistent, I think because we keep talking about how's the metas going, and maybe we create the new one, or maybe we just follow what's the metas is. What makes us consistent, we just keep talking about Dota and keep playing, and then we try some new things, and if it didn't work, then yeah, just go back to the same old way. Yeah. I mean, with Pyro, I think the communications can go both ways. I think me and Pyro talking a lot about how we want to play the lanes, the game, something like that, and even outside the games.
Trouble here, the BKBs surrounded by heroes, stomped up. They're going to drop the golems, Fatal Bonds, do what they can, but the Silence is stopping a lot. The Epicenter's going to do a lot alongside the Fatal Bonds, and especially Pure gets some damage off. Pure's not dead. Pure turns, he fights, and alongside BZM, they're going to wipe Pari finishing up.
I don't really aiming for the result. I think we're just aiming for we're playing our best and we just try our hardest.
It's really impossible not to love Whitemon. Whitemon is an absolute gem. He is great, and as you can see there, this team it's working. This lineup, it's so many different personalities, so many different sort of players coming together, and including
murdering his
Ticklefight.
mid lane. Oh god, no, how? Oh, BZM,
Well,
how will he?
He doesn't have a lot of weaknesses in game, but I think they found one IRL here. That is just some brotherly love.
Who'd you send from Aurora across to do that mid game then? Like, are we sending Nightfall over?
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't really have like a fly or anything to just come over and take care of business. So yeah, I guess Nightfall's the guy to do it. Always is. But Whitemon, what do you like watching about Tundra do the most? Are you a fan of just sitting back and watching the pure rampages, or do you like when BZM has a pop-off game?
For me, it's the idea of like how many different combinations that this team can create, right? Like when you look at all 5 players, each of them at different stages of a game can step up and shine, right? Other rosters, you look towards like, oh, this guy needs to have a good game, otherwise they might crumble, right? But when you look at Tundra, it's like you will see Ari break the map in the early game, or Whitemon set up the lanes, and then there'll be a BZM show at some point with an Invoker or a Lesh, and then Pure will be able to get a Rampage once again on another carry, and then 33 is going to do some weird efficiency with an item and then become some unkillable beast, right? Like the fact for Tundra, at any stage of a tournament they're in, one guy can have a bad day, but the other 4 will kind of instantly fix it, right? Like that is why they have always been a scary team.
I mean, if you're choosing someone to target in the team, I probably would target 33. I think he's the soul of the team. The drafts are most likely going to be centered around him. So if I were to target someone, right, I would be targeting him. I would just use the bans for that guy. Make sure he has to play something that he doesn't want to play.
Is there anything you really want to see here?
I was gonna say like the Doom, right? Like we didn't really talk about it in the pre-show, right? But after 7.41, Doom suddenly become this hero that everyone's talking about, of course, due to his innate. And then when you think towards Tundra, right? 33, 235 competitive games on Doom. Second place for any pro player, 98 on XSS. Like, of course, everyone says like he's the Doom guy, no, but he is by a country mile the Doom guy. So if there's ever a team that you need to ban it out, especially with the changes in 4-1, probably going to be Tundra.
I think it's safe to say we're just not going to see a 33 Doom for the rest of this tournament. We're just going to have to live with that. One thing I would love to see, though, I really want to see the 33 Visage. I want to see if he rates it in its new form, whether he's going to put it out. He has done it.
I felt like maybe you can maybe do something with it, because you have the Invis at level 1. So there's definitely some tech that you can do.
It's not
with
Invis, it's just flying.
Also,
flying
sorry, the flying. Yeah. Yes, you can fly at level 1.
Yeah.
I feel like for the first bird, before the game starts, it can definitely be useful for that.
Yeah, you can get down some mid wards for sure, but I'm sure there's some tech to be discovered with like breaking smokes or just doing something different there. So yeah, we'll see if he's been able to cook on that just yet. But we're going to open with a Phoenix and a Pangolier. What does a Pango first pick say about a draft T?
It says they want to roll around and kill a lot of shit. That thing's scary. Pangolier, spooky. All right, my guy. Of course, at the tail end of the last patch, it went from being like one game played in a tournament. Spirit started playing it with collapsing. Amar also on a Falcons. And now it's like with one buff to Rolling Thunder, people are going, yeah, no, we need to play this hero again. So it's just going to be a skirmishing hero that will find the backline. You can't pick 2 supports that only want to play backline now. Like you need to start thinking about heroes that can like survive themselves, have some type of defensive tools, because Pangolier, he will find you in any fight, in any scope.
Every single ban they use right now is all for the Pango. Everything that they've already banned is all to protect the Pango.
Exactly. Like Puck, Coil, Ember the Root, Storm just disengage, Quap also disengage. Like multiple ways to Pango to use spells and then to fight elsewhere. But Aurora, they're following a very clear script. It honestly feels like there's not even been a patch, right? Like the Coyotes, Phoenix. We talk about 33 in Doom. I think Coyote probably is the I don't know the stat for it, but he's probably the most experienced and probably the best Phoenix in the world. Like he is insane on this hero, always has been. So yeah, Aurora just leaning on comfort in this game 1 draft.
Yeah, Phoenix
Boy
seems to be like one of the more solid position 5 remaining. We've mentioned a little bit about the Warlock and Jakiro, but I kind of feel like Phoenix is also definitely up there. He's the one that got, I would say, least nerf out of the 3 based on the facets being removed, and he's still pretty much the same hero in the lane and in the game. I think the only difference is you don't have the super Sunray right now, so you don't have the choice to get the hotspot anymore. But outside of that, the hero still feels you're just going to be a useful team fighter. You can secure the lane. You're very good at scaling. You have a stun through BKB, which is going to be useful against the Pangolier role. Pangolier doesn't really kill the egg, so they're definitely going to have to find things to hit the egg. And those are 2 heroes that I'm not sure if they're going to do much of egg hitting, but we briefly spoke about how Venom might be a thing right now in the current patch.
A very interesting hero. Yeah, the new spell is certainly quite something. Taking a bit of extra damage every time you right click. It's a lot of poison coming out from this guy as well. Double poisons level 1. I don't know. This guy's got some stuff going on. I'm interested to see it. I'm glad we get to see a Veno game.
I mean, it's also just a Slay Spire card. So I don't know if they were playing that, the Valve devs, and just thought they'd add it in, but alas. Yeah, I mean, I'm yet to see Veno in the new patch. I know, what's it called? Mouse tried playing it one game, but they got so stomped that I never got to see the Veno. So I'm really intrigued just to know what's going to be happening with it. Most likely, what are we assuming? Like, based on the changes, are we leaning core, or do you think there's some like support life to it?
Probably position 5. I think you're very good at I feel like stopping people from pulling waves and securing the lane. So I think probably a support, most likely.
A different perspective to Mouse. Cool. I know. I'm excited.
I mean,
for
Brew is kind of like a counter to it because you can dispel his slows later in the team fights. You know, in the lane, I'm not sure how well it's going to work, but in the mid game, it's going to be very hard for Venom to do anything against Brew.
Keep in mind that if you do use that ulti on him, it does split when you dispel it, right? So I don't know how that's going to work with the pandas. Is it going to then immediately spread to all the pandas, or is it? I don't know. It's going to be curious to find out. I would imagine not. It probably just disappears if there's no one to jump to, but we'll see. Rubik, ooh, hello. The old Curious Rubik coming out for the Aurora 4th pick. So looking like there's some good spells to steal here. I mean, refresh me. What does Rubik do, Winter? I've forgotten what this hero even does.
It's good in the lane with Brew. I think primarily outside of the spell stealing and everything else, Rubik is really good with Brew. Brew needs someone to ignite his flames, so you can actually have a good lane. Like normally you see Brew with Muerta, Blue with Skyra, long range nuke. Rubik does the same thing. And Rubik kind of got a lot of buffs, right, in the current patch. Seems like the hero is back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rereading Curiosity, out of curiosity, and I'm enjoying it. Like the idea of like when you see someone cast a spell, you're gaining stacks, and then those stacks give you base damage, debuff duration, buff duration, a little bit of AoE. Like it'll all add up to Rubik just feeling stronger depending on what spells are available. But yeah, Rubik of course, his laning, I think, was a major problem for him. Like, how does he actually get to play out the lane? But what is it? He got a little bit of a damage increase by 1 damage, again, not too crazy. And then, what was it? The damage reduction also got a very small buff. So, yeah, getting very minor buffs for laning, but yeah, just the skirmishing, the fight. Like, he can have spells still on quick cast and probably get a good spell in this game, right?
Yeah, there's a lot up for grabs for sure, and some big ones as well. The Venom ulti, the Tide ulti, the Snakes, all going to be very, very big. Any ulti you can get your hands on going to feel very useful.
It also helps that he's playing with Brewmaster, right? Like the lanes are set up for Rubik to thrive. Because like I said with the lanes, when you have Centaurs and Brewmasters, they give your forward position more freedom to kind of go a little bit more creative. And that's a good indicator. I'm kind of happy that both teams are mirroring each other in playstyle. They are looking for the kind of the skirmish, the fight. Right, one team's going to be using Pango to go crazy, backed up by Venos and Shamans. Then the other team's got a Brewmaster, and then the Rubik and the Void Spirit Phoenix will follow him. So it is really fun that both teams kind of have the same approach to how they want to break down the game.
So Faceless taken out of the pool. Both teams needing a carry. So we're gonna have to dig pretty deep here because a lot of stuff is about to be banned. What does both team need?
Probably gonna see some weird carries. Maybe some Bristleback, some Omni Knight carries. I think Omni Knight has some potential to be a carry right now with the buffs. I think you need something to kill off the split, I would say. Maybe a Sven.
That's a big ask.
I mean, yeah, the classics to killing the split, right? It's Sven, it's Gyrocopter, like anything that has like just random AoE damage helps a lot. And it's also awkward though for Aurora, right? Your last pick in the draft is Nightfall's carry, most likely. And like his Ursa is gone, that is the kind of anti-Tide hero. His Doom, of course, is a first phase ban for yourself because you're playing against Tundra. That would have been a great pick for themselves. And then his other heroes, they kind of feel like they don't lane perfectly into a Tide, right? Like the Alk that he's shown, we saw earlier how Tide just kind of chilled in that matchup. You probably don't want to pick, the Beastmaster carries into this. Abaddon carries, again, no idea if that's even a thing on the new patch. So I am intrigued to when he will move because his staples don't lane perfectly.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like I said, Bristol, Omni Knight hero coming out. It's not a lot of good choices here remaining. I think he's going to find something that can allow him to win the lane. Those are the options that he has, and Tundra also definitely going to be thinking about that. Both teams kind of want very similar heroes. They are both trying to figure out what carry to pick and which one can give them I think an ideal start to the game, to the lane.
Oh, did they take
the new hotness? Alchemist coming out.
I mean, I don't mind it, right? Like when you look at how the layering of their draft will work, Tide will soak up the initiation of the fight. He'll walk around and be the blob, and then Alk will buy Orchid, so he threatens the Brewmaster at mid stage of the game. Exactly, because like Brew wants to go like or Midas into Ags. I just realized that these very subtle audio things. it's really tilting. Oh god, I don't know if I'm just going crazy. Anyways, yeah, good pick. Oh, they go Luna. I see. Okay, yeah, I like the Luna pick. Adding the damage reduction just as a base to the hero, very good. Okay, I'm not going crazy. They are dubbing it. Christ, I thought I was going crazy.
I was wondering. Yeah, Luna. I mean, this is a hero I was kind of expecting to fall off due to the changes to the Ancients. Like, this is a hero which loves farming Ancients, so for them to not be near the safe lane anymore, I was expecting not to see so much Luna, but still a viable pickup here, at least according to Aurora.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out for them.
It's a very good pick here, I think. It's good in the lane. It's tight because you need a spell, like something to push him out, magic damage. And because you're laning with a Phoenix, right, and they're laning into Shaman, so you need a carry to cancel the Shackles, and Luna can actually do it. It's pretty important to have something to cancel Shackles in lane, So I think this is an excellent pick for Aurora Gaming overall. They're a very strong team fight, very good scaling, and yeah, I kind of like their overall composition here a little bit more than what Tundra has.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so they're a little bit favored there, Tigo.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, I think, at just making sure their draft is balanced. I think for Tundra, they are just going to have to try and answer the question of, will Alk be able to always have that item lead to feel like he's punching into the game? We saw earlier today, Alchemist kind of buy an Ags, give it to someone else, kind of fall out of the game quite quickly. This time around, like, is he going to think about buying one Ags? Was it only just because Watson was like just wanting to help out Chiro Jr. a little bit? If he is just going pure damage items on the Alchemist, then it's like, get the kills, keep converting. So for me, it's like, yes, Alchemist in the game, it becomes an Alchemist game, but he has to make sure he just itemizes correctly. One wrong item on this hero, and you will feel Aurora's lineup remind you of your mistakes.
So what is the key win conditions for both teams here quickly then? Who starting with Tundra, you can go Winter. What needs to happen for them to be able to fight up into this Aurora draft?
Yeah, I think the lanes are obviously going to be very, very important. Again, like Aurora, can they actually get ahead with the lanes? I think they have a pretty strong setup. Both teams have very strong setups because in terms of the speed of the game, I feel like if Tundra get like an early Radiance on Elk, they can definitely also play very quickly through the Pango there. Whereas for Aurora, I feel like with the Luna, the Brew, maybe they're going to be slightly slower pace overall. But at the same time, the lanes are going to matter a lot. The runes are going to matter a lot. The first 5-6 minutes of the game, they are going to decide a lot of this match.
Alrighty then, let's get into it. It is game number 1 of this best of 3 series here in the upper bracket of ESL One Birmingham Tundra versus Aurora Gaming. Let's send it over to our caster. We've got Lyrical and Trapped.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. And we are off and ready and into this game as well. How's it going over there, everybody? Trent, I'm stoked. We've got some new patch Dota continuing. Day 2.
That's right.
Let's do it.
We have turned the page here as we fly through the skies to the mid lane, where the teams are having a little standoff here. A little 5v5 action as we gaze longingly across the river at each other, just wishing to touch, you know?
Okay, yeah,
have a little contact.
That's what we're wishing for.
Yeah, they're always trying to high five at the start.
That's right. You know, honestly, it's a decent point. I will say I am a little surprised by the last 2 picks. There was a ton of early hate thrown the direction of Tundra towards Aurora, where they banned out all of Makoto's heroes, and then it meant that we ended up in a weird situation with an Alk Luna as our carries in this game. Fast heroes that want to accelerate and farm, and 33 runs on in. Kaori finds him. Nightfall is there too. They're going to battle it out for this. Oh, Ari is low. Do they have enough to kill him off? Shackle trying to heal back up, and that means that he doesn't go down first. Kaori instead is the first blood. Nightfall now in further trouble. Will try and TP out, and does look like he's going to be able to do just that.
That's a painful one, though. Now he's to wait for the salve to get here.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if he got the courier, though? Like, ooh, you know, we could really be living in the future here. As they're still on Mira. Oh, no. Rubik, he's back in our pro games and still trash in the first 5 minutes.
That's fair. Did get a kill, though, which was pretty nice for himself, at least. And Kaori wisely going to be bringing that salve out to Nightfall. So Nightfall comes into lane and looks like he is going to be perfectly fine.
That's a solid plan right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Kaori Phoenix. Like, it didn't work out too well that time, but that is one thing I'm excited about when it comes to this draft. And like you were just saying, though, all those bans on Makoto, and he still just gets Void Spirit. Seems kind of okay to me. Like, this is the guy who he lost Sanctuary Facet, but he still has the physical damage barrier. So in a matchup versus the Pangolier, still quite helpful.
Something to watch for and see how he's able to do. Meanwhile, up on the top side, they're chasing down Kaori again on the Phoenix, and he TP'd out for this. So 25 seconds on the sideline. Nightfall's going to have to be self-sufficient here.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, again, one of the most renowned Phoenix players going down twice, and especially in a lane like that is pretty painful. We all know that Shaman and Tide can be pretty frustrating. Obviously, you got some minus armor, and the Shaman just hits really hard, so has to be really cautious on the trades before he's got the dive, and didn't quite get it this time as Pure chucks a long bomb there on the Mira.
Very nice, very nice.
Whitemon, dude, like,
on.
What are we doing? We're going to spend 6 months playing Jakiro and Warlock. They get a little bit of nerfs, and now you're playing Veno. It's just, you know, that's, I mean, winning games is fun, and Whitemon has been one of the best 5s, but man, just another kind of snooze lane trader on the list.
I mean, at least with Veno, you can go farm later. You know, there's something there that starts to feel a little bit better, at least. You know, hitting some last hits that creates some dopamine, but this will not, as they try and run onto Mira, see if they can do any extra damage. Fadebolt didn't get out in time, and now it does. That secures that they at least get the kill going the other direction onto Whitemon.
Meanwhile, at top there, as you guys were watching, we did get the kill there onto the Tidehunter, so a bit of revenge for Aurora in the top lane.
Needed. Yeah, so they come back in. Nightfall definitely wanting to get to a nice spot. And I will also say, with the changes to the river, I feel like that's one thing that benefits Pure and kind of hurts the Luna, right? Like, Alk loves the fact that these camps are smaller. Like, there's mud golems down their bottom as Whitemon is going to die. And now Pure might also be in trouble. The hits keep on coming from WS, but will manage to survive through there as he backs out. But yeah, that's something to watch for.
Yeah, that's a very good point. With Grievel's Greed, like, units matter more than what they are, so big benefits for Pure in this case. And it's a classic situation where gold gets removed from the map, thus Alk must be better because he creates more gold. Obviously, it didn't work out earlier in the previous game, but maybe they'll have better luck here. Oh,
I do think...
Get those little boglets. Sorry, polywogs.
Ari, in the meantime, go for the Shackle play here onto Nightfall, and Did have another Anchor Smash, but not opting for it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Pure decides to do. He's already left and is just going to go stack up this camp as he walks back to base. This is not necessarily where you want to be as a carry at 4 minutes into the game.
No, especially when you have a Venomancer. Like, isn't he's the guy, isn't he? Like, shouldn't this be going a little better?
I think so. BZM on mid, chasing down Makoto, forcing him to use the bottle. And yeah, still we'll be able to walk that one off.
I think Venomancer was one of the heroes that really grabbed everyone's attention in the patch notes. Which, are you going to be all right here, Makoto? You good?
33 also? 33 low, just dies? Thought he could get something and ends up getting punished by Kaori.
Very bloody first 4 minutes here. Can't even bring up any of my topics. People are like engaging in battle and whatnot. But as I'm keeping an eye on terms of like, you know, what heroes are mega busted, you guys are seeing all the Doom bans, the Lifestealer bans, the Leshrac bans. Those heroes are all like 55% win rate in top tier pubs right now. Venomancer is the 5th most played hero in top tier pubs, 48% win rate. Not up there. Everyone wants it to work. It's not working yet.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a kerfuffle, that one. And it's one of those, maybe again, like win the lane, lose the game type of heroes where you can see the power of it, but it's just not translating in terms of what they need this hero to do. That might change over time, but at least for now, there's issues.
I mean, I still want to see a Noxious Plague spread like a Scythe or something crazy, you know? Did you see someone they used a Lotus Orb on a duel, so thus you could actually spread duel at the end, you know?
What the hell?
The possibilities are endless.
That's a little crazy, but very neat. Another Shackles here.
That was post-dive, but alright, heading on out. Yeah. Comes mid for the 6-minute rune. Also have Whitemon coming in here too. Mira running through. Little party mid here.
Makoto, now seeing that they're in the area, might stop that movement. And we'll see. It is going to be up top. Right here. They're going on to Mira. Whitemon, a few more hits, and that's enough to deny from Makoto. Well played.
All right, Mira with a nice play where he, after the Astral, the 8th Remnant rather, he walks in, chucks BZM so he can't get the rune. Otherwise, he was going to get the deny. So Whitemon has to actually snag it up himself.
They're going top onto Tide again. Kaori dives in, and 33 in some trouble. Will manage to get a stick, leaving them alive. But in mid, there's a much more action going on where they're pressuring this tower with a catapult. Makoto can't really feel comfortable, even with level 6, to fully dive in there.
Yeah, I think it's enough for them to kind of back off, though, on the Dire, or on the Radiant, rather. Just respecting that. And likewise, though, Catapult also still throwing itself into this top lane as we hit the Wisdom timing. Kaori considering going for this. Oh,
and
it's a bit spooky there, bud.
Yeah, he's not going to go. It's a wise decision. There is still the other Wisdom. WS down bottom has level 6. Are they going to stick around and try and make a fight happen here? It's a little weird.
I mean, you got 3 points clap. You got to be thinking, like, can I kill this guy? Like,
yeah.
You know, it's got to be close. I mean, did they nerf level 1 that much?
They're going through the gate. That's what they want to try and just like secure it and get an easy one. Pure going to farm. Kaori, Mira nearby. There's the dive. Pure starting to get hit and feeling like he needs to deny himself. Does get a neutral deny and also gets the last hits.
Kind of goated, to be honest. They don't have to spend a split. And you know what? They were keeping an eye on their Wisdom Shrine. It's still there. Whitemon does not make the commitment going for it. He might have gotten it as to get a roll in the mid lane, but it's not enough to chain it together on Makoto.
That was a lot used for basically no gain and a regen up top. Makoto is going to start to make the move. Ari does have shackles though, and oh, that's annoying. That's super annoying.
All right, well, after all this time, 8-minute Wisdom Rune will still get taken there from Mira. Trying to help out this Rubik. And we'll see, you know? Will Curiosity win the game? And not just, there's no cats to kill, I don't think. I guess there's Luna, but they're on the same team, so.
by the way, mine was nerfed. You remember? All right, so check it out. A little behind the scenes. This morning while we were watching the other series, me and Trent played turbo games, and my curiosity got bugged, and it wouldn't go above 1. It does go up. See? There's some weird stuff going on, man.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to you, brother. That was weird. You just were not getting the stacks. It just said 1 the whole time.
All right, well,
and we were playing a Rubik Mirana lane, so it was really bad. Let me be clear. Celestial Quiver, not it, guys. Would not recommend.
It feels bad. We won eventually, but not that game.
Turns out you're still just playing Mirana. Weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whitemon doing a good job of keeping this tower down here alive. The wards scout out the wraparound that came in, and that is super value. So while this hero might have a somewhat of a low win rate right now in terms of pubs, you're seeing some of the value he can provide.
I mean, I know it's an Alchemist. It still surprises me he's top net worth. This has been such an atrocious looking game for him.
Yeah.
But all these little creeps down here as he speeds his way through that river, filling his coffers. And early levels for Kaori, though. You know, all this action, the Phoenix, very early level 6, able to defend any really aggressive plays that come out here.
Yeah. Well, and as long as Luna is like keeping somewhat even with the Alk, this feels like somewhat okay, I guess, for Nightfall, trying to get into this Mask of Madness, and should have that flying out to him right now. Nightfall definitely the type of player that is willing to just stay farming on the map and not having to show up if he doesn't have to.
A bunch of stacks made here for BZM. Gonna help him out as Ari lurks nearby, trying to get some of the XP for his 6. I was wondering if maybe there's an opportunity to perhaps come and deal with these stacks, because they got some Ancients done up here and the full camp, because either the Alk, the Tide, or the Pango are going to farm them, but they're not looking there to try and find their fights. They're going to try and hunt the Alchemist somewhere in the jungle. As you can see, the line they're going for here.
Pure is here. It looks like they're going to have to settle for Whitemon as Pure is off to the side, and they actually spot for a moment. Second jump, hypnotize, gets the kill, and Makoto will pass that over to Kaori, because why not?
You're supposed to spread, guys. Walk away from the plague. All right, well, they get the kill, they pressure the tower, but yeah, top, same thing happening right now.
Yeah, I guess, how do you feel like the timings of these things work out, right? Because like Alk is getting towards the Radiance, but it also feels like Aurora is sort of waiting for this BK or Midas Aghanim's timing on WS to take a big fight. Do you think that Aurora need to get stuff done right now?
I would like to see them use a split. I think that would not be the worst, right? You're level 9, but if he's happily farming away, perhaps it doesn't matter. Deep wards would be nice. I'm going to be interested to see how much the impact this really early Mage Slayer has for BZM. Because it could really hit, or it might kind of do nothing. You know what I mean? Like compared to the Diffusal.
True. Yeah, it feels more about trying to, you know, just stay alive than kill the opposing lineup.
It could reduce so much damage. Like if he tags up like Luna and Void Spear in a fight, I mean, it could be a massive play. It's just if you miss that, obviously, it's problematic. Right. I also saw a post saying it wasn't doing enough DPS.
The Mage Slayer?
Yeah, I'm gonna check. Let's see. How's it doing?
Let's go to the officials, the Redditors. They know what's going on.
Exactly. That's got to keep my eyes on that. I mean, I see 14-14. So yeah, that seems right. Maybe.
Okay.
Because it's gonna be 28 reductions. Yeah, that seems good.
Okay. They fixed it. That's what I'm hearing.
Maybe.
Smoke up, heading bottom, trying to go for a stun, and Pure not going to be able to connect onto it. Ari does still have the Serpent Wards if they want to try and make this move, but it feels like Aurora has figured out what's going on and is already backing away. BZM runs into the triangle where he's going to see a bunch of stacks built up.
And he's like, guys, we should just farm this. Like, keep fighting. Drop the snakes. Let's farm.
Although, yeah, they're going to take this, and you're not getting the kill onto Pure either. So, oh man, that has got to be so frustrating for Aurora. And I think, yeah, Mira's going to realize what's going on here in just a moment.
Well, he's going to die
goes for the roll up, lift, swash, backs away. Mira trying to escape. BZM.
Did he just greed out there not wanting to use ulti? I feel like he had the kill.
Oh, and he misses. All right, that's a defusal kills moment.
That's definitely a defusal kills. Yeah.
And he's just going to TP away. But they steal the stack, so very good.
What a strange game for a Void Spirit who seemed to be starting out so nicely. He's just been chilling. He's been farming this whole time. A Spirit Vessel with 1 kill, like 1-0-0. We were so aggro for the first 5 minutes. I feel like we had almost all of our kills then. And now, Whitemon died at 11 minutes. And then that's it. No one else.
It does feel like they're willing to just wait on WS's Aghanims. And not feel the need to try and push the tempo too much, which, I mean, fair enough, right? Because, like, that's going to come at the same time as probably Luna Manta completed. Not going to be able to have a BKB by that point.
Yeah, and that's one of the most important things about all these changes to Brewmaster is that the nerfs don't actually affect him at all when he has that level 12 plus the Aghanims, because it's still going to be like you have a level 18 split. So the hero is still really, really busted at this point. And this is probably his strongest point in the entire game.
Well, Pure at 15 minutes is going to be claiming his Radiance. And we'll see if at that point Tundra have any interest in fighting. It does feel like they could just keep farming. Just immediately going to drop the Supernova. Finds Ari and will blow him up.
I mean...
That tells you how they feel about this game. We'll get a kill, use everything, and then back away.
Yeah. Again, still holding split too. So, like, if there was a big fight breaking out, you know?
Yeah.
There's always that as a bit of a backup option. As Pure gonna crack a bottle down here on WS. They're gonna try and go for this play with the Pango.
A little bit crazy to make this move, but we'll get a lot of damage in the rollback. They kill him. WS actually goes down. Wow.
Big stun.
Yeah, that was huge. Now,
big buff
with Pure and Makoto.
Maybe he lives versus old Pango, you know? Maybe the stuns aren't enough.
They're going to try and go on to Pure now. And, yep, they move. The lift, the stun, connects, self-stun. Not going to go out, but Makoto cleans up. So that's the much bigger kill.
Yeah, big value. Unfortunately there for Tundra. And so we get a couple new items. We do have the Essence Eater here on the Essence Stiller on Whitemon. So first time I'm getting a chance to see this. Gonna be very interesting. At least get to cast it, that is. And so he's got like the ground targeted little sentry thing he can do.
Right.
Should be very interesting. Also providing true vision to like help chase people down as they do jump onto Mira. Shackled up and in trouble. Gone.
WS trying to roll out onto him, but will not be able to force this issue. He's very close to Aghanim Scepter on WS.
And then, little pause on pause accidentally. Swoopsie. The other item was the Consecrated Wraps, was picked up quite a bit earlier there on 3-3, which is kind of a cool item on the hero. It just makes you a little bit tankier, gives you attributes, and you just kind of wander around a little bit quicker. It's kind of nice.
What do you think about this? The Auk passing out the Aghanim Scepters.
He's going for it again, is he? Okay. I mean, we saw this earlier today. I mean, it is really good with the Pango and the Mage Slayer, and obviously the Diffusal as well, so that kind of makes sense. It's pretty good with the Tide. I think either of those are solid. I'd probably go Pango. I think is the more logical one.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially versus Brewmaster. That feels really nice. Okay, so what is the change now when I pass an Ags? Your base bonus goal and max bonus goal per kill by 6 per melted Aghanim Scepter. Okay, so the idea being this is my Midas, right? I'm giving the Ags to my bud so that I get more gold when I do other stuff. So in the long run, I'm investing in you to invest in me. And that's beautiful, all right? We call that children, all right? That's your kids taking care of you in the late game, all right?
Oh, I see.
I got to get my kids some Aghanim Scepters.
Yeah.
So I'm in a nice home.
We're not going to the old folks home. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, just a nice one. we can go. Just one with, Mario Kart and Dota.
Yeah, I like that. Makoto goes in, and now they find and kill off Ari. BZM trying to play a little bit of cleanup himself isn't going to really be able to do that much, it seems.
What patch is the old folks home on, do you think?
I mean, It's like 6.83.
yeah, we're just maybe a little ho ho ha ha or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think that was one of the patches that was played when Dota was at its like most played ever. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
a lot of people have memories of that one.
Yeah. A lot of people left.
We just don't know what happened.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
All right.
well, tech issues. We lose 3-3.
He'll be back, surely.
Yeah.
So they're pressuring this top tower. In terms of timings, again, this Aghanims feels like it will be a big one. Luna is going in for the Hurricane Pike action. So we're not seeing like an early BKB by any stretch of the imagination. And that does mean that like Tidehunter should be incredibly strong. 33 hasn't really been a force in this game yet in terms of showing up for any fights. I don't think we even seen a Ravage yet, unless I'm mistaken.
No Ravages and no splits. We're just hanging out, you know?
Yeah, apparently.
We're all just waiting. I mean, Aurora are fully in control when it comes to Roche with this lineup. They could easily be doing it, I think, at any point here with the abilities of like Phoenix and Brewmaster to just control things. I think it would be very difficult for the Radiant contest, especially now they've stolen Acid Spray. Even better now. WS going to walk into BZM and Ari.
How you doing? Makoto shows up. No shackles for you. Has the split now finally. And, well, Ari's going to go down. Can they catch and kill BZM as well? If he has a remnant, it's going to be in 6, so they're not going to be able to drop one as he lands.
Oh, that was cool. Swashes down towards the Tide with the Vlads. Heals right back up.
Yeah, that's nice. But there it is. First Aghanim Scepter done and transferred over. They've got it on the Pango.
Okay. Ooh, Mira trying to tumble her away here. Counter tumble from 3-3. My God, they're tumbling everywhere.
Oops. Nice. Well played, Mira.
Insane.
Nice.
All right, they're under an Ob-Sentry combo right now if they want to try to make a play on them. But they're also... All right, 3-3 is just going in. He's like, I want to battle. Who wants them?
Oh, man. Nightfall's backing away. They see the Ags now. And Mask of Madness running. Manta back out by Nightfall.
While Pure stunning himself in the back.
They're just dodging, man. They don't want any of it.
Oh, they're trying to escape through the Twin Gate.
Oh, they barely. Oh, man. I can't believe they got him.
Yeah, Mira died on the other side. He died from Alchemist Burn on the other side of the Twin Gate.
Yeah.
That's pretty hype.
2K gold lead.
Oh, you can see the attitude here from Tundra as well. BZM, he was trying to decide between the Diffusal and the Blink next, and he's gone for the Blink. So he wants to get these fights started, get rolling through.
Right.
And now that, I think that gives them the edge now in these Roche attempts. Like, they're going to just jump onto the Tormentor. Should be very easy with their lineup.
And interesting. Whitemon is queuing up his own Aghanim Scepter because he feels like this Noxious Plague lowering the magic resistance is actually going to be pretty impactful. And to be honest, yeah, like they don't have a pipe builder right now on Dire. This is going to be a ton of magical damage coming out.
Yeah, I wonder what WS's next item will be, actually. Like, you could make an argument for the pipe. I don't think it's much of an AC game. And then there's always just, like, straight up refresher, honestly.
Good blink out. Ari gets away from Makoto. They had an inkling of where they were going by Tundra, and both Pure and Ari get out. So dodging when they want to, getting continually farmed. Pure is working towards a BKB. And this is looking pretty freaking good for Tundra.
Aurora basically just saying, we're going to win the big team fight when it counts. And it's certainly possible with their heroes, but they're giving up a lot of space on the map for it. And it puts a lot of pressure on Mira as well as Kaori.
Pick up Lotuses. Kaori almost done with the Solar Crest. And yeah, the steady farming. I'm guessing we're just going to be seeing some greedy action the whole way through.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we've learned that greedy is the enchantment for everybody.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what your role is in a lot of the games we've been seeing.
Look at Ari, man. He just drops snakes in the middle just to push out the lanes.
Farming up. I can't wait to see him chucking the Ernaconda.
That'd be nice. Another move through.
Oh, because it's like an urn that he throws and it comes out of it. That's why it's called Ernaconda.
You know, it says the Snake Jar Magic the Gathering card. That's what it is. TP out. No way to stop it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they're good. They're chilling. And I mean, I think the biggest thing here is that we just have seen Tundra sort of anticipate every move that Aurora has made to try and catch them, and they're not able to like start a good fight. And this feels like almost desperation a little bit here to get something done, and Tundra willing to fight right into it.
Yeah, the Aether Remnant is going to be so important. It's like going to set up everything, right?
Yeah.
It's like blink, clap, hit a Remnant onto a telekinesis, and maybe burst someone down through it.
They scanned. They know they're up there.
Wards are so good in these kind of fights.
They know they're up there. They jump onto BZM. Can't catch him, though, right at the beginning. Pure runs in, finds the stun, in trouble, dead. Makoto is out of there. Nightfall trying to beat into 33. But as that fight continues on that side, it's WS who is almost dead inside his pandas. And they're not able to really chase down anybody else. So
3-3's just chasing Nightfall at the same time. Hello? Come back, friend.
Blink out from WS, but yeah, Nightfall is the one that's sort of been left to the side and gonna save the Ravage to make sure that Nightfall cannot get away. Does have another 4-staff BZM chasing. The Rolling Thunder is wearing out soon, but Nightfall is in a lot of trouble and gets the 4-staff. Oh, to the side, Nightfall! No, it was almost enough.
Man, if he got low ground there, maybe. He might have made it. Great positioning there from Tundra. The scan, the hiding in the trees, the planting the ward, and they immediately blow up Makoto. Like, there's just no way they can win this fight if Makoto just goes down straight off the bat.
Huge plays, and Tundra now head on into the pit with wards, with everything else. We're going to take another look at this and how badly that fight ended up going for
It was actually
Aurora.
so bad they didn't even want to show it again. It was, you know, we just can't do it. Look at 3-3. Like, why'd they do that? That was so easy.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Jeez.
I blame T-Gov. He kept saying, you know, it's gonna be such good games, really close back and forth. I mean, in a sense, it is still kind of close. But like,
yeah. I mean, if you just kill one hero, they have the gold lead on Aurora then, right?
That's all it takes. Pure.
Or if you lift somebody for the whole fight.
I mean, oh, the Articonda. That's right.
Does he have
just
it?
simply lift them. Yeah, maybe he just gets more stacks of curiosity. That'll save us.
I mean, a good spell steal could make the difference, but it's hard to make up 10k gold in difference.
I'm surprised Ari's not just like throwing this Ernaconda on random neutral camps. I kind of felt like that's where it was going to go. I mostly just want to see him use it.
Oh, very good. This is nice. While this is happening,
Look at that
WS is
Ernaconda. Look at
dying.
that. Oh, I'm so big.
Oh, yeah. He gets the split off. Whitemon is up on the high ground, and WS has 15 seconds left to run. Can WS make it out?
Dude, if they can't punish this, this is just like, I mean, I know they can't because 3-3's just grabbing the wave by their tier 3, but this is a bad time.
Oh, blink. Okay, WS gets away. Nice.
Oh, maybe a steal from Mira? No? It's probably just barrage. Oh, there we go. Swash. Easy. Oh, wait, dude, he was so ready for that.
Yeah,
I think
he knew.
Oh. All right, that was impressive.
That was nice. Nothing for free in this game is what I feel like I'm learning. And as we kind of saw in the last series too, that like these sides of the map farming patterns are not as valuable as they used to be. As BZM is out way too far, he is going to get punished and caught, and Whitemon now going to throw out the ulti. This is not Aghanim Scepter upgraded as of yet, but BZM, as the sun comes out, they pop a Ravage, hits onto 4. WS in trouble is going to fall. Nightfall, not that many places left to go, but is Shadow Bladed. And now Hex found. It will be enough to kill off the Luna. Mira trying desperately to stay alive, but he too will fall. A triple kill for BZM post Aegis.
Get the fish.
Yeah, they're eating the fish.
Only 4 yummy fish this game because the battles just have not been there. Well. Well done by Tundra. Like, the layering there of the Ravage on top of the egg, like, you finally get a decent egg that looks like maybe it's going to help you reset this fight and get some control, and 3-3 just essentially cancels it out with the Ravage. And then it's like, I don't even need Ravage. I'm so strong right now that my hero's busted even without my ulti.
It's very true.
Like, they got an AC on Pure. They cannot kill this Radiant team.
No. It has very clearly become too difficult. As you can see there, the replay completely alone. They were able to get the control out afterwards, but just do not have the damage they need to find a burst.
You've just spent so much just to kill the Aegis. And then
back in the world of the living, Mira, he got himself a Ernaconda.
Okay, all right. Oh, wait, big
now
stuff.
They're rolling.
No, come on, Cliffs, help him out. There we go.
WS getting out. Meanwhile, 33 is chasing Makoto.
we're all over the place right now.
This is a very chaotic game. And now they stole the stun from the Alk. But Mira in some trouble here if BZM finds him. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough damage. Just barely getting away.
Oh, lordy. All right, well, you know, Whitemon, as you were saying, he did it himself, bought his own eggs, bootstraps and whatnot, despite not having any boots because, you know, he's a Venomancer.
Right.
I don't know where the boots go on this guy, but... Oh, caught on WS here. There is no split. I don't know what he's doing out here.
He's Midasing, man. He had 2 stacks.
I can't believe he's alive. I thought they were just going to like, walk after him. But I guess they just don't have the stuns that can keep pace.
I mean, he's trying to farm to play some catch up here, get towards an AC of his own, but they're pinging right on top of him. And I have a feeling Tundra, they're ready to pressure and force some reaction from Aurora, who, again, do not have a way to deal with the magical damage that's coming out. And they also have massive amounts of physical damage. I mean, Tundra is just monstrous right now. Trying to slow this down. Makoto throwing out some remnants. We'll see some fire spirits from Kaori as well. But that's a tier 3 tower dead, while simultaneously Nightfall is pressuring bottom. Almost at the silver edge. Still needs a BKB after the fact.
And despite all the work up top, the wave is still here in the mid lane, so...
Yeah.
Top lane does go down.
And now they have silver edge.
Uh-oh. Okay, nice dodge on the anchor.
Second set. They're going to have to deal with this at some point.
Split
Nightfall not wanting to fight, apparently. Is just going to keep on farming. Which, if they're not going to pressure for the other tier 3, then yeah, this is the right call.
I mean, you know, he doesn't have the BKB yet, so like...
Yeah.
He's not rated to be the Nightfall.
That's true.
He hasn't found himself yet. He doesn't have someone on his team who just passed him a 4,200 gold item, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard. He's almost on that next Aghanims there.
Roche, capable of respawning in a minute 40. There's another smoke up now. Tundra seeing if they can find somebody and just blow them up outside of the map.
Oh, I like this idea of just buying the Scythe, giving it to Whitemon so he can... Or sorry, buy the Scepter, give it to Whitemon, he can just buy Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Ari, Makoto, jump, Hex, lift, trying to keep him alive, but the anchor is down. You need to keep it alive. The silence is there. And now everybody else tries to jump away, but Kaori is going to fall. Does have buyback.
Oh, Tundra just in. Oh, whoa. He's thinking about it.
It definitely is. More damage out as Tundra take a second set of racks, but they do finish the AC, so they have one of their own. They have a silver edge. God, they need more gold, man.
He gave the Ags to 3-3. Like, does he really need it?
I mean,
why won't work so hard? Reward him, you know?
Listen, Tide Ags is good. Also, 33 is the captain. You got to do what you're told.
Ooh, that's a fair point, actually. That's how you get your hero that you want in the next draft right there.
Exactly.
Maybe
I'm not
he's a
going to lie.
sicko that likes this. Yeah, but
it's looking pretty bad for old Aurora here.
You know what? We had a 97% win rate game that got turned around.
That's true.
It happened. Could happen again.
We're on a new patch.
That makes it more likely? Less likely? What do you think?
I think more likely.
More likely. They overextend, you know? They get a little silly and buy a bad item.
Oh, Mira, no. Couldn't get the blink off in time.
Man, this was not the time to use your one time for the Rubik pick.
No.
Because he's gone now. That was it. Yeah. You had your moment where you begged, and the drafter's like, well, you are a Rubik player. He's a grandmaster. It must be good now if he really wants it. 3-3. Hello, please leave this outpost. We would like to keep it.
And WS going to be forced into using the split. They get the lift up onto Tide. Now turning over to Whitemon. Some damage, but I'm telling you, it ain't feeling that great to be WS right now. As the chase continues, WS, where are you going to go? Where are you going to find help? He'll have a blink when he comes out of this. Needs to wait for the Shivas to be down. And looks like he will be able to survive as he comes out of his ulti form. Pure, though, looking pretty strong. They get the hypnotize, pulls them back, brings them low, Ravage down, good damage out. Do they have enough for the stun? They will. Supernova is already used. They buy back on the Rubik, and now great stun ray doing what damage they can. The break is there. They take down the Tidehunter. They kill off the Shaman. Can they find more? Aurora, you gotta go now. And they will. Oh, they get the stun now, too, onto BZM. BZM is onto Mira. Makoto thinking about a chase.
Pure coming back in.
Pure. It's a little bit scary. Stolen stun. Do they have enough to take down Makoto? Looks like they're just going to try and run on BZM. Wise decision. Still, that is a tier 3 tower taken and only racks left.
Okay, but what? Buyback on Rubik, I think, was the spend?
Yeah.
Pretty value. I mean, that is actually a sign of life here. Maybe they played it a bit aggro. I can't believe how well that went considering the Ravage. I mean,
yeah.
I just see a Tidehunter who there's 0 BKBs in the enemy team, so he's just letting it rip right now. That problem might be solved here soon at the very least for Nightfalls. He is closing in on the BKB. But they held their formation. They managed to defend their high ground a bit here. And this was really the best chance to actually help get something going in this game. Man, how does he survive through that for so long still? I guess because Pure's just running away, they lose out a lot of their damage, so they're not able to actually finish a lot of those kills as they follow up on the Ravage. I like the cut to 3-3 in the middle of that one. That was good.
Yeah.
Like, what have we done? I've hit a giant Ravage, but nothing good is happening for us. And the lead does falter a little bit more here. Up to 5%, folks. Get your Hopium up.
Good blink back by Mira. Will not be caught and killed by BZM yet, but now ends up dying inside the base, and they know that that is a dieback. That one hurts.
Yeah, and I think they stole his gem too.
Are they going to go off of that? Now, Nightfall does have BKB here, and 33 Ravage in 20. If they take a bad fight at this exact moment, this actually might look kind of bad for them. 33 jumps in, Pure kills off Kaori though. He buys back immediately. Pure is in pretty deep. WS gets the lower down onto 33. 7 seconds till Ravage. WS has to run. This is not looking great. They think about going back in. Nightfall is there, but they've already found the kill, and now wait for the BKB to wear up. Ravage on 3. They find, they kill, and Tundra. They are too strong as they will take game number 1.
Yeah, just a couple of godlike heroes there popping off. 9-0, 9, 10, 2, and 6 between BZM and Pure. And yeah, BZM anger mode. Look at that. Like, look how locked in he is right now. Holy. Pure a little more jovial about it, you know. Running around, passing some magnums. He had a little bit more fun with it. But in the end, that was all Tundra, baby.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that the Alchemist really created some problems of, like, they didn't have heroes to chase and kill Pure, or they just didn't manage to connect there. And then it's a question of, like, okay, well, if Luna isn't joining the fight until Pure is already online, kind of don't have a timing. Really good Alch pick in this game.
Yeah, and also just like the way that they played it on Aurora was like, they picked this Luna and we're thinking he's like fast, and go, and timings and agonyms, and they did not have a chance to utilize those timings. I don't know if they should have pushed more. Maybe they just felt like, okay, we missed like our earliest timings, and now what? You know, like let's wait for the one fight. But they basically just got outplayed at those tinier moments at like 15 minutes where they missed a couple of kills. They don't manage to slow down any of the core heroes on the side of Tundra, and they kind of just did nothing. Like you're buying a Spirit Vessel on your Void Spirit who then doesn't fight for 25 minutes. You know?
Yeah.
It was awkward. One of those games.
Well, and good map reading as well, but they managed to take this one. Our first game here in this series, Tundra versus Aurora. Solid performance from Tundra.
It really, really was lyrical indeed. I mean, Tundra, they're just showing up here in the upper bracket. What an absolute beatdown. I mean, T-Governor, is Alchemist OP? Is Pangolier OP? Are both of them OP, or are Tundra just OP?
Okay, I think yes to a little bit of everything in your questions, but for Tundra, I think they really showcase what Alchemist can do, right? Yes, there's been a little bit of a buff of the gold generation for Alk and what Alk allows his base farm, but I feel just the concept of giving Alk to certain heroes can break lineups, right? In this game, it was the perfect example. We saw earlier Yandex trying to achieve the same thing. It didn't really work out, but you give an Alk to BZM on the Pangolier, and that just compounds to a game which is like him just really running into Aurora. Like they weren't ready for this. Like they had an Axe on the Brewmaster, they had a full vessel on the Void Spirit, so he opted for fight rather than going for like Kaya into Shard. And they had all these fighting items on Aurora across two of their cores, and just one Pango Axe and the might of Tundra, they had nothing in them to try and fight it. So yeah, this was just a really perfect execution of what Out can do in the correct Axe giving lineup.
Winter, I mean, given that it was a last pick on the Luna, how do you feel about it now that the game's played out? You know, could something else have done better, or was it just...
No, I don't think so. I think they didn't really have a lot of choices at the end. It was just this Pango being... I think we're not going to see any more Pango here, you know, given away to Tundra. I think that the hero is just very, very obnoxious, even with the build. I think it's very, very smart to get the Mage Slayer, since it's changed to physical damage right now. It works really well with Pango, and it kind of just made a lot of the Aurora damage in the early game just gone, you know, like the Rubik, the Phoenix. They had this Vessel on Void Spirit, but they just couldn't do anything. Everywhere the Pangolier went, sure, he had the Axe, you know, from the Elk, he just kind of just pushed them back alone, and that created so much space for the rest of the team to farm, you know. So I felt like if I were to choose one hero, I think Pangolier was the biggest problem here for Aurora.
But like, it seems like such a simple concept for the Alchemists just to give their mid laner an Aghanims to keep themselves farming, but that's not really changed through the patch. So why is that suddenly looking good now?
I mean, because the Pango is broken. When you give a broken hero help, it becomes more broken, you know? That's pretty much it.
That is true. That is true. I mean, is there anything which looks good for Aurora in this game, T-Gov? You know, is there anything which went right for them, which you think they can build off a game too?
I mean, they did have item timings to play on, right? I think Makoto had the early vessel. Again, he traded his own farm for the fight. WS had a really nice Ags timing. He hit level 12 with Ags really well. The problem is it didn't sync up together. Like the Rubik pick didn't really come to life. There wasn't any major spell steals. Nightfall went for Pike after. You did ask me to be positive. I feel like I'm accidentally drifting to being negative, but what can you do? But like the point is, it's like they had moments to fight. It's just they never found the window. And it really just circles back to the Pangolier point that Winter's mentioning. It's like, if you have a player that's willing to play this hero and be obnoxious, like first of all, you have to try and kill a Pango. Then you also have to try and kill a Tide who will buy this silly, bloody wraps item that's going to give you barriers and stuff. So it's like, you got to go through the barriers of a Pango, the barriers of a Tide Hunter, plus the Kraken blubber of a Tide Hunter. And then one thing that I really loved about Tundra's way of playing this is Alk went to the jungle relatively early in this game, and you just let the Veno just take the lane. So your Veno had all the levels in the world, your Alk was farming the Ags, your Pango was shoving the wave, 33 was playing like a partial comeback against the Luna lane. And then for Aurora, there was no real big moment for them. Because like Brew Split, what's he meant to do? Like, he can't split by himself and kill anything, right? It's just awkward. So they just lacked damage. So yeah, they had the items, but other things just fell apart for them on Aurora. So yeah.
Yeah, that kind of leads into my next point, Winter. Like, there wasn't any like clear answer for the Brewmaster, and they also had this vessel timing on the Void, which was decent. So then, why weren't they able to convert those into kills on the map? Why did they feel so sort of muted in this first game?
Yeah, again, I felt like every time they tried to do something, the Pangolin just went over. Like, the Pangolin just bullied the supports too much. Like, the Rubik and Phoenix, they ran into the Pangolin. Sure, maybe they don't die in one swashbuckle with the Mage Slayer, but they can't fight. They can't play on the map. They can't stay on the map. It's just so hard to play. Like, the Pangolin, he's sitting around the middle area. He's just mirroring whatever Aurora is doing. And he's like a wall, he's like blocking everything. Everyone else is, you basically imagine everyone else is just farming, hitting creeps. And there's a Pango moving around in the middle section of the map, taking runes and blocking every move you're trying to make. And you're playing against an elk that has Gribble's Greed, So you're under a lot of pressure in terms of economical advantage, and you're not gaining anything with your heroes. You're not having better scaling. You're not, farming better. You're just forced to take fights with all these early game items, and you don't have damage to win the fights because of the Mage Slayer, the Barrels, and whatever they have, So it's just a very, very tough game, and it all comes back to this Pangolin. They could not deal with the Pangolin, and the Pangolin had the elf to give him an axe, and the game was just so hard.
There is one thing though. There is one thing, right? Luna, of course, with the facets getting removed from her, she didn't get Moonstorm really integrated back into her, right? Because in these type of games, you would look towards take the Moonstorm facet with Aghanims after your Manta, and then when you step up, you just blow up a hero. So your comeback mechanism was just an abundance of magic damage. Now that's not really a thing. You've only got the Moon Shield facet integrated into your Lunar Orbit, whatever, your glaives. So it's like, maybe Luna was like a potential miss pick, as I try to combine the words. Happens. But lacking that facet, lacking that kind of concept for Luna would have really helped in some of these engagements, because an Ags Luna behind a Brew, behind a Void Spirit would have felt really, really good. But alas, didn't happen.
All right, Tiga, last point I want to touch on then, and that was the Whitemon Venomancer. I personally really enjoyed it, but do we think that this hero is as strong as we were expecting, and are we going to see some more of it?
Yes and no. I think certain lanes will enable Venomancer to feel good. Like the casual little snake bite with a carry that wants to get kills. It is like a scuffed Jakiro, like Winter and I were talking about. So in lanes where you want to try and bully a ranged 4, it makes sense. In other games, you might want a bit of lockdown, but I think this game gave a lot of merit to Venomancer being a pesky little new addition to the 5 hero pool.
Yeah, I'm sad we never got to see that Hex come out and see the AoE ulti with that. That could have been cool, but alas, maybe game 2, and I'm sure that's what Aurora are saying right now as well. Maybe game 2, because game number 1 certainly not. There's Tundra, 1 game in front. Let's throw it over to a break, after which we'll be out with game number 2 to find out how this series is gonna go down.
closing doors, and she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. He's dead into the draw of changing seasons. He's screaming for it all, that's got a reason. He's death of promises whispered on the wind. He's doomed to do it all wrong again. But she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. She sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. And we've been through this all 1,000 times before. We keep on screaming till we're face down on the floor. And I don't like me this way any more than you. I suppose there's nothing we can do. And she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. And she sees beauty everywhere. All I can do is stop and stare unaware. Run away. What's the use in trying? It never goes my way. If you see me flying, you never see me pay. Something you can turn to alleviates your mind. Disconnected sunshine is easier to find. 'Cause down your road, there's a feeling you've been sold. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride. It's a dummy ride.
Aurora dominated in the group stage, but here in the playoffs, their opening game has not been what they've been looking for recently. However, over on the other side of the coin, Tundra have been getting better and better every time we see them, and this game was no exception. They looked absolutely brilliantly as we see Ari to attempt to teach his less cultured teammates how to have a proper cup of tea. The hometown hero coming into ESL One Birmingham and definitely looking to start off in front of the main stage on the upper bracket. Let's see how it goes with game number 2 here. I'm joined by T Governor and Winter. Winter, you're already seeing that Pango ban. I don't think anybody's surprised by that. Can they let the Alchemist through?
Why not? I think Elk might not be on the same level as the Pango. I just want to see some Dota, you know. I'm so glad Pango is out.
It just does a lot, right? Of course, there'll be some teams that will try and emulate the Pango, and it probably won't work the same way. But no, they really showcased some of its strengths. Of course, now we are seeing what got left through the pool. Okay, Tundra just banned Shadow Demon, so. But like, to me, my checklist for the early bans nowadays, it's like Doom, Shadow Demon, Bat, and then I think the rest can be flavor bans based on who you're playing against. But
let's see some Venomancer.
Would you see it first pick, or would you want to see information first?
Everyone just feels like, oh no, not the Venom.
It's just like Veno fits the category of hero where you're like, sure, you know. It's like watching DK, like it's like, sure. Watching Veno, sure. It's like, they're not fun, exciting heroes. They just kind of do their job very well. It's annoying
play,
people.
Sorry, you know, it's fun to
play. I see. You're one of those types of players. Oh, damn, they promoted out to the first phase.
Lock it in. Wowee.
Okay, so already when I see AUG first phase and the players are already thinking about AUGs in this style, like there was a window of Dota, right? A couple years back where offlane AUG, you know, 33 would be playing it back then, where he would farm the wave by AUGs, and the drafts became like, what heroes best use AUGs? So it was less about talking of Alchemist, more about like, when you look at 15 minutes and then AUGs are getting given to someone, like who will use it best? We've already mentioned Pango. We saw Queen of Pain in another game. Like now, more okay. What are the AUGs? Are there any heroes that you guys have to mind? But I'm already excited. Like, okay, what's the next combination available?
Ember.
Yeah,
Ember, one of it.
True. I guess with the Vessel, the Shivas, yeah, get the free AUGs. Yeah. Void Spirit won't. It'll be okay. It might not be as punchy as the other heroes, but it still is up there.
I feel like against this Elk, right, you need to pressure him in the lane. You gotta pick some Timber, something that can actually really dominate and make sure that you can't farm. He can't farm. You know, just you pick a strong lane and then you tell your +5 to gate gang this Alchemist. But you need to place a ward behind the tower. I think it's extremely important that you go early, you place a ward behind, you look at his stacks, and the moment he goes and do the small stack, the medium camp stacks, you have to kill him during that point.
Yep. No, that makes sense. It's also like Phoenix, because you are now playing on like dive and spirits, that you're naturally more aggressive as a hero. Like when in previous match, like when you had hotspot, you were thinking, oh, maybe I'll play more on the Sunday later down the line. You're like a little bit lower damage, but now it's like you are always going to be damaged. So yeah, I think the 4 position is really important for Aurora. Like you already know the 5 is the Phoenix. The 4 needs to be that hero that you're describing, like the one that will set up the pressure and invite the Phoenix.
Well, that is actually so smart. That is so freaking smart, because they took the Timber away.
Yeah,
they can't ban any more heroes, so they pick it away, and Timber's kind of decent against Phoenix.
I mean, now you just have 2 heroes on the map that are just gonna.
The hell? Is there a counter to these 2 heroes? Like, is there something you can pick against Timber right now? Oh my god.
I would have thought your Vessel buying mids are gonna feel okay here, right?
The problem with Vessel is like Vessel's going to be good, but both Timber and AUG itemize to get a dispel within like the first 2 items that they buy, right? Maybe 3. So within like around the 20-minute mark, if the Vessel hasn't like broke the entire game, the hero that's been picked to buy this item will now feel somewhat redundant.
Yeah, Aurora, they're just going to focus on their own game. They're going to grab Mars, make sure they've got their team fight locked in, and just sort of outfight Tundra here is what I'm reading from this pick.
Yes, it's a scary one, strong lane, like a lane that you can kill the Elk. So the Phoenix, like we said, you can gate over. So Mars is a strong lane with a range position for like Code Wing. So you're definitely having that type of setup that we were saying. Like they're gonna put pressure on the lane, they're gonna rotate, and they're gonna try to kill the Elk in this early phase. Minute 3, minute 4, try to kill him once, twice. I mean, the break is kind of nice against the Timber, but not exactly gonna counter him, but it's just nice to have.
No, it's more like I see their heroes as like they can play the lane and make the moves that you're asking for, but I'm also worried that if they don't make the moves, if they don't get the kills, Tundra's ability to like become really hard to kill is very easy, right? Like AUG and Timber, they can brush off an arena, they can destroy an egg, right? Timber can just Timber Chain and hit it a couple of times maybe. Out can obviously blink with his chemical
So
rage.
is this the game to buy? What's the item? Hydra's breath? Percent damage.
Let's go, Hydra Breath Rush.
Oh my god. All right, if we can get to like the 55-minute mark in the game and you buy the 5,800 gold. Oh god.
Oh my god, this graph is so disgusting. Shaman, Venom, Timber, Elk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's gonna play the same way, no? It's like the supports will like Venom might even be given a bit of lane to get that
They're just
XP.
gonna sit back and farm and just outscale
exactly.
you.
Yeah.
You can't.
Filthy.
Oh, this is so hard to play against, and it's not easy for you to attack into their area because their heroes are just so annoying with the Venoms, the Venom boards, and you have the Elk and Timber pushing out waves, and they're very very tanky, very hard to kill. You definitely need like a Vessel hero to deal with this.
Yeah, but again,
Somebody
it's
has
like
to buy Vessel.
Like they have to buy it, but they have to use it perfectly. Otherwise, like I said, it's gonna fall off, right? And they don't have it as of yet. And okay, is Timber gonna be given the Ags then? Like Timber goes for the early Ags from the Alchemist. He then has like the reactive armor, the big shield. Mars will probably have to buy Yule to be able to dispel it. If he doesn't, then good luck doing any damage at all, right? Like I'm still worried. What happens when you hit like 17 minutes with Tundra's lineup? It is just a mass.
I mean, they need an active carry that can just fight early with the Mars, you know? Like, I feel like maybe it's like a gyro type hero game. You gotta go through the gates, you gotta pressure, you gotta attack. You have some spell damage, you have something to throw into the arena. Maybe it could work, you know? Maybe.
Maybe, but it also
Guys.
feels like... Sorry, what's up?
Hear me out, hear me out. Is this the game? Will anybody buy Krella's Crozier? Okay. 75% health reduction. Health restoration reduction. Just saying. Just saying.
I mean, why not? They just pick Necro.
Well, I can buy Necro instead. What do you
buy
want about?
Necro? Yeah. We have Necro at
home. Yeah, I mean,
who's gonna get it though?
Don't worry about these things, Winter.
Okay.
The Storm will buy it with the Shivas because then he can get like all of it together. You know, he's gonna buy the Crozier and
buy
the
old Shivas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
buy old Shivas for like double the price. No, like Aurora, they need the Nightfall carry as much as there's the active carry route. You could make an argument that Aurora might do a lot of wave skipping with the Storm, the Hoodwink, even the Mars with the Shard. Like, if they just keep the game alive, Nightfall can eventually outscale this timing. Hence why like Tundra's banning out Medusa, like this eventual gotcha card. But yeah, Aurora's damage is lackluster. So if they do go for the scaling route, then they're gonna have to play a really beautiful macro game to survive Tundra.
But what's available for the scaling route that Nightfall plays? I don't feel like I see anything right now.
There isn't. And then is Wind Ranger
a pattern?
No, is Wind Ranger still a hero, or did that get removed? I can't remember if it was.
I feel like he doesn't have the Entangle Faster, so he doesn't have the...
Of course, yeah. Did that get? It didn't get integrated into a talent or anything, right?
I mean, I think he got something in the talent. Maybe that's the kill shot.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I remember him getting something.
Yeah. He did get slaughtered in the carry roll. Then I kind of blindly assumed it might have been added to talent, but no, I just double checked. It's not. Yeah. In that case, I am at a partial loss for what is the Nightfall hero that can play into a Timber.
Maybe Lifestealer. There's a Storm. He can fight early. Can maybe skill against his lineup. Lifestealer against Alchemist is nice.
But what happens then if like Timber just goes mid and then you just find an offlaner that can just delete a Lifestealer from the lane? Isn't that also a possibility with Tundra's lineup?
I mean, at least the Timber's mid, and I think Timber doesn't want to go mid.
Yeah, true.
They are gonna have to sacrifice something to do that. So I'm okay with that. Oh, they actually go the gyro. Yeah, they have to fight.
Okay.
Yeah,
they need to fight this. So you're gonna see all this like gate wards. You know, like I think 3 minutes. Tundra is gonna put gate wards to see all these rotations coming in the Phoenix and the gyro.
I also want to see like Nightfall also follow the rotation. Like, even if there's vision out from Tundra, of course, assuming get Aurora towards it. Gyro going through the swing gate, you get one spear onto the out, Gyro's out through there as well. If there's a couple stacks made, like you can maybe poke his head through, flat cannon them down. Like I kind of want to see a very like Mickey style of gyrocopter through Nightfall. Like that type of tempo I want to see from it.
Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Got to be quick, got to be strong, but the team fight from Aurora, really, really good here. Like, that is something which Tundra just don't have in their draft at the moment. Sure, like, if the lanes go well, that won't really matter. If they can take over the map like they want to, then that won't really matter. But if they're on an even footing, you get to that point in the game where it's sort of these 5-on-5 smokes, then Aurora are going to feel really, really good about that.
Yeah,
they have to find a pick that can pressure the Storm in the lane, though. I think that would be the most ideal. Because Aurora has a very, very fast draft here with the Mars, the Storm, the Gyro. They can definitely run you over. So they need something that can slow the Storm down, fight for the runes, and make sure that they don't get run over. So the Elk, the Timber, the Venom, the Shaman, they all can farm.
Okay, I'm just trying to for like mid lane is like Puck's gone, Ember gone, Queen gone, Void gone, Pango gone. Like a lot of the kind of classic mids are actually just not here at all. There's still the Beastmaster that we've been seeing a little bit. That's still available. It doesn't shut down the Storm, but it just plays like its own game, right? Like you shove the wave, you'll get your Ags, you'll get a BKB. But the Lesh, yeah, nice. I was really excited to see the return of Lesh. It was like and certain items getting added to the game makes Lesh feel happy. Right? Item power now available from Hero. And
so is he going to be getting the first eggs?
Is it still the
probably not
easiest dispellable Ags in the game? Yeah, nihilism. Okay.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
I would imagine it goes to 33 at the very least, or maybe Pure doesn't give anyone access to the game. It doesn't need to. It doesn't have to.
Yeah, but the thing with the Lash here, so there's a lot of potential with the pick here. It can definitely pressure the Storm in the lane, and you can use him to defend your territory. Because this game, I feel like Tundra is going to be doing a lot of defending. You have to respond to the aggression from the Storm and the Gyro especially. And Lash he's one of the best heroes to do it, and someone's overextending, diving your side lanes, you TP down and you're going to punish them. So I kind of like this pick a lot, and it's really good in the lane against the Storm too.
Yeah, I just want to see. I want to see the plan. All right, imagine what if Out gives the Ags to Whitemon. Okay, then you give it to the Venomaster. 20% magic reduction. BZM then goes, thank you so much, good sir. I will use your toxicity to then kill. So Pure enables Whitemon to enable BZM, and then BZM then enables 33 to enable Ari. Like that, dominoes are to fall. Out lineups are about combinations, all right? It's not always about the cores.
I'm loving this plan, T Governor. It sounds perfect, and if they actually deliver on that, then I'll be absolutely shocked, and I will call you a genius and shake your hand. But
I'll make sure I tell my teammates in pubs when I play Vena to pick Elk to enable me.
Hell yeah!
I'm playing
We're on board.
Venom 5. Carry, you're going Alchemist, and you're going to give me an Aghanim Scepter. I'm sure carry players will take that really well.
Minute 6, Whiteman's gonna have the lane. Pure's gonna be in the jungle. Whiteman's gonna like chat up and tell like his team what to do. Meanwhile, Aurora's there like scrambling for the items, hoping Storm has a game. Whilst boss man Whiteman, he knows exactly what he needs in this game. See. To be fair though, jokes aside, Aurora, they have a very clean lineup. Like, as long as they overcome this inevitable window that we're talking about from Tundra, they do have the draft to deal with Tundra. So again, good adaptations from them. Of course, respect Tundra and the spookiness that they've drafted for them.
Two different styles here coming out from these two teams. Which one will be better? That is what we're going to find out in game number 2 of Aurora versus Tundra Esports with Lyrical and Trent.
That is right indeed, and we are getting ready to go into this one as we zoom across the map and get that. Hopefully going to see something a little bit more even-keeled than last time, because Tundra beat the crap out of them. Holy moly, Trent.
That's right, the wind in our hair as we fly across the skies to
our
see
hair?
Who has the spookiest draft.
Our hair?
What?
Yeah, that's right. The wind in our hair as they're getting out to the places. We were talking during the draft and trying to figure out what pick we wanted to take. Oh man, I was so stoked. I wanted to see the Bloodseeker for Nightfall. You kind of like the look of this hero now. You think this is the chance we might see it at some point?
I've seen he's crushing win rate wise, so, and it's more than just like Bloodseeker's one of those weird heroes that attracts the spammers.
Okay.
When people who aren't the spammers start playing him, that's when you know that he's got to have something going for him. So he's definitely in the play around and find out situation right now. And I mean, theoretically, it looked like an insane Bloodseeker game, but they play it super safe and just go for the gyrocopter. Instead, WS, he is not super safe.
Ooh, saving the last hit for Pure, who gets to play Alk 2 games in a row. What more could you want? As Whitemon will take a bushwhack to the back, and Mira going to chase him down a bit here. But yeah, that is a little bit of a tough one. Also worth noting, Veno taking Gale first, so won't have Snakebite for the trading in lane.
Mira utilizing that new buff to Bushwhack, 100 extra range, feels good.
So let's talk about the heroes that actually have shown up now for these squads. And the answer that it feels like Aurora is running for is that, okay, one, Pango isn't going to mess this up as much as we saw in game number 1, but 2, there's also going to be now this Storm Spirit that can like be maybe a more effective hunter than we saw from the Void. What do you think?
I think it's, I mean, you're saying the Pango, like banning it instead of the Alk too, right? Is basically now this is Tundra trying to prove like it's the Alk problem. Like they've got this other hero in the Timbersaw, right? Like we're just going to pivot it over there. Like we're probably going to give him the Aghanim's. Or hell, maybe it will be Nihilism. I don't know. But
Mira. Oh, nice good deny.
One of the downsides to Veno, at the very least. But you know what? It still feels pretty good. I'm sure.
Yeah, you do also still get that experience, which is nice, going over to Whitemon there. But we'll see how this lane shakes out here. And, of course, the other thing that we might see at some point is maybe Mira heads out and tries to, go and block those camps back there, back behind the tower. It could be a valuable option for him.
I mean, they have the Hunters. That is the plan this time, is try and slow down the Alchemore. Like, after watching that last game... Oh... Ari looking pretty dead here even after the survival there, so they get themselves a good kill. It reminded me of like the last time where we had like mega broken alchemist, which was like many years ago at this point. But it felt like you were always just stuck in this like catch-22 problem where if you were to hunt the alchemist and spend all this time trying to find him, you end up being a little bit under-farmed and his other cores have an easier time, and then he just seems to like catch back up anyway. Like it feels like no matter what you do, he's gonna have a good game, and you just have to decide: are you also gonna farm, or are you gonna try slow him down at the cost of slowing down your own heroes? And that is always like busted alchemeta.
Right. Well, and that's where maybe something like a Storm Spirit can start to come into play and look good, because you hunting and killing turns into galvanized stacks, and then that makes Makoto stronger throughout the course of the game. I feel like he is going to be very key to this. Makoto playing together with Mira and trying to find heroes in the jungle. And I think, when you get to maybe that 15-minute mark, the two of them together can probably blow up most heroes. Maybe not the Timber. Timber is going to be a little bit tougher, I think.
Yeah, decent nerf as well to the Storm, not getting the 3 free points when you level up on the Lightning Ball.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised by that, but that's because they let him keep the walking remnants and also still has like 5 armor to start the game, which is insane. They just have to walk into creep wave and press it, and he still gets 5 armor. That's crazy, but alas, here we are. So that was his big nerf that they decided, and thus making those kills even more important for you.
Yeah, definitely. So little pause here as we get things sorted for each of the teams. Other things that we can sort of talk about is, this Leshrac last pick overall. It's another one of those that has been kind of shooting up the ranks in terms of pub win rates and feeling quite strong. The change, of course, is, you don't have the increased crazy damage from Diabolic Edict, but it's better over a shorter period of time. But now it can also hit towers. So overall, a pretty big buff for the Lesh.
Yeah, he's looking very strong at the moment, and currently holding a point there in case he gets an opportunity to maybe go for an Edict kill, or if he needs to split Earth for some reason. So you'll just see the Leshracs doing this. No more Chronoptic, though, for their free mana at the very least. You'd be happy about that. That was getting a little absurd, too. That guy just had too many good facets over the facet time.
Some pressure there onto Pure as he ate some acorn shots. I mean, let's be real. Hoodwink has got to be the best forager. If not, like, the item's broken.
I mean, the lore is there.
Yeah. Gale.
Just trying to de-ward here, but taking a lot of damage for it.
That's a lot of pressure. But something to watch for as this game goes on is going to be how well do these lanes go. So far, Tundra seem to be getting everything that they want out of them. Alk is kicking it. Lesh is winning mid. See if BZM is able to put further pressure on Makoto in this game, or if it's just going to be sort of a steady, slight win coming in.
Was that enough to save Mira? All right, no. I mean, maybe he can get deny. Nice. Neutrals doing the work. So WS helping release him there by not allowing Pure to aid in the chase as well. Does get denied right in his face, though. Very nice. And my big question mark this game is going to be Mr. Nightfall on the gyrocopter. Are we going to see the twin gate rotation? Are we going to see some ulti plays early? Can he get involved a bit more than on that Luna? Because last game, I mean, they basically had a mid and a safe lane that essentially didn't impact the enemy team for the first 15 minutes.
Whoa, what a weird angle on that latch. And now Mira goes in with the acorn shot, the hit. It's enough. Pure dropping somewhat low as they end up with a glyphed wave there underneath the tower down bottom, where Nightfall is keeping that pressure on 33. Back and forth we go here to the sides. We'll go for a link up, but Ari gonna get ran down and immediately brought down after the fact. So 3-1.
Yeah, we got action happening everywhere. Up top as well. Bushwhack almost connecting for the kill into Pure, but he was kind of baiting it and he just cuts the tree sitting next to him.
Nice.
Very cute play.
So far, so good. BZM here does look like he is going to be the first to 6, and that means Storm has to be pretty careful. Is going to walk all the way back, it looks like, to base.
I mean, he has such an insane amount of damage when he hits 6 right now.
33. The chase, it continues. He's got 2 points in Rocket Barrage, but it is just going to be a wave pulled all the way back.
Mid lane, they're on Makoto.
In trouble. He actually didn't go all the way back to base. Fairy Fire is still there. Turns to try and hit. How much damage can he do? Not enough. Now Ari, as they bring in Mira, do they have enough to kill off this Shaman again? He's going to get hit by the Fire Spirits. He burns.
Yeah, he's got foul play, though. Ha ha ha.
They can't get another Fire Spirit off.
Ho ho.
What a liver.
How does he get that and he has this cool new jar spell? Someone at Valve's playing a lot of Shadow Shaman. That's what I'm thinking.
It is pretty crazy. So they couldn't find the kill up top onto WS, a nice spear away. But trying to shut down the Storm for all he's worth, and it's going to be a shield rune picked up by the Lesh. Thinking about going, and there it is. They caught Mira. He's dead.
Shaman and Lesh, man. Like, you're just so dead.
Oh my god, he's still not level 6.
He's a shield rune. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Makoto needs to get out of here. They do take a lot of damage. But yeah, BZM ready to go.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, right in his face.
Up top, Pure throws out the stun. Almost got him.
BZM here playing real aggressive, trying to get this edict on the tower. Maybe a bit too much with the shield rune.
Oh, the bushwhack.
But the friends are still here.
Yeah, Makoto thinking about going. He does have 6 now. The hits are there. Blood grenade out. Instead, it's going to be going for Ari. Makoto connects and finishes. If they want to, BZM, you just don't have enough mana on Makoto to make that move.
No, and the dive was just coming back for carry as well. So, hey, they get a kill. Get a few stacks there. 3-3 escaping with the Shrine of Wisdom.
And Whitemon, again, in some trouble here. He's going to be brought down too. So defending their area. And an impressive showing is everybody down very, very low.
Yeah, that leaves Makoto nice and open in the mid lane. Actually gets to farm a full wave. Feel a bit better about his game. And every time I look at Pure, he's at low HP, but he's still hitting creeps.
That Bloodseeker pick. Imagine.
If they go hog wild this game, that's for sure.
Well, we'll have ourselves another pause now. And what's your read of the game and the way it's going? Like, Pure is still getting very farmed. Timber seems a little bit behind from where he would want to be.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing. in this game, really, is that they have slowed down 3-3. Not something that we see all too often, especially on the Timbersaw. So he's like taking a little bit of time. He's not going to be getting that instant pressure when he hits 6. My read would be they have to get like Nightfall involved, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Is Ari is going to have his foul play to trigger here, but he did.
Yeah, Nightfall getting another kill. And he's actually going for that first item Chrysalis too on the gyro. So not trying to go for the immediate Aghanim Scepter, as we've sort of come to expect, just going to have a little bit more damage there to throw out in case they start ganking him.
Pure's just getting so much done though. Like he's pulling the wave up top.
Yeah.
From the hard camp, so he like still because like, you can tell that WS is trying to keep the wave back into the tower because he wants to offer up an opportunity with this level 6. Like he's holding the point for Arena Blood, but he can't even get him to a point where they could like convincingly get an arena and have enough time to rotate in and get a kill. Like you know you just love to show up as Makoto, especially with this arcane rune.
Yeah.
But is this really just gonna farm out this arcane rune?
I mean, he tried to go for a kill with BZM onto BZM with Mira, but they couldn't quite get the bushwhack connection, and so that falls apart. And yeah, any move where you're like retreating back to your side of the map, it does not feel good for this lineup of Aurora. Like letting them farm is not where you want to be.
Dude, these tiny camps for the Alk are just so stupid. Like he's getting 15 gold from the creep, 18 gold from his bonus, as he just like chucks the acid back there. It's just so ridiculous. At least he left a polywog accidentally, so
that's something.
They got that gold for them.
Mira on the hunt, but look, this move right here, this has to connect. And the scan from Radiant shows that Ari is in the area, but they're, well, maybe now.
Pure's going in.
Pure?
Why are we going in?
They didn't know. Arena
but
down.
They
this
did know.
Is perfect right here. That was a scan from the Radiant. And so, Nightfall, do they have enough damage? I mean, yeah, with Kaori, this should be enough, unless BZM is there for the turnaround. Supernova out, and Pure is still living, but it is going to be BZM dead. Pure somehow survives through this, and now is going to have a stun afterwards. Kaori trying to do what damage he can, but that's going to be a dead Phoenix. Whitemon living, Nightfall showing up, the big dive from downtown, but Pure is off to the side. Off for a second, you might run back to farming, but Makoto, he doesn't have the mana he needs to chase down this Alk.
After all this, Pure lives, walks away to go farm some more froggies. Or maybe he'll just safely go home, it looks like. He's a little too worried. Nope, froggies. All right. Whew. Okay, all right, so that makes way more sense then, that it was the Radiant scan, thus.
Oof.
And they have a catapult still pushing up top here. Could try something. 3-3. I mean, that's the type of fight that you would love to show up to as a Timbersaw, but because he was so poor and he's doing all this neutral farming, he just can't be there. Yeah. So that's really hurting Tundra in that case. That's an easy like double, triple kill for a Timber a lot of times. And likewise for a Leshrac, honestly. Like those are fights that you're supposed to do well in. So Aurora happy about that. And they don't end up pressuring with the catapult. They kind of just let it dissipate. And they're just moving through here. But Makoto's farming up here with no mana. Like, there's no aggressive potential in this move right now.
Yeah, this, I mean, again, like, if you're not kicking Pure out of this area, he farmed that whole wave. I don't know. I think that they're not doing enough to shut him down.
No, he's getting more from those two camps than you are from the wave anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I'll honestly get the sentries out. Like, let's block those camps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be a consideration versus this hero, right? I mean, maybe they already did and I just missed it, but I think that if you guys are playing against Alk, like, do whatever you can to make sure he can't use those. Be as annoying as possible.
Well, because right now they're also farming 5 different heroes at the same time. Now Whitemon has taken over this area. Pure farms back to his like super safe zone, and then you've got like Triangle taken by BZM. They're just getting more out of the map.
Well, it's again just going to be a game of timings then for Aurora, where there's a lot of pressure in these moments where they actually have an opportunity to be aggressive as they jump onto Whitemon, take a freebie.
This is nice.
Well, I mean, we saw this happening to Boom when we had the core Veno, right? He was trying to farm these spots and he just kept on dying.
And getting that kill without the arena is like the biggest thing, I think. Maybe you can make some type of a play with Makoto once you gather everybody together and take a fight together, but we'll see. TP coming in. Makoto and Mira nearby.
Jerry's trying to deal with this Alchemist. He's trying to get a very deep ward down here. Just needs to get out before he's spotted.
Yeah, he's blocking the camp, so he knows. And now they're going to go together.
Too. Very good.
Yeah, this should be a kill onto Pure now. If they don't get this one, it's really bad.
Yeah, he's dead. Surely he's dead, right, guys? Uh-oh. He's going to know.
Makoto, the zip. Tries to pull him in. He gets the ulti off. WS is there too. The arena down. And that should be enough now to find the kill onto Pure. But can BZM clean up? This guy has an amp damage. And as they try and escape, WS is going to be found. He will at least be one left behind. TP out by the Phoenix. And yes, that's what they needed on Aurora.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to stack a core for it, but you'll take it. At the very least, and Carey even wisely TPing to the mid lane. Able to clean up a little bit for himself here. Has some pretty good levels on the Phoenix now, level 8. It's another Essence Distiller on the build here for Whitemon, so he was happy with it last game.
Okay.
And the Consecrated Wraps being built for BZM. Seems like a really good item for Leshrac.
Yeah.
A lot of magic damage as well here from Aurora this game too.
Well, they're going to try and find Makoto, but he TPs out just as Ari's smoke breaks on him. So they managed to dodge away. 33 has really just been struggling to find anything in this game right now. But like you talk about, working towards Consecrated Wraps, has the Kaya done. WS almost at a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, if that ward stays up there too, maybe they get another free kill onto either BZM or Pure with that Blink Dagger when it's done. So support's also stacking up here. Going to get another Ancient stack here as long as they hit the timing.
Yep.
So yeah, Aurora in a good spot. A little bit of a gold lead versus an Alchemist. Feels good.
Pure will cut into that in just a moment as he forms up all
Look
of
at these
this, though.
stacked camps. That's
Yeah.
gross. 20 to
so
14.
many.
Like 14 is actually a decent amount. That's not even a bad amount. It's just the fact that Alk is just jungling, and obviously stacks are insane on this hero.
Yeah.
No matter what camp it is.
Oh. In the meantime, WS clears through this stack of Ancients, does have his Blink Dagger done, and going to be queuing up the BKB next. Ari trying to get some deep wards down. Maybe they're going to be waiting for like a Gyrocopter Aghanims to try and make some other push as Ari gets that pretty deep ward in. But this little trifecta could also make moves together still between Makoto, WS, and Kaori.
I think you join as well as Nightfall. I think 100% you join. I don't think you're going to miss on that much, and it's just so important that you take more of an advantage in a game like this.
Right.
Even if you're this close to Aghanims.
WS, they spot him here on Ari, and no way out of that one. Will they get the ward afterwards, though?
The true test ever. I mean, they're just like, he was just killing Ancients with his snakes, you know?
Yeah, true.
Wait, did he kill that whole stack?
They killed it first. No, they got the big stack of it.
Okay.
So 12-6, and this gold lead as Radiance is completed for Alk is starting to get whittled down bit by bit by bit as Pure gets a Blink Dagger.
All right, so Pure with a Blink, Aghanim's done on the Gyro. Everyone's starting to hit their items here. Again, Aurora, I really hope that they find the ability to move forward, because this looks like last game where they start farming comfortably.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if this game we're going to see Pure decide to go in for an Aghanim Scepter again and pass that off to the Timber, because that would immediately pull Timber back into contention. And obviously Pure would not have a ton, but they see him though on this ward getting a lot of value here.
Bit of lag, unfortunately, for the squad. And it looks like it's both teams. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the fact that you don't have to go the Ags though on the Alk.
Yeah.
Like he's showing that even without gifting this to one of your allies, like I think that there's not enough broken Agnums in this one. I mean, they don't have a Dispel, right, for the Timber one, but it's also a fight that is going to be really chaotic and high mobility, like Phoenix, Hoodwink, Storm Spirit, even getting speared by Amars. There's not like this clumpy value that you're going to get to the Agnum Scepter.
Right.
So
well, I guess Phoenix did just finish a Eul, so yeah, I guess that makes it even less valuable.
There's also a Eul's. Yep, that's a big one. Yep, thank you. Yeah, so good covers there from Kaori. I mean, someone who likes to rush in towards a scythe when he can, recognizing that if the Ags comes out, because it is an alchemist, it could be very detrimental to them.
Right. So this fight looks a little weird as everybody gets back into the game. Nightfall has joined up with Makoto up top, but right now WS is spotted on a ward. So Pure might be able to intuit that there's people heading his direction.
And then also, Ari just finished his Blink Dagger too. So this is a Storm Spirit that has 2 kills, like 4 total Galvanized stacks, but now Xiao Shaman has Blink.
They're queuing up and getting ready to go into WS. They saw him getting ready with the stun, I think, and now instead they're fighting over here. This could be great for them as they jump, find BZM, find Ari. He is dead, and now can they also connect onto the Alk? Pure is running away, and I think that they realize what's going on as the ping comes out. Another pause.
Unfortunate there.
Yep.
So the Yules as well, the Consecrated Wraps, I assume, instantly just dispels it. Yeah, dispellable. Yeah, that was really cool. Because I saw like immediately he just starts dying. I'm like, very wise. So this Yule's an extra value.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Taking a look here at some of the players as they're trying to sort out what's going on.
Wait, but
everybody's reconnecting.
Wait, how does Yules work though? Because but you would dispel
the cyclone. I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying. Thank you. No. I was trying to think because like you have to take damage to activate the stacks, right? To activate the barrier.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure how that was gonna go.
Yeah, I guess it's like a mini Aeon, right?
If you like raw Yules them, I'll have to keep an eye on it.
Okay. Well, so far so good. I like what I'm seeing from Aurora. They're getting everything done the way that they need to. It feels like, maybe Pango is the problem.
I mean, the fact that he's not going for the Agnums is also nice because not only do they not get this big bonus, but he doesn't get this investment into himself that is compounding. Dude, guys, compounding interest, actually crazy. You should be doing it. It's good.
Okay.
Simply have money to make more money, guys. What?
That's good.
I learned economics. Pure
jumped upon, Hoodwink got him, and dead. Now they try and turn this, but it's not looking so good for old Ari. Old Ari is caught as well. BZM runs in, but they've got the Supernova down. They will have enough to kill off WS and Mira, but after the fact, can they get out with the rest of them? Kaori dives away, still under vision. Do your little sun ray off and TP away. It's always so lovely to see. Is it enough? Woo! That was close.
Man, just ignoring the egg.
Bro.
Kind of depressing, honestly.
Oh, no.
You're just sitting there watching your allies die as you use your ultimate and then narrowly escape there.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Makoto, what happened?
Don't look.
He still has clothes on mine. Don't worry.
Oh my goodness. Mira is not
still wearing clothes. That's good.
Very important.
Mm-hmm.
But 16-8 and players' PCs exploding from the craziness of this game, Trent.
That's right. This game is so exciting. We literally cannot handle it.
This is always like the case after a patch, right? There's something weird that goes on. It causes some issues.
I think it's just Slacks chewing the wires again. I think they forgot to put on the chili spray.
I mean, he is on keto, so the way of it. There's not many carbs in a wire.
No, you don't think so? Yeah, that's good.
It's very irony.
Well, they coat the wires in your car with soy, and that's why the rats chew them up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, if you get like a rat infestation in a city or an apartment building, they'll chew up all the wires underneath.
Oh,
so you got to
rats
spray
in
it
your
with.
car?
No, I don't, thankfully, but it is an
Yeah.
issue in a harbor city such as Halifax. So you got to get this peppermint spray and spray it all under your vehicle because they don't like the peppermint.
I feel like it would make me want to chew it more if it was peppermint flavored, you know?
Apparently, rats, they don't feel that way. I mean, you think of a rat kind of stinky, right? You know?
Yeah,
you don't
true.
picture like fresh breath. I don't think they're into the mint.
Maybe they should try it sometime. Speaking of which, BZ, I don't know how it's
spotted?
speaking of which, but it's yeah, just an idea that he was over there. Mira spots Ari and Pure. They think about going high ground, and well, not quite going to be able to get there in time. Now they do. Pure throws out the stun. Is there going to be any extra help? Oh, the Yules. Okay, Ori trying to save a buddy. Spear away,
nice.
not dropping Arena as he did not have it up yet. And now WS is in too far. Save your buddy syndrome. It afflicts us all.
Oh, Pure goes in.
Okay, Ori, he gets away. Oh my goodness. Wait, does he? Nope, he really doesn't. He really doesn't. Oh, jeez. We're just talking about how good it was looking for Aurora, and then that happens.
I mean, it's pause Dota. Nothing counts before a pause, you know?
Yeah.
Pause happens, you lose track of where everyone's on the map, things get weird. We're at that point of the game where team fights start deciding everything because we're all powerful enough to take our objectives so quickly that a team fight like this puts Snakes onto tier 2, and they just immediately run back for the Tormentor.
Big.
Oh my God. All of this hard work and patience and like good gameplay just goes out the window versus Alchemist, like with one mistake. And this is why this hero is still, and maybe almost always going to be good. If he's just like somewhat viable. The amount of punish that he has when you make a mistake is so frustrating. Now they are trying to counter this. They've been up here doing Roche.
Yeah,
It's
this
taken
was
a while.
really good. I mean, they knew what they were going to be doing, going back for Tormentor, and they were not. I mean, imagine if that was old Tormentor. Maybe they have a little bit more HP. They can come and contest this. But Makoto gets an Aegis. So Tormentor for Aegis, I would rather be on the Aegis side of this.
Yeah, especially with a Storm Spirit who is desperately trying to get more Galvanized stacks.
Yeah.
All right, so game plan. Aurora, smoke up, get wards, plant them deep. Find Alec before he has a BKB. That's unfortunately not going to happen. He is 10 gold away. So that part's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. So instead, we're just going to wait until our gyrocopter has like 6 items. That's the new plan.
You know, the thing about this game, though, is that whereas last time they turned like a Pango from like a mid lane hero into just like the strongest hero in the game, this time around, it is still all about the Alc, right? So he can make this play, sure, and he'll blow up Mira, get the kill, fine and dandy. But it is going to be like kind of a pure against the world dynamic as he continues to farm up because he's probably not giving an axe to anybody else, right?
It's not looking that way. As much as he would like the extra gold, I think things like AC and stuff are going to be more important for him.
Yeah.
This Consecrated Wraps is just why is it only 2,600 gold? That seems crazy.
I don't know, man.
Like it's so much HP.
Nightfall coming in to stop the pressure on the tower, takes down the big Urnaconda, and then coming in for the wards.
So the Hallowed, as you can see on the heroes with the wraps, is undispellable.
Okay.
So thus, if you get, if I'm not crazy, I think if you get Yules when you land, you'll have the barrier, won't you? Because like the dispel would happen first, then you take the 50 damage on landing, and that would activate the barrier.
I'm gonna be real. I haven't read the item, so I'm gonna just defer to you on that.
I don't know. I can't demo it right now. I didn't test it with Yules, but we'll just keep an eye on it.
All right, sounds good.
So the Yules might not be that great of a count. I mean, if you tap him first, then Yules, that's cool. That's great.
Pure
Anyway, there you
farming. And Makoto coming in, killing.
Oh, I
they're
like
on
this.
the hunt.
Yep.
The hunt. Oh, he gets the blink away. They spot him. Yes! Spear comes back the other direction. Now the bushwhack, but he get what? Oh, the tree? What happened? Did he accidentally cut the tree? I don't know what went on there, but now they've got 33. He's under fire. Tries the timber chain away, is not gonna work. They kill off the timber.
That might have been a Mars Hoodwink thing.
What happened there? The spear break it or interrupted it? Oh,
yeah, some sort of a Mars Hoodwink issue, you know. It's a bit of a classic. Oh, look at that. So there's the spear.
It canceled the tree, killed the tree. Oh man.
Okay.
Very unfortunate.
Hoodwink has so many of those, actually.
You know
mess
what?
with you.
That's going to be a change at some point where it's like Hoodwink prioritizes trees that haven't been speared to or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's got to be something like that. Well, regardless, it is a 4K gold lead, not insurmountable as we saw in that last fight. And playing with an Aegis is definitely a way to get some extra value. I feel like they need to get a lot here out of this regen Aegis. Are you going to jump 33?
Oh, he's priming. He's going in.
There it is. They get the full mid chain. Now the spear back. Got him caught. Sunray out. Do they have enough damage to kill him? He has another timber chain. Gets away. Oh, and now WS is in a world of hurt. They drop down the Supernova, and Makoto does have another pull, trying to bring BZM low, but it's not going to be enough. Makoto low on mana. And Timber Chain chasing forward. WS does have Arena back up, but he's low on HP. And
Mira left behind.
He's the one that is going to have to hide away and be killed off.
Defensive egg there, trying to help things out with the Sunray, but the Bloodstone from BZM just too strong.
Yeah.
All right, that'll drive them back. That's going to be the end of this Aegis here.
Right. They need this damage on Nightfall to start stacking up.
Yeah. I think they're realizing that it's like a Satanic Daedalus, like maybe even Rapier kind of game where you're feeling stronger. And unfortunately, Alchemist is going to be hitting a very strong timing, obviously, at the same time, because that's what he's done. I mean, he's only a little bit ahead, though.
Yeah. No, it's not a full item. Yeah, it's... I don't know. It's interesting.
He's going Silver Edge, too. I was thinking maybe more like Abyssal or something with how his team's playing, but... Let's see.
Aegis expires. It's an Invis up top for BZM. But Pure continues to farm in these places and just get that little bit extra that he needs. Aurora got to be feeling a little bit desperate to make something happen here. They spot Whitemon, but he is going to glimmer and just walk away. Storm. Zip. Finds himself a shaman. All right. So that's a freebie.
Yeah, that's nice. 11 charges now, 3.3 mana regen.
Yeah, he'd be at 20 right now, right? So he's showing the pain of that nerf.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, actually.
We pick up a couple more greedy enchantments as Makoto will rejoin.
That'll fix everything.
Yep.
I mean, you just greed your way to BKBs and whatnot, as that's what is up for 3-3, as he's just about to finish his BKB, if he wasn't already annoying enough to kill.
Do they spot him? Ooh, where's the detection? He TPs away. That is BKB TP out. Just to the tier 2, actually. Wait, if he shows on this ward.
Yeah, they're shadowing BZM down bottom right now. So Nightfall's just going to calmly take the tier 2. Pretty good.
I mean, they see that Pure is up there, and they know that he can't get to his team because he just TP'd. But it looks like Tundra, recognizing this as well, is all going to back out of this area and will not be caught out.
Yeah, Nightfall with the circle on the map saying they're like, hey, they're either down there or farming up top by like the Twin Gate and stuff. Let's just get another item. Let me get my Satanic. Carey does pick up a gem. I'm not sure where it's flying around to right now.
Makoto has it.
I passed it over. There we go. So try and deal with some of this vision. Very good wards, especially around the mid lane right now from Tundra.
Right. Also gives him a way to kill Whitemon. When he's sort of off alone on the map.
Pure.
Yeah. Makoto zipping, hunting, not finding though. So they get away. And now Tundra, are they going to try and make a move together? Or are they just going to keep farming? They don't care, man.
Yeah, farm it up. It's fine. Next Roche is going to spawn in, it'll be a timer of 46 seconds, obviously.
Let's see. Oh, nope, that's a long one. All right. But Tundra, who do they see? They don't see anybody. They see the gyro. Mira there to try and interrupt it. They get the arena down. It's not going to matter. Dead. Nightfall gone before he can cast a spell. Ori will turn and be dropped down as well. But this actually ends up being pretty okay for Aurora here because it's a long Roche respawn. So they'll get away for a moment on WS, but with the Timber Chain, now it's kind of bad. He didn't have a team for another 6 seconds.
Yeah, now it's not looking so good.
Yeah, now it's not as good.
And Kaori also being hunted right now.
Fuels. Dive does not
the
have
classic.
Ooh. Oh my god, he's supernovas. I think that can he dive out afterwards?
Yeah, he can dive in Sunray, but again, still no TP. Dust for the slow gaming.
Maybe they'll think I TP.
I mean, honestly, not the worst idea, you know?
Find some space. Well, they will be able to fight for Roche at least, but that feels pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he might want an Abyssal or something, but who needs an Abyssal when you just get the gyro before the BKB anyway? Just instant Hex and Concoction there, doubling things up there, blowing up the gyro. And one of the reasons why I even like the idea of the Abyssal is because, like, they have nothing. If the gyro gets stunned, there's no save. Like, nothing can save or help them. I guess you could argue Sunray is probably the best thing they're going to have. But that's only going to do so much, especially versus how much ridiculous burst damage there's on the side of Tundra. I mean, level 20 would be nice for the gyro too with the flat cannons. That could maybe be enough just to break through a bit here. But I mean, 3-3, like, he's got this BKB, he's got scraps, he's so tanky.
The thing about this that sucks is that it's like that. This fight could have been Nightfall getting into battle with them as he has Satanic, right? But now instead he's what, 2,000 gold off of it. They jump to get Pure, but now they zip in with Makoto BKB, try and find him. Do have enough damage? Yes, they do. Pure is gone. And now on to Ari. WS in some trouble. Very low, finds that finish. The Bloodstone. I don't know if that's going to be enough for BZM, but maybe it will. Makoto so low, ends up falling. Gem on the ground. Now controlling onto 33. There's only these two cores left as they try and burn down the Timbersaw. Does have the BKB. Nightfall still on the chase. They've got the missile after him to boot. And when that falls up, will it be enough damage? It looks pretty close. And yes, 33 ends up dying. That's Roche.
BZM can't get back in the fight to help either. Holy moly.
Oh,
is that a gem hiding under a centaur right now as they're pinging it out? So he's
they
guarding
left it. Oh, BZM. What a play. Comes in to deny it, and that might stop them from being able to take Roche. Because everybody's going to be back up again.
I mean, it's not deterring them right now. It'll at least slow them down. They got some medallion action here from Mira.
All right, well, Roche starts to fall. Storm back up in 20, and it looks like Tundra are not going to come and contest at the moment. They're
Aurora,
afraid of it.
They look so stressed. They're scanning right now. They see the Alchemist mid. Carrie's gonna egg, you know, it's just like full panic. The coverage sphere will be there. So we get the replay here. Yeah. I mean, one fight with the gyro, 100-0, immediate next fight, Alchemist 100-0. The one way that Tundra could probably lose one of these fights. Because the damage is such an issue. So many crits it looked like as well to start that off there from Nightfall as he hits into level 20. And Makoto almost got out. I mean, if the Storm lives there, it's a bona fide disaster there for Tundra. But they at least get a little bit back there. Still have a bit of a lead. It is an Alchemist lineup. But at the very least, they have the Gyrocopter on the top of the board. And Nightfall, he wants to ensure that he can be a part of these engagements and really get maximum damage out there as possible. He's currently looking at a blink.
Would be pretty big. So one other thing about this is that this Blink Dagger timing, if he goes for it on Nightfall, is going to coincide with the Mars Aghanims. So this Aghanims is very interesting. So 10-second lower cooldown, and then if somebody on the opposing team dies, you get immediately 35% restore of max health, and mana, and then you also get 35% attack damage buff for 20 seconds.
Yeah,
and it stacks per target that dies.
So we're bringing in the victory feast. We folded it into the hero, and like in a fight like that where they just blew up the Alk, like the fight's over. It's just over. If you get the kill on the enemy core and that buff on a bunch of your allies.
But am I crazy? Did Victory Feast have the attack damage component to it too?
I think.
I don't remember if it did. But regardless, whatever the case is, in this, it's going to be very, very good. And particularly if Gyrocopter can get in there and start doling out that damage.
So much doling.
Lincoln's is going to be the pickup for Makoto. And we'll get it off of these Ancients as Ari is around hunting. Is he trying to make a play for this? All right, Ari is...
He'd be a little crazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little silly goose. Pure just TP's immediately to the opposite side of the map.
Makes sense.
Get me out of there.
Still a 7,000 gold lead right now for Tundra.
WS will farm some snakes to help get that Aghanim. So yeah, we're ready.
This to me feels like the epitome of the fake lead.
Yeah, this is big time fake lead for sure right now. This game is in control for Aurora, but you know the Basher's done. The Abyssmal's coming next. If they make their way through this Aegis, if they can blow up Nightfall, game does get hard.
He switches to the Diffusal.
Get that Disperser going. That item's crazy.
Very nice.
Aeon Disc as well from Kaori to try and make sure he gets off good eggs. As they start with an early Hex.
Nightfall, still seeming fine. Pops his Satanic a little early.
WS looking hungry. Wants a victory feast. Do you think there's like fried chicken in Valhalla?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are there many chickens in Scandinavia? We do have the people that we could talk to about it.
They're busy obsing. They can't help us.
33. You notice there that I didn't want to say a particular country.
Yeah, no, that was wise. Yeah.
I know how this goes. Whitemon jumped upon BZM, finds Kaori. Guess what? That's an Aeon Disc. No good for you there. Oh, the 4-step is not good, though. The second salvo. They didn't quite get it. Nightfall still ready to go for the chase down here. Now Mars waiting, looking. Whoa, turns to hit. Nightfall, he's not doing enough.
They're not feasting, Lyrical.
He's dead. There's no feast. They need to find a kill desperately there. And will take down one, but it's Ari. It's not good enough. And now Nightfall also in trouble. The Satanic knockback off cooldown. 4-step trying to survive the Nightfall away. It keeps him alive. Mira, the one that is going to be left behind here. But that one hurt.
Okay, so what? Double buybacks?
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously still well worth it there for Tundra. They pick up a gem in the end as well. So add that to the list of things that lost there from the side of Aurora. They get their gyro. Look at 13,000 damage by the gyrocopter. He's putting the team on his back, but it's still not enough. And now an Aghanim's scoop W from Pure. He's deciding. He thinks long and hard about it. And he gives it a 3-3. As we get the replay here. I mean, it's this mid-fight feast where spells have been, a mid-fight arena where spells have already been used. Can't get the Spirit. Beautiful BKB there, still holding on for that long in the fight. But like, you're trying to get this arena kill. Fight happens after, you know?
Right.
That's not the way they're trying to draw up these engagements.
Oh man, I don't know. This one feels tough. I still feel like if they're not getting kills in this Mars arena, it feels pretty bad. They've got to find a way to set that up and like take somebody out at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, it makes the eggs do nothing, it turns out. I
Well,
mean,
10-second
10-second cooldown, but like, you know, that's a lot of gold for a 10-second cooldown.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Is there anybody that gets really destroyed by the Diffusal Blade? I guess like maybe
Timber,
Alk?
You know, yeah, I
To
mean,
some
there's
extent.
there's chances. I think for the most part, it's just disperser. You know, that's all you really care about. It's just so I can have, because like if BKB is so bad now and we're not getting these refreshers on it, then like having a Satanic Dispel, having a Disperser Dispel, those are all gonna be really useful items now for all of your carries.
Right.
Even though they already were, but like Dispel's just got a massive buff essentially.
Makoto trailing behind the rest of the squad. Mira's going to get him caught up in the smoke as they try and make a move. It's going to be a little bit slow as they were not all together, and Tundra seemingly reading this.
I mean,
BZM.
This arena. Oh, all right.
BZM, does he show? Oh, 33 went through them all. Can they blow him up, though? Instead, they jump way to the side and try to go on the Veto. So Veto is dead. Maybe an opportunity here is BZM, is BKB wearing low. They get the arena down and he's gone. Nightfall didn't stand a chance. Oh, Pure finds his target, blows them up. And I mean, they lose 2 for it, but you cannot afford to have your carry go down like that without pressing a button.
He's just getting hexed. I don't know. You got hexed, can't play the game. That's what's happening. Ari too good.
Jeez.
What can you do? Doesn't have the chicken fingers, still gets there.
I feel like they need to get, I don't know, maybe Ags on Phoenix. That probably just dies too, though. I don't know. Maybe Ags on Phoenix is the answer.
That is, I mean, won't they just kill the egg though? Yeah, I think you're.
I don't know.
Your initial assessment.
You can save it with the Mars Arena at the very least, right? Because like, yeah, Pure can hit hard, but like Lesh doesn't have crazy attack speed. You're not going to go and punch it as like the Shaman, really. I don't think. But
Pure's going to run here with no BKB actually right now.
How much damage do they have?
Could get interesting.
Yeah, they don't have anybody else nearby. 33 is trying to get there.
One. He's pulling out a Lotus, but they give up on it.
Yeah, I guess without Nightfall, they don't have the damage yet. Oh, 41 minutes, 17,000 gold lead. Tundra taking an advantage, but obviously still capable of fighting on the Aurora lineup.
All right, they're taking a breath. Wait things out here. Roche is up. All right, so we go again. Yep. we find a good arena. Our gyrocopter presses BKB. One good fight. That's what they're looking for. A BZM, he's got a scythe. Oh, it's close. A WS, he's going to the high ground. The vision from the plague wards is there.
They see one.
Whitemon.
He's caught. Now they jump, find Ari. He didn't get the Hex in time enough. And now WS is dead, but the arena and Supernova down means both supports are dead on the side of Tundra. They also don't have their Mars anymore. Kodo had to TP back home. BZM trying to find a target. Mira's backing away from him.
Interesting. Burns the beat. A TP out up top there from Kaori. They turn back onto BZM. Mira, you're crazy.
Makoto is coming in, but that's a little bit too scary. With no BKB on Nightfall, it's a little bit too hard to take that chase.
Why is he
33 now jumps in?
I mean, they don't want a Mars buyback? Is that what he's trying to bait here? Is that like Mars tries to buy back and kill him? He's that confident? I mean, he is holding a BKB. I suppose he's right.
Yeah. The BKB timings are really deciding what's going on in these fights. They didn't use it on the Mars.
And now they're going to the Roche pit. They can do this very quickly. BZM with another great Hex. I mean, the Hexes are just absolutely killing Aurora this game. Getting WS there. And now that it's that awkward time where he doesn't want to buy back, but this is the cheese and refresher shard Roche.
Roche, no roar. That might be the difference maker there.
Trying to get the outpost.
Thinks about jumping, finds the stun onto 2. The follow-up Hex is there. They got to do something to salvage this, but it's not going to happen in time. The Sunray out the Hex. He's gone. They take down the gyro. It was so close to him getting satanic and turning.
I can't.
But to no avail. Oh, brutal.
Just absolutely brutal pressure there from Tundra. They just you can't go for those greedy little plays, those tiny little things, trying to get the O-post there when some heroes are dead. You're playing lopsided. You know, it's like you're at the grocery store. One of the wheels just doesn't work. Someone's always dead, you know? They're just squeaking their way through the end of this game. They can't get the arenas down. Some of the cores are getting hexed before they can get their BKBs off. There's just squeaky wheeling everywhere. And now 3-3 is going to dig on.
It's pretty hype. Man, you drop down the Anaconda. And at this point in the game, you got to try and figure out what the hell are we going to do on Aurora. I mean, Gyro's still dead for 40. Has not been able to get his abilities off, really. They're going to kill off the wave as he zips through on Makoto, but I mean, he will have Ags, actually, if he wants to pick that up.
ECM's on WS.
Insignificant. Good jump. Pure there, too. They haven't popped BKBs. But they have Aghanim's on the Storm.
All right, now we're going to wait for the gyro, right? Team?
They're thinking about it. Jump in, zip, pull, Makoto, spear, arena, onto 2, finding the kill. Whoa. Yes!
Pure.
The victory feast. They're feasting. 70% attack damage. They're feasting. Do they have the damage that they need, though? Makoto thinking about turning. They immediately go forward. The right clicks. Ooh! It's almost enough. Oh, yeah, if they would have just been attacking that whole time, I think he dies. It's 70% bonus damage on him.
I mean, they're alive right now at the very least. What happened to Pure? Oh, we don't even know. He was dead so fast. Man, that was insanely close to this point in the game. I mean, Storm is at a crazy point in this game right now, too. 3-3 looking real guilty with that Dagon right now. Oh, sorry, guys. I thought this was a Dagon lead right now. My bad.
They drop down a ward, understanding what's going on. Acorn shot out. Ari is still nearby. They drop down the ulti, trying to force some away. They want to try and force a buyback out of Pure, but I don't know if they're going to get it. Yeah, it looks like the answer is no. All right, well, back we go again. I mean, you're still so far ahead right now on Tundra, but you can't feel comfortable having lost the Aegis that quickly.
Ari is eyeing up a BKB right now on this Shadow Shaman, which is, again, going to be another big problem for them. Like, the BKBs are just killing Aurora.
Kaori, though, he's got the item queued up.
The Wind Waker?
That might be an answer.
Oh, I suppose versus Shaman, that is true. I see what you're saying. I was expecting like a scepter or something crazy.
Oh, I see.
That's good. Wind Waker's good. I'm wondering if Nightfall, I guess he's kind of committed because he's got the Blink Dagger, but like we are looking like it's rapier time pretty soon.
Surely. Oh my god, this takes so much damage from this Tormentor. Mira! Oh,
brother. Oh, father.
No,
oh my god, no.
No!
Dude, okay, I can't.
No, they're getting out of buyback on the runway.
It's over.
Oh no!
I can't. No, not like this, man.
The patch. Never has this team been more patched. This is the upper bracket. What's going on? Oh god, they have to bring 5. That is what we have figured out in this game. That is what we have decided. Trent, how does this game end like that?
Well, maybe something equally as crazy will go the other way, perhaps. As they get ready to jump in here with Pure. No break.
Find their man. Where's the victory feast? Where's the heals? It's not their time, but Nightfall turns it. The Satanic, the arena down. Oh, it was the bait. They lost the Tormentor on purpose. Don't say it ain't true. Do you believe in miracles? The hold from hell as 33 gets dove on, but the turnaround with the Lotuses, that is what they needed.
They chomp on the cheese. Pure buys back into this game, and all of a sudden, there's a win condition. There's a big, fat, stinky 7.5 minute long win condition here for the side of Aurora. Indeed, the genius bait. Surely, if we just tease Pure, he'll be forced to jump in and commit our gyrocopter. And the heals are just enough to get him through the Abyssal into the Satanic, somehow turning on the heals. As they turn on their heels, they're trying to escape. Am I right?
That's right. Not wrong. Okay. I mean, Shard and level 25 on Storm Spirit starts dealing pretty insane damage to combo together with the gyro, but it's not going to be Rapier. Nightfall not opting for that, picking up instead the Swift Blink, and now they walk right in. They find BZM. BZM in trouble, no way to be saved. And another clutch core kill for Aurora. Oh, buddy.
What to do now, though?
Yeah.
What to do? I mean, do you just control the waves? Like, you've got mid and bottom constantly being pressured in. Do you try and go high ground here? I think they're
man, I don't know. Keep in mind, they do have that Wind Waker done now, and I think that they will stay with that item nearby cores continuously. And they won't be able to defend this ward either that got them that kill on the Lesh. So yeah, they're just going to push out the waves.
But the waves are going to come back, you see. It's like the tide, you know?
True.
And right now, the moon is very strong for Tundra since they've taken 2 racks. And the moon controls the tides, Lyrical.
They're popping the amp. They think that somebody was going to show up here. It's interesting that he pops the amp damage right now. I guess he wants to keep all of his items in his inventory.
Yeah.
Well, 50 minutes and another tier 2 tower going to be taken as they claim this side of the map. I mean, the big thing about this now is that if they can hold this area, this is Roche for them potentially in 1 to 4 minutes. No, bro, that is so annoying.
Damn, that Golem got hands. You gotta stay back from that thing.
Oh man. Don't worry, nobody saw it. It's fine.
No, it's fine. It's fine. As long as the other team doesn't know that you're missing it for 2.5 minutes, it'll be all right. Yeah.
What if that's the difference maker in this next fight? Because it's going to be a Roche fight, and he's not going to have an Aeon disc.
I trust nothing, dude. They lost Heroes to Tormentor, and it worked out for them. Nothing is real in this game.
Well, for now, Makoto is playing very far forward. Does have his Lincolns and is going to back out now to farm up. But you can see anything can happen. It's all possible.
Surely we're at a sell the wraps for bigger item point in the game, aren't we? If this item is this good for 2,600 gold, we got another problem.
That's true. All right, how long on the Roche respawn? It is 1:40, and it was last taken by Tundra, so they're going to be the ones that get the roar.
Oh, big level 25 for Kaori. The Supernova hit count goes up. He just wants the egg and Sunray. He needs to keep his gyrocopter alive. He saw what happened last time.
Goes in very brazenly here with his 25 Timber Chain projectile speed and distance.
He
and
has
now Arena refresher. So he can start with Arena now on WS.
That's true. Again, does not refresh items. Let's all remember before you start typing something that he didn't do. Items no longer being refreshed. Kind of crazy.
All right, smoke up. This could be it.
All right, buybacks. Gyrocopter, Storm, Hoodwink for the Radiant.
33
has buy.
They jump him to the start. Now the Arena down. Good damage. Ari trying to stop this from happening. Supernova already used. That's 1 dead. Now they have increased damage. The turn onto Pure. He's dying. They're falling. Oh, Tundra, you made a mistake here this time as BZM dies. A triple kill. 140% attack damage. You can't take this fight. Look at how much damage Nightfall has. It's basically a Rapier.
Oh, they're back, though.
If they get full control on him, it would be good, but I don't know. Look at the hits. Look at the hits. Oh, he's doing so much. He's dying. The Ultra kill, the Rampage. He is way too strong.
He's feasted upon their lives.
Oh, baby. They run it down.
Arenas.
4 stacks of Victory Feast, and Nightfall waited for the perfect moment. Oh, geez. That Mars Aghanims is sick.
Never doubted, obviously, here as because the whole strat from Tundra is we're going to bait 3-3. He's taking so long to die. We'll get back in the fight. He's enough gold for buyback and boss. We can rejoin. We're on the outpost. But yeah, you're right. The stacks start coming. They get real fat.
And look at this. They're going straight for the end. They saw the buybacks. There are not any up and available, and that was a rapier bot by Gyro, rapier bot by Storm. They're coming to end this game as they focus the tier 4 towers. Aurora, it should not have been possible, but they're coming in with a clutch finish here as they are going to even this series up, barring something insane. Wait, Ari killed the wave? Oh, wait, Ari did it. No, there are still creeps here. There's still creeps here. They're focusing the Ancient. Only 30 more seconds, but GG is called. What a game from Aurora.
It truly had everything, folks. There were ups, there were downs, there were Tormentors killing teams, leading to somehow that causing a mistake for their opponents. And all in all, we become blessed to get a game 3 thanks to it. So praise the Tormentor, y'all.
That's right.
It has brought us to next match.
Well, and you know, it's interesting something that Winter was talking about on the panel at the beginning, which is this dynamic of Nightfall and WS. Nightfall does not have the damage to win that fight if not for WS's item selection. He held off on the Rapier, went for this other stuff instead, and it was the perfect answer.
And it came down to just like, it's one of these games where it's like one more fight. We just need one fight. You know, Tundra need lots of fights for the win. If we just get that one big fight for Aurora, we can do this. And things refuse to connect, and they refuse to press their buttons. But eventually they got there.
Good stuff. The series all tied up here in the upper bracket. Aurora push us to a game number 3.
We are shocked. We're blown away. We're flabbergasted about what's just happened here. I cannot believe that Tundra lost that game. T-Governor. I mean, I thought this was it. I thought this was the moment which Aurora had lost. But little did you know, dying to the Tormentor apparently secures you the game.
Hold on. Sorry, sorry, my bad. I muted myself because I was too excited by this game. But no, I love whenever we have Tormentor changes, it makes it so much more enjoyable. We honestly should request from Valve Tormentor changes like every other week. Just up the damage number here, percent there, HP here, because like, oh, it's just hilarious when teams go for it. But you gotta give so much praise to Aurora. I think specifically between WS and Makoto, these two players, they found multiple little jumps in the mid to late game that just brought that extra little bit of time, that extra chance to get another kill. Of course, we can talk to great lengths about, you know, Pure getting picked off multiple times when he walked to high ground, getting 100-0, the way he used the buyback on the mid fight. But yeah, just a massive W towards both Mars and Storm. Their pick-off potential really was just amazing.
Winter?
Yeah, both WS and Mikoto, they've played this sort of game so many times in C. Every game goes to 60 minutes, you know. We are the best players at 60, 70-minute games, you know. We live, we thrive in the chaos. But yeah, I mean, Pure definitely... I feel like there were some of the fights where his jumps, maybe it could have worked, you know, because the last fight that I felt like he thought they would kill... was it the gyro or the
gyro? Yeah, the shaman didn't jump in,
gyro,
right?
I think they didn't all in that kill, but I could also understand why Ari didn't want to go in there. You know, it seemed like it was a risky thing to do, and it seemed like he could have killed the gyro with the elk. You know, so it was just like a very difficult decision. And after that, I felt like he kind of like just tilted and he bought back even in the previous fight. I don't know, man. That looked like some sort of implosion there by Pure.
To me, this is the biggest example that we've had on the patch where like refresher orb changes really came to light. We've had some like other games where like you could kind of like loosely try and connect it just for the sake of, you know, talking, but this game, like this is the game where refresher orb changed everything, right? Like for Tundra, you got, you know, 33 randomly buying like a Dagon later into the game. Of course, you got these epic jumps. Like there's no double BKB available for Pure. There's no double Hex available for 33. Like when they have this gold lead, when they've broken the base of Aurora, old Dota 2 7.40, you buy a refresher, you are winning this game every single time. But they can't. They are unable to do it due to the patch change. And for Aurora, there was one refresher in play for WS on the Mars. Double arenas, double spears, double pickoffs. You know, the reason why I feel like this late game was so playable was because of these other changes that we've seen in the patch. And Tundra, you just the items they were buying later on just felt like they were just kind of buying what they kind of vibed in the moment rather than it being objectively the best item for the game. And Aurora, they just kept holding true, like, we can still win this game, we're not going to give up, we know that we can try and force a mistake from Tundra, and then you're ending on an epic rampage from Nightfall due to the work of his team. So to me, this is like proof that Refresher has kind of shaped the late game.
It definitely has, yeah. And we always knew that the team fight was going to be there from Aurora when it came down to it. But that late game as well, comboed up with the low timings on the BKBs, the lack of refresh in the BKBs, and the Storm Spirit damage, it was just absolutely ridiculous. Like, sure, the Jared got the rampage in the end. I mean, obviously, we know Jared got the late game does damage, but like, into the impact that he had on this Storm Spirit in the late game, like, how would you compare it to the Gyrocopter? Where was the balance there?
I felt like his impact was mainly felt like in the early game. I think the first 20 minutes of the game, I think the whole 20 minutes they were fighting on the top side of the map, trying to pressure the Elk. I think the Gyro really did excel in the early game, connecting to the Mars, pressuring. I think in the late game, he kind of needed his teammate. He relied on his teammates a lot more, and I feel like they were able to win some of the fights because Tundra just kind of gave it to them, either with their item choices not being the best, and some of their jumps and initiations were just not really on point. I felt like they were a little bit cocky because they had like such a huge lead, and they just didn't really initiate cleanly, and they didn't finish the game. They probably thought the game was already over. This is going to test them a lot. How can they come back in the next game, after losing a game like this?
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, this one looked like it was in the bag, but all of a sudden they're fighting against it, and then 1, 2, 3 fights in a row, and yeah, it's all over. It really did just change so quickly. Like, I really thought they had this one, but and it looked like they did as well. Even the Dagon coming out on the Timber. Last thing I want to touch on to you, Governor. Dagon on Timber. A little bit. We've already won. I'm gonna get myself a bit of cast range, a little bit of a Glock in my pocket, or is this actually a good item for Timber?
I mean, it feels kind of like if there was like the spell life still in play still, then maybe you could argue for it, but it just kind of felt like I want a bit of cast range, I'm going to pick it up, why not? I have the slot available. But like, I think the comparison there is like your Timber's picking up a late game Dagon, and then Mars, a hero that used to have victory feeds the entire game, then has to now buy an Aghanim's to kind of pick up the same thing now to kind of get that regeneration. So it's like, you see Mars, the game's getting harder. He gets an Ags, now there's like clutch potential. He gets the Refresher, there's clutch potential. And then it's like Timber, he already hit his peak, and like his item wasn't allowing him to like continue scaling. It just kind of like plateaued, right? So that's a big kind of comparison, is how like Timber and the Mars itemization, Mars just kept going up whilst Timber kind of hit a bit of a flat line.
It's also a lack of AC, right? They didn't get AC on the Elk, so the Elk felt like he kind of was pretty paper in some of the fights he went in, and he just died, to right clicks from whatever that was right clicking in the Gyro or the Storm, and he just disappeared, so it wasn't just the itemization on the Timber, it was also the Elk. I felt like he could have maybe had an AC, and that would have definitely helped them end the game.
Few small mistakes and a few big ones as well, and all of a sudden it all disappears for Tundra. This game 2 just switching around on its head and bringing us to a third game here in the upper bracket. I cannot wait to find out what's going to happen in this third game. Are we going to get some more heroes? Are we going to get some more comebacks? I don't know. We'll be back after this short break to find out.
To get you, he wants to drink your blood tonight. to get you. He wants to drink your blood tonight. He's out to get you. He wants to cut you and take a trophy home tonight. Tonight. He's out for blood 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 tonight.
You say I love you, baby, but now she knows you do. You say I need it, baby, but she's over you. You say I love you, baby, but now I know you do. You say I need it, baby, but she's afraid of you. Now we won't home, got pulled the girl. Yeah, let's go home, got pulled the girl. Here they come a creeping, coming for your pay. Yeah, not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here we come a walking, talking with big mouths. Don't look to us, cause this ain't our town. Here they come a running, coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today. Here they come around and coming for your pay. Not me tomorrow, baby, not today.
If you're watching that last game and just tuned out for the last 10 minutes, then you might be surprised that we're still here. But we are, and we are very happy to be as well, because we get a third game in this series between these two gargantuan teams. They're smashing it right now, and they are showing us why they are in the upper bracket here at ESL One Birmingham, because you can never count them out of a series. Ignore the, the died tormentor and the questionable buybacks. Those things are, it's just a heat of the moment kind of deal. But everything else has been sublime, and I'm really excited that we get to see one more game between these guys. Very quickly, Winter, what do you think? Is anything going to get through the bans here that we've seen kick off in the previous games? Are we going to see a Pango get through?
No Pango.
No Pango.
No Pango. Pango equals no Dota. I'd rather watch Bloodstone Leshrat. That's kind of cool.
The Bloodstone Leshrat looked good, man. It looked like it was going to be able to take them all the way, but yeah, it just fell at the last hurdle, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the previous series is one of those ones where it's like, you probably don't overreact too much in the draft, right? Because for Tundra, they were able to kind of set up to the mid game. They were able to, break Aurora, get 2 racks. Like you can kind of praise that phase of the game. Sure, there's a lot of critique for like the ultra late item choice, pure positioning choice, no BKBing choice. But, I feel like draft-wise, we might see kind of some same concepts. Of course, Tundra have promoted Phoenix into a ban after the first 2 games. That means Jakiro is available. Again, kind of fake nerfed in the patch. This mana cost needs to be like triple, if not x10, the mana cost for it to be a true nerf.
200 mana cost? Are you serious?
Yeah, it should be liquid deleted if you really want Jakiro to not be first pickable. This thing's got to be like either the damage number's got to go down or the mana cost has got to be so egregiously high. Okay, I'll meet you in the middle. 99.
Thank you.
Jakiro,
you're such a gentleman.
Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Welcome to Birmingham land.
The art of negotiation.
Yeah, we meet in the middle, yeah?
Yeah. No, I learned from ESL, lads. It's fine.
Nice, Tusker. We are back. Tusker, drinking buddies.
Yeah, which we didn't actually see the last time the Tusk was picked here, so maybe Tundra are going to go for the shard. I would hope so, because I think it looks really good as well. But yeah, we didn't see it the last Tusk game, even though we were very excited for it. Tag team and drinking buddies.
Again, don't forget, drinking buddies, big cast range. Very good. Like, Winter and I were shooketh when Panto bought 4-staff in the previous game.
Like, why? Why would you even buy 4-staff?
I don't know. Like, if you go drinking buddies first to get the pool, then you can go 4-staff after if you really want to have all the displacement in the world, right? But it was a shock. Maybe he just really preyed on the 50-50 on the Tormentor and just lost.
Okay, so the thing with the Tusk here, right? I kind of feel like maybe against Jakiro, you don't really want to go to that lane. I feel like if I'm the Tusk here, if I'm picking Tusk right now, I want to be on a safe lane with a range carry. I don't want to be a 4 this game against Jakiro. There's been a lot of I think meta gaming about the pause 4 and pause 5 heroes where you try to avoid each other by swapping lanes. I think that might happen here.
Winter, I have a solution. Venomancer.
What's the solution?
It's Venomancer. He has to attack twice. That's 2 procs of his Actok thing.
Doesn't it only work once? Like if you... Does it actually proc twice?
I believe it just procs as many times as they attack.
Isn't it every attack?
It's every attack. That's when I test it. That's what happened. So one would imagine.
Oh, Venom is the counter to Jakiro.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Sweet validation. It fuels me.
Don't worry, lads. I'm going lobby. I'll go check. Why not? We got some time.
Cheers, mate.
It's not as if Jakiro Tusk is too riveting in the opening phase.
Yeah, we got some bans coming through, and well, Lifesteal's gone. They will ban out the Timber Store. Bit of respect. Well, for themselves. Kind of cocky, actually.
Yeah, who's going to get back out this game?
It is both. Both of Jakiro's hits will proc it.
All right. The Jakiro counter. Okay, the Elk is out. No Timber, so what is the elk counter?
Before we go towards the counters, I do want to say, like, I am happy that Tundra is showing that you can pick Alk and still play a normal game. Because I think after, Watson buying Ags, the game on a pure buying Ags, it's easy to meme like this is the build, but I think they did show in the previous game that like you don't always need to do it. You can just play a normal game. Because I think other players watching this right now, like let's say some of the tier 2 teams, they'd have been like, oh wow, that's the meta, wow, this is crazy, and suddenly it would have been in every single game. But Tundra already within the first day just kind of showing, no, there is depth to this. Of course, Nightfall, he has played out before in the tournament as well, but
yeah, that's the beauty of Dota, right? There's always a situation that you have to do something different, and you can't do the same thing every game.
Exactly. Have to be dynamic in Dota to be able to thrive. You need to be able to change up your skill builds, item builds, pretty much read for the game. You can never really copy paste one thing to all games.
Be adaptable. Now we have the Hoodwink coming out from Aurora, so opening with a double support. Usually okay, but it is kind of rough to open double support sometimes when you can't really pull out an answer now from your backline.
I mean, it's only rough if you don't pick, like, if they pick, let's say, Mars or like a strong offlaner here, and now you're giving all the information in the draft towards your mid and carry, you're probably going to be pretty happy, right? You already see the Alchemist. Maybe there's some like creativity in the patch to enable it to go to other roles, whatever. We haven't seen it yet, but I kind of feel like Aurora's best drafted up here is picking the offlane. So they do go for the brew. They decide that Mars is maybe a bit more punishable in this open pick position. But I think the main thing when I see the brew is like I want them to actually play through the brewmaster. Like in game 1, he had Midas Ag level 12, very good timing, but then he never really got any more kills. I think he was like 1-1-2 or some shit in KDA. It was like rough. So I'm really looking for them to like play through the brewmaster.
Like a fair game to assess, because there's a panel.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
It kind of just ruined everything. I think this brew, with this timing, if it wasn't for the Pango, he could have actually done a lot. So I think this game, it might be entirely different. You have the Jakiro that can come through the gates. You can help enable the Brewmaster. So I feel like things are definitely going to be different here.
No, I hope
put a lot of pressure. Yeah, they can pressure the Elk. They can invade his jungle. Put the ward behind the tower. Those are the things that you really want to do.
Yeah. No, it's very good. Like this feels like a much nicer way to keep brew life, which I'm happy about. I think after seeing game 1, some people might just go, "Oh, they shouldn't pick it. It didn't work." But there's a lot of different like layers behind it. And Tundra.
Whoa, the dispel. I was thinking about Oracle to dispel, but they'll go for the Largo.
Okay.
Cool. Is this a support? Or okay, no, not a support.
Offlane. Yeah.
Offlane Largo.
So Largo now has. They can do many other things based on that Slack.
That's why they picked it. That's why they got it. Of course, bounty room bonus from Alchemist. So yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah, no, that is. Oh my god, they're smoked. He's on the high ground. The tongue extends. Yeah, it's crazy. So now it's Bull Belly Blitz. God, what a word. Still does base damage. Of course, it scales based on your level. So you do need to get to like level 18 to get like the big damage. So that is kind of like a nerf to the hero. I will assume it's going to be the same type.
A classic 18th puck. 18th pick puck. Even though there's a lion, he does not care.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all. And Aurora is just playing on so much kiting, right? It's like when Tundra walks in with their heroes, with the Alk, the Largo, kind of like get into the center of the fight, Aurora's best job is to like disengage from the area, make them waste like their initial round of stun, their kind of blinks, and then they'll pounce on them, right? With like the coils, the nuisance of the Brewmaster split. I'm kind of excited. I think both teams are going to really be able to showcase their team fighting in this game. Like they have all the tools to be able to do it, but it does show so much confidence. Like to pick Puck into Lion, like.
Let me ask you, Robson, are you going to buy eggs for your Largo this game?
But it doesn't do that. Yeah? That's a tough question. It doesn't give the damage anymore. You can strum 2 songs. I'm honestly maybe even leaning no. If it was old Largo, I'd be screaming, please give it to him as quick as possible, but maybe not. Would you want to see the Alk give a Largo an axe? like the same pace as like the Pango? Are we comparing it to the pace of game 2 or game 1? Sorry.
Depends on their mid laner, doesn't it? Like if they get a really good Axe mid laner, then yeah, you probably don't really care.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel about Marcy here for Aurora? Do you think they can still pick it as a Largo counter and just run at them?
Yeah, no, 100%. I could see that, right? You're a hero that likes to buy MKB down the line. You can then, of course, get your BKB early to be able to brush off the kind of the fight that Tundra has. You then can get Daedalus, MKB, big kind of right-click items to rip through all of Out's timings. You have enough kill and map progression. So yeah, I honestly wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, kind of like either one. Either a Marcy, Klings, someone that can actually just rip through them with physical damage. Can move around the map.
Is SF completely gone? Do we not pick that hero anymore?
I have no idea. Is the hero truly like dumpstered right now?
The max sold is now capped at 20 instead of 26. And then I am now reading the rest because I've not seen Shadow Fiend, so I've not reminded myself when the Shadow Fiend changes, and I'm quickly rereading it to make sure I've not missed something obvious.
He lost a lot of damage, but damage per story skill.
Yeah, it's based on level, so yeah. You can't just get max Necromastery and then you got 4 points per soul, right? Now it's like based on your level. Yeah, I think Shadow Fiend just is a bit slower to get into the game due to Necromastery being level capped and also capped at 20 souls instead of 26, like I said. So yeah, it's a weird one. But they go back for the Luna.
He really likes his Luna. I mean, it's really, really strong in the early stages in team fights. If you can set up for like a coil with the Eclipse, farms really quickly. Does the change to the medium camps actually benefit this hero a lot? Is that why he's picking this hero?
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, like I always thought it would be bad because, you know, Luna's pretty good at farming ancients relatively quickly, but I guess you can farm neutral camps, which aren't ancients, even quicker. So
yeah, the whole farm ancients thing is kind of like it's kind of a weird thing in the last patch because like some heroes would do it, but it's more like when the lane's fully broke down and you're just farming. I think the ability to farm it passively, that when the lane's shoved out, you don't have like 2 options of what to farm behind your tower. So a difficult lane isn't really that punishing for Alps and Lunas and stuff.
Yeah, and in a normal game, it's going to be the offlaner farming that anyway, not your carry. So yeah, it does become a bit of a thing. But final pick, it's going to be the BZM Sand King to round off Tundra Esports draft. So that gives them just about everything like the Largo doesn't, you know, in terms of AoE stun, in terms of a little bit more sort of mobility in these fights. Well, at least in terms of the instant catch. So yeah, they'll be able to be pretty happy with that, I think.
That would receive the axe? Is that the reason?
There we go.
We got that.
All right, okay.
We did.
As much as we meme the axe quite a lot, 33, and I think Tundra always will try to think about concepts, right? Largo Shaw had a damage nerf to his ult, right? Now blocked behind levels rather than just passively being on Nagnums. Croak of Genius kind of went untouched, right? So if you put a Croak on a Sand King who also potentially gets an Ags, there's a lot of combinations to play, and like Croak on Lion, again, it's quite a cool thing. So if you're trying to like take a step back from all the chaos of a patch change, Largo with Croak of Genius, he's got some little elements to play on, but that aside, Aurora, they have a very clear like understanding of their draft. Like,
if you look at the 10 heroes based on just the heroes, I feel like it's nicer to play Aurora's lineup like most of the time.
Tundra's draft looks like it's like the one that you've put down on like a playbook. You know, you wrote all the heroes down. You're trying to convince your team to try it one time. Like this kind of feels like the lineup. You know, it's like guys, this will work, okay? Because he's gonna do this, and then it will combo with that, and then when the fight is perfect, we'll win the fight. But of course, Aurora, they have so many ways to just like poke and displace Tundra through like aggressive positioning, like making you retreat, so then you're not in good formation. That, you know, I think Aurora are going to be in a good position. I'm just hoping that this game gets to a point where I want to see Tundra's idea come to life in like one fight. That's all I want to see.
It's gonna take a long time though, Robson. They need so much gold on their heroes.
Stop being realistic, alright?
If they don't do well in the beginning 5 minutes, I don't know if they're gonna be able to get the time to get to where they want with their heroes. It's gonna be tough, you know. So again, you know, the laning is gonna be really crucial. Whether they can actually hold their ground and farm and get to the items they need.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a tough early game for Tundra. If they can get through it, then they certainly might be able to out-team fight Aurora Gaming here. Let's find out. It is time for the deciding match. Game number 3 between Tundra and Aurora, with Lyrical and Trent starting right now.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And as we head down into the river, you can see the standoff already beginning as all squads get set. Smoke up. You'd think they'd be able to see each other across the river. That's not that far, right?
You would think. It's the fog of war is very dense and thick.
Apparently.
It's like a gray morning here in the harbor of Halifax. Also very fun. We need a foghorn mid.
Foghorn Leghorn. That's right.
Right.
That was a frog.
That's a chicken. No.
Oh, you're right. It was. Yeah, it was the WB
You're
frog.
thinking of the guy with the
one.
top hat. Who's doing
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Lyrical, I'm a little worried.
Fair.
For T-Gov and Winter. I'm worried. I think they might have amnesia. Because am I crazy, or did Aurora not have this exact game 1 draft and they did nothing for 20 minutes? They're acting like this game's over, and it's like, what? Have they woken up?
But Sand King versus Pango, maybe the difference maker? Do you think that that's enough of a difference maker?
I don't know. They had like the exact same Spirit of Heroes, and Aurora did nothing. They slept 20 minutes. They're worried about them like rolling over the game, but they're rolling over in their graves. They did nothing game 1. Okay, now that's not necessarily 100% true. They do have a little bit more active supports on the Hoodwink and the Jakiro, and maybe that'll be the difference. But Aurora did not prove they could make this draft work in game 1 of the series. They need to prove it in this one.
Well, we'll see if they can do just that. We'll see if they've learned from their previous mistakes. I gotta say, for me, the thing that I'm most curious to see is this matchup of not mid v mid of BZM versus Makoto, but Makoto versus Whitemon. How does that matchup go? The Lion versus the Puck. The panel was talking about it already. The audacity, the temerity to go on in and take the Puck into the Lion. See if it pays off for him.
Yeah, I mean, they knew it, right? When they picked the Lion, they're saying they want Puck. Like, we were sitting here like, they're going to pick Puck. Like, it's Makoto. He's going to have the opportunity because all the Spirit Heroes weren't being banned at the time. It's 3-3. He's going down here.
Just doesn't want to live anymore. You know, that's fine. Sometimes that happens to us. Nightfall gets a kill.
I need to test something. Tiga, put a thumbs up if you're listening right now to the cast. Do you think he actually listens? Because I don't think he does.
They don't get to see it at home. He's not going to do it.
No, he's not. So I can roast their analysis. That's good. Because I was surprised he didn't immediately message me with something like sarcastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, no thumbs up. They're not listening. Damn, my panel. You know, I listened to all their analysis all through the draft. Want to see what they're talking about, and they don't come and listen to the cast. Kind of rude when you think about it.
This is just Trent's moment to air grievances.
What
apparently,
to say about us, Lyrical?
I mean,
he wants to talk to Winter, his friend, about what they're going to talk about after the game. Well, that kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, that makes sense completely. 100%.
All right, we can talk about the game, I suppose.
I was just going to let you keep going. I don't know. It was worth it. I will say that I feel like this top lane is kind of what you would want. Getting the kill onto Largo, making him feel bad. They're getting everything.
Another WS Brewmaster as well, though, on the opposite side, which one of his best heroes, alongside the Mars, to be fair. You wanted the Mars run back. I was kind of down for the Mars run back, but the position they took in the draft, they go for the safety brew instead. And when we first saw the Alchemist game 1, we were also talking about, maybe the Largo, is it worth it? But I think the panel's pretty accurate in that one, because the sad thing now with the Agnums, of course, if you guys didn't notice the change, the damage is now tied to the Bull Belly Blitz, which is cool, but it means that you don't get damage if you're doing the movement speed and the heal, which is really what was mega broken about this hero. So, if you can't do damage while also healing everyone and running stupid fast, he's just not going to be the OS frog he once was.
I mean, he still might be a little bit. Let's be real. There's elements of it. You can do heal and damage if you need to, and then you can just sort of stand your ground and then swap back and try and chase if they try and run away. I mean, I think that tales of this hero's irrelevancy are a little bit overrated at this stage. I think he's still going to be quite good.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for him.
By the way, what's going on with BZM here?
Just doing a little jungling.
Apparently.
He's going to have some creeps coming in here after. Might miss the flag bear. No, he gets there.
Nice.
Easy. So well worth it there. That's going to put him just a little bit ahead here of Makoto in that mid lane, but still just the 1 kill.
Of course, as they try and battle it out down bottom, Whitemon trying to keep them at bay. You'll see the pressure being put on. Pure also, well, WS decides to go for Whitemon, gets that kill. Won't be able to get anything back the way of Pure, though.
Yeah, gets the kill first as well. Unfortunately, couldn't get off his other Fairy Fire in time with the cooldown.
Yeah.
But gets the XP before he falters. And another pause.
Okay, I was wondering, because I just lagged completely out, and I am going to get thrown from the server, as some other people might be as well. Perfectly fine. New servers, new patch. It's what you want.
All our players stayed in, so it's okay. It's just you, buddy. And there goes Pure. All right. Well, maybe, you know, he's...
Yeah, I was wondering, because I was looking at my screen, and then I saw that, like, there were 2 heroes just standing still, and then I saw them moving on the PGM, and I was like, that's not right.
No, that's not how it works, is it?
No. But yeah, quick respawn into here, hopefully, for the Alchemist. And early movements that we might end up seeing, I feel like there's a chance with, you know, Hoodwink.
Where's Pure going? Wait, Pure's doing his own tech here.
What the hell?
He's diving under the desk. Good work there.
Dude, that reminds me of, like, I remember, I think it was like the Nanjing tournament or something like that. There's like some pictures of LD down on the ground, like taping down cords across the bottom of the floor and like trying to fix it all. We got to go back to that era. Get these players on their own tech services.
That was well, I guess that was totally not the same tournament. Who knows? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't.
Oh god,
not
no.
100% sure.
Oh no.
Where they had daisy chained so many extension cords together that the wire next to one of, I want to say it was Dendy's, someone's PC just like sparked on fire because they did such a big daisy chain. There was a fire on the cables. So Pure, he's getting down there to make sure that doesn't happen.
That's right. Obviously, we've come far in the old Dota sphere in terms of tech capabilities.
Pure has reconnected, as you can see.
Yes, we're back in here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that small camp pull in right there, which would have been lovely for them. But Whitemon delivers the salve, and they are good to go again.
Oh, Mira trying to farm up a nice little ancient. This is smart. Now we're talking. Adaptation.
That's awesome.
And, you know, if you're going to stack the small camp for your fat alchemist, like, can I get some ward blocks back behind his tier 1 while we're at it? Because, like, we all know where he's going.
He got them both. Maybe she's just going to do that to the other camps, too.
Man, meanwhile, middle's fighting, top is fighting, Nightfall getting low. Are he safe, though?
And it's enough. Whitemon with the movement through finds the finish. Kaori in trouble. And does get some burn damage back the other direction, but will be able to survive through this, it looks like.
Oh, that's such an interesting aspect, because Whitemon, the fact that the Alchemist is retreating to the jungle, it opens up that twin gate for Whitemon. And then, like, pull carry in another Earth Spike. It's a freebie.
Yeah. Can they come in and clean up with Nightfall? They will. They'll get one onto Ari at least, but showing the power of this here. And Nightfall still on the chase down. Finds 33, thinks better of it, though.
I mean, am I crazy that we can't just have a Hoodwink come down here and block these off of the sentry, though? Like, is that not so worth it versus this Alchemist? Has no one told them where all his gold is coming from?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, you're a sneaky little scurry fella.
Kaori backing away. BZM, Whitemon, burning through some raindrops, and unfortunately, they are going to get unlucky as it's an illusion rune down bottom for Makoto. So all that rotation mid not turning into anything objective-wise for him. Are they going to try and go onto Nightfall here? A good ward placed down in the lane is going to scout all of Nightfall's movement. And just going to use it to steal away one of these creeps, but thinking about going on Nightfall again.
Aurora, though. Trying to get Pure.
low. And Mira not going to be able to chase him down, it looks like. Unless, imagine. No, okay.
Wait. Okay, you know what? Almost.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he's stacking again.
Freaking Pure. Okay, well, understanding what Pure wants to do is just going to have to back all the way to the very deep inside jungle area there to farm up. And playing with the acid spray, hoping to get level 6 off of these. It's actually a little bit close. Does he get level 6 and then can he pop his ulti, or is he just gonna be stuck here? All right, he's good. It would be nice to get that kill as Makoto's curry goes down to Ari just randomly in the middle lane.
At this point, we might as well just be picking support Alk and like throwing a Tidehunter down here or something. You know?
Honestly.
Like give him a couple levels, send him on its way, and just plunk someone else down in the lane.
Keeping up with a Nightfall Luna that is getting everything she wants. BZM goes forward, finds Kaori. Makoto there trying to turn this around. They get the coil. A good bushwhack. Kaori living, but eventually is going to be brought down dead. BZM will be the one hit by the hurl boulder. Getting some separation, and Mira's still on the hunt here for the Sand King, but he burrow strikes away.
Has a dust, so wants to keep the hunt going. Ward does spot him. They see where he's going. Oh, he was short. No.
Oh,
barely.
That's frustrating.
Oh, could have wasted so much of his time and potentially, of course, gotten the kill there as well. But he's out.
Well, these little plays all in service of Alchemist farming. Pure, he's definitely going to keep doing that. Well, Whitemon stacks up the Ancients here. Can go either to the Sand King or to the Alk, to be honest. Fine either way.
All right, well, compared to game one, you know, Makoto was on the Void Spirit. He's now on the Puck. A little bit easier to make these big plays happen as they are going to lose Mira. Here. Oh, I spoke maybe too soon.
The shards. Oh, he actually juked that. That was sick.
I hit him with a voice line. Well done.
Very nice. And now Pure, they're going to block out the camps. It does come a little bit later. And Kaori deciding to focus down the tower now. Well, Makoto farms up.
Nightfall feeling similar pressure up top, though, retreating all the way back as BZM and RA are just sitting on the tower. And 3-3 forages in the jungle for the Ironwood Nut.
Yeah. Gotta get it. Don't think they're going to come and defend this tier 1 tower up top, though.
In case you guys were wondering, the use, it's actually not Gobble on the Ironwood Nut. It is Munch.
Munch.
So you munch the Ironwood Nut.
Very good to know.
Good to know.
Always important. Mira finds Whitemon, backs out of there. This is a 3 or 4 stack on Ancient and Hard Camp as Makoto steps forward towards Pure. Pure feeling a little bit uncomfortable with his positioning.
Nice push.
There's this deep ward, and yeah, they find and kill Whitemon. BZM tries to connect, but Mira getting some separation here. And as they bring in the puck for Makoto, the snowball in, it's enough. But it is going to still be able to find that kill on Mira. The chase down, BZM in trouble, and Makoto with the double kill. Amp damage. Doing what's necessary.
Mira is doing so much work this game. Dodging these hits, making these plays underneath the tower. And then the use of the Phalanx shield there to survive for so long versus the S-Gap for the missed Burrow Strike. Easy pressure with the catapult. And Aurora, they are finding the timing that they missed in game one. This is looking so much better than previous. And that's part of it is just, I think, the puck and just the ease that you have with just coil. Someone is going to die compared to Void Spirit, where it feels like you need just like a little bit more help. And you don't have that same certainty of the engagement as you do with Dream Coil.
Right. Well, and now Pure is, you know, having to walk back some of those camps getting blocked out by him. And they're just trying to continue to shut down these areas of the map and make life harder for Tundra, if at all possible. I think I'm getting a little bit of packet loss. Not sure if the players will be or not, but could be something.
I'm good so far, at least.
Okay, that's good.
So hopefully it's not the server. 3-3, of course, with the changes here. New build, Soul Ring into the Yasha. Not rushing for the Aghanims. So just going to try and utilize that Bull Belly Blitz to its utmost potential. What did I say, sorry?
Yeah, you said Yasha.
It's not going to be Yasha. That would be pretty cool. That would be really weird. We're going to start with the Kaya. And the panel was mentioning the Kroga Genius. That is a massive spell, Slimless Hero, somehow untouched. Praise the Frog. And
Also,
utilizing that both on himself and Sand King going to be really crucial.
Unleveled right now, too, though. 33 struggling for the farm. Has really been shut down here, along with the Sand King. They're both not able to get what they wanted out of the beginning of this.
Well, BZM spent so much time going for kills that just either missed or ended up with him dying.
Yeah. Well, the timing that we're likely going to see is going to be, again, this Brewmaster, Aghanim Scepter getting picked up as battling over the camp with the Tusk. This is really interesting. So WS is not farming this camp down here, and he continuously is pulling it into the hard camp and then, like, taking the whole thing out.
All right, but now look at Ari. He's like, I got to make sure I stay around for this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a big steal. So thanks for the help.
That was nice. But now look at this chase. They get the coil onto Sand King. The coil ends up breaking BZM down to the low ground. Whitemon thinks about going for it. The Hex onto Makoto, but there isn't any follow-up. Macropyre doing some work, but Whitemon eventually going to fall. Can they chase any more? Ari, Snowball off to the side. Mira looking for a chase. With Nightfall in the area, maybe they can quite find him. Lucid Beam. That'll stop any extra aggression.
He's bringing in big numbers here at Nightfall. I mean, even joining.
Yeah.
The gap, though, still staying relatively close between Pure and Nightfall as he moves in towards this Radiance. Very close to getting it, just has to finish up these Mud Golems, and he'll have it with ease on the Alchemist. So that might be the chance for him to get back into this game. With the Blink on the Sand King, you got to imagine they're going to be smoking out.
It is another one of these games, too, for Aurora, though, where they don't have that Aura builder to try and get towards a pipe. And with both Largo, ulti coming in, with Sand King, with Radiance, there's a ton of magic damage that could become a pretty serious issue.
And plus the sustain of just having a Largo as well. Like, there's not really anything to match on the side of Aurora that you're going to get here. Now, that being said, actually, look what Mira's got queued up. A pipe.
Okay.
Mira is thinking ahead. I mean, might have to settle for and instantly switches to a 4-staff. All right.
I think they realize they're not going to get it quickly enough.
No, that's a long ways away.
Maybe Brew will get it as the next item after Ags. I'm not sure, but this is one thing to watch for here is how much damage are Tundra going to be able to do pre-pipe.
That bottom camp is still blocked, by the way. Massive value.
Yeah. Also, he is queuing up the Ags on Pure. Now they jump, find Whitemon. Whitemon dead.
No coil. Just easy bushwhack there with the help of a ward, which Mira's considering just denying because they did sentry it. But he's hoping someone else comes for it. They can just go for a second kill.
Oh, they thought about it. Pure not opting to make that play. Now the Ice Path connects. They're moving in. Nightfall is there with the Lucid Beam. No TP for you. Pure in trouble, and that kill is huge. You stun to save yourself, end up falling. As Ari, realizing the danger, is going to head back there to this weird area that I have not seen before. Those trees paths are cool.
Yeah, we had to move the Torment around a little bit, so they left a nice little hedge maze in there for you.
Big kill, though. That one hurts for Pure.
All right, so better than game one. Actually getting pressure. Playing more aggressive with the lineup that they have. All good stuff here from Aurora. They have to keep it rolling, though. And they're moving into WS. WS almost at his peak. He's so close to level 12. So close to Aghanims. But he looks like he's going down.
They're chaining the stuns.
Maybe.
I don't know. They have enough. Yes! Big kill.
Yeah. Can't get a big bushwhack or something to maybe delay it, but the damage was just too much at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, now they go in again. BZM.
Misses drastically, and now a couple more hits. They back
he was
away.
Getting the creeps. He was hitting the creeps.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
BZM doesn't miss. He burrows exactly where he means to.
Oh, it doesn't have an ulti to get down to the low ground. Mira.
Stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I can get it. Never mind.
They get their man,
Nightfall.
but now Kodo moves in. Coil onto 3, and Nightfall walking forward. That's one dead. Can they get another? 33 trying to back out. He's blitzing his way out of here, and it's hard to chase him down. Ari gets up to the high ground. Makoto is going to be able to find him. And so they will lose just the 2 supports. For Coil and how bad that's looked, I think you're going to be okay losing them there on Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hasted puck running at a bunch of heroes that just had a pretty poor engagement. Yeah, I think you're pretty fortunate in that case. But obviously still good news here for Aurora. But 3-3, I mean, yeah, he was still pretty damn fast.
Definitely. WS coming to steal Ancients now, and it looks like Aurora are going to make the move to take down this tier 1 tower on the top side of the map.
And there's level 12 as well. So peak Brewmaster achieved.
Yeah.
And they cannot fight them right now. Like if the split gets off, it's not a fair fight at all. Here's Ari under the tower.
Yeah. Easy kill. Well, Pure, he needs to finish this Ags as soon as possible. The thing is, I'm wondering how strong it's going to be. Like, if you get Ags on 33 and you go in and fight with the Radiants, like, do they have enough damage at that point to actually, like, stand up to Aurora's group up potential?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. I'm curious to see how well this is going to work. And especially with who he gives the eggs to. I assume it's going to be BZM and then he goes BKB, right?
You don't think it's 33?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I feel
He's
like
going BKB.
BKB's better, though.
Okay.
Like, I feel like, I don't know. But, like, he's going for the full eggs, so presumably if that was the case, like, they wouldn't have done it in this fashion, right? I assumed it was going to be, like, going for a refund or something. So it must be for 3-3.
Maybe it's going to be Lion. The dream. Okay. Only a 3,000 gold lead, but again, with an Alchemist, this feels a little bit sketchy. Pure is farming as fast as he can, and with these golems is going to be close to the Ags, but not quite there. On the other side for Aurora, there is still no pipe, and it doesn't look like there's going to be one anytime soon either. Brewmaster going for a Blink Dagger next.
Okay, make sure he can get the most out of his splits. Sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the Croak, 3 points in it now, 433. That in combination with the BZM Ags could be quite strong.
Yeah, plus his own eggs coming out, so it's a lot happening. And the eggs is done now, so Pure can send that Largo's way once it arrives on the courier.
But Tormentor, Aurora, have they figured out how to do it? Oh, God. Oh, my God, Kaori.
Not quite. not quite.
What the hell? What are you doing?
It's hard out there, you know?
Oh, jeez.
All right.
All right, he's got it. 33.
Now they're 400 gold away, 450 away for BZM to also have his own. And this is going to be a large timing here for the Rainy. But what are we looking at for the Dire? Aeon Disc first Makoto. Well, I shouldn't say first, but, you know, next big item for Makoto. After you're blinking your Witchblade, he's going for a really early Aeon Disc. So trying to play into the Lion and follow up stuns that way. Fair enough. I mean, but this is a Lion who's going Glimmer. Like, this is not a blink first Lion either.
Yep.
So it kind of feels like a bit of an overcommitment here.
Well, I think that we're still in this like slightly weird situation too, where Tundra like hypothetically would wanting to be going right now, but they're what 1,200 gold away from BKB on Largo, and you're 300 away from Ags on BZM. So if they can wait for the 33 BKB and take the fight right then, that feels insanely strong to me. But we'll see.
This feels so much like game 1 though, where I'm watching a Brewmaster who
hits that level 12 timing and then they never find anything to do with it.
Yes, that's true.
23 stacks to 3 is hilarious.
That's crazy. Will it matter though? I mean, if you sit back during this timing and you're not taking advantage of it, it might not matter. That
to be fair, they are farming waves more, which is partially why it's that crazy, of course. But that is just an absurd. Like that is the alchemist. Like he is just creating gold out of nothing. That is what Grievel's Greed does. He cheats, and Stacks aided him in that.
Pure. They were setting up on him a little bit down bottom, but won't be able to chase him down here. Now the TP picks up the Arcane Rune for Makoto. And Whitemon spots Nightfall all alone. The Glimmer Cape. Oh, buddy. Oh, this could be bad. If they can get there in time, the rest of the heroes jump forward, punch onto Nightfall. Now they find Whitemon, though. The Hex is there for the follow-up. Pure takes down one. Can they take down another? There's no help here for Nightfall. Finger of Death is out. Oh,
the team's coming in, but it's too late, Lyrical. There's a split. A blink. WS wants to go.
All right, they decide to find one. That's already onto Whitemon. That's the main control for Puck. Now Bruce Split finds BZM. 2 down. Can they get more? Pure TP's away. WS will have the lift up if they want it, as the chase is there for Ari. And, well, Ari under fire. They know that 33 is over here. Well, maybe they don't. He's hiding off in the trees. He's good.
He did see him. He like microed right past him. I think they just decided they couldn't commit into him. It's what it looked like, at least.
But danger. They lose the Luna.
Wait. He bought another Ags over BKB?
What?
Wait, what's the... Wait, why?
He's going to give it to Sand King and then refund him?
I guess, to give him a BKB.
Whoa.
Damn. That's hype.
Teamwork.
But then what's... Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Why not?
So now... I mean...
There it is. That's BKB.
Bonus attack speeds, as well as the gold from it. Leash now onto 2. These are 2 very tanky heroes. The Croak of Junius doing some good damage. Makoto tries to get out, and Mira will as well. Now there's the silence, gets down to the low ground. We'll have another Burrow Strike in a moment. WS gets the blink out too. They can't find a target.
They're still going.
I mean, 33 is not stopping for anything right now. He gets the lick from downtown. Takes out the Hoodwink.
All right, well, if the Pango, I don't know, we might see Pango again. I think the Alk Bands might be coming, guys.
Yeah.
There might be more good combos here. Very well done here so far. I mean, Ari's still chasing Kaori here. Teammates are coming. Not gonna have the damage to bring down Ari, I don't think.
Ooh, yeah, he's just barely up, and with the heals coming from 33, that's enough to keep him alive. I want to see a pipe, man. WS, you've got 1,800 gold right now. It's all magic damage coming in. Like, Alk is doing nothing.
Do you see how long this stomach was? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Me when the popcorn falls in my shirt, that's what I look like.
Yeah, he's queuing it up. WS is. This is what they need.
The power of the pipe.
Yeah. It's too much damage otherwise.
I mean, part of the depression of this draft is seeing your Puck go Aeon Disc 3rd. It does not inspire confidence, you know?
Yeah.
But he feels like he just kind of has to. And then the fact that your Puck is getting Aeon Disc while the enemy is being fed these like BKBs into Aghanim timings is not a great feeling. Because it's basically saying, I'm gonna go down a level and hope that I can enable my Luna. And they're trying to do the same thing they did with the Gyrocopter last game with this Luna. But Nightfall he's gonna need that one big fight. And they managed to find it a couple times with the Gyrocopter. They gotta try to find it one more time here with this Luna.
They kind of need to dodge until BKBs though too, right? And there it is, the Burrow Strike finds WS.
Big
Finger of Death, done. Nightfall has BKB coming out, delivered, but the Hex is already there. The chance for a turnaround is gonna come though. Whitemon
coiled the Lion.
Leash. They turn to fight. Eclipse out. 33 has 3,200 HP. They pop the ulti now, but his BKB is already used.
They need this.
Drop
This is the Brew
everything and
buyback.
only get Whitemon, but maybe
They need
here.
more.
Maybe an opportunity. Ari, the other support, it's just not good enough. That's a buyback on the brew, further delaying the pipe.
Well, you know, Lyrical, that really makes it a serious pipe dream, doesn't it?
Oh, God.
Am I right?
Terrible. Terrible.
But also factually correct. At the very least, it will secure the Roche for them.
Yeah.
So they'll get something. That's really the purchase price that they're getting. Okay, this frog is fat. He's now moving in towards the new Veil. That's kind of interesting.
Makoto, now they're with Pure. Getting pretty far. BZM, they popped us. He just hides behind the tree. Don't move. If you don't move, they won't see you.
It's like a T-Rex. Okay, so it does not secure them to the Roche. It gives them an out kill instead.
And a Burrow Strike is there. Forstaff to try and get away. This isn't their real carry right now, this Alchemist, though. It's 33 in BZM. I think they get in and take him away.
Okay, so new Veil, Lifesteal.
Yes.
On Largo. That's hype. That's hype.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Nightfall found. BKB in 7. Needs a little bit longer. WS moves in. The Hex is there. But as they try and retreat away, can they get away from Makoto? Does he want to go in? They have the coil.
Who's
now the
facing
Burrow
who?
Strike off the mark. Ice Path down, finds one. Makoto, he is going to orb away as the battle for the Roche continues on. It's getting messy, though.
Listen, Whitemon has been chained down, guys. All right, we've seen the performance he's had over the past couple of years. All right, he's looked like this incredible position 5 player. What's he playing? Jakiros, Warlocks, maybe a Disruptor thrown in there. Now he has a hero that might get a Blink Dagger.
I know.
He is removing the chains, the weights that have held him back. Can you imagine this man with a Blink? This man blinks by just walking by trees, hiding himself. Look at him disguised. He's become a tree right now.
And breaks the smoke. They find one. It's right there. Do they want to go for the coil? They will. Now the jump out. WS gets the ulti. Nightfall. BKB runs into everybody, but the snowball getting the full duration out. Can they take any extra kills here? The silence. Nightfall decides it's not good enough. Tries to run away, but to no avail. Tundra is there. And if you can't get the value out of the BKBs, the game is hard.
I got to give a lot of credit to Pure's read and just the team decision making in terms of how they spread these items around. I think they're doing an excellent job. Like the idea of when to give the Ags, when to go for the BKB, to pivot back to give that Ags to ensure that the BKB comes in on BZM was so clutch at that exact moment of the game because it just broke the tempo that Aurora were going for. It killed Puck's game. Like Makoto is now trying to get into an Aeon disc, or sorry, an Octarine Core after this Aeon disc, which will feel really good, especially because he's like approaching level 20 talent. That would be awesome. But his impact is just like he throws coil and that's all he's got. And you're just getting these BKBs and they're charging in on Tundra and they're so strong.
Brutal stuff, particularly for Aurora that was looking so good for a long portion in this game. But the timing of Alk causes these issues. And I mean, you don't have the damage. You do not have the damage that they need to break through these heroes. Whitemon on the hunt, the blink being delivered, but will not catch up to Mira in time.
Mira trying to scout things out here instead of from Makoto and Kaori. They want to find a pick. BZM would be great, but I mean, this is a tanky feller. And they go.
BKB, BZM response. Maybe they can make something happen here, though, with BKB down. No, maybe not. It's tough. Like you get your couple of items, but
yeah, he's still a big kill. And there it is, the upgraded Veil now into the Bloodstone Largo. This is this is grotesque.
He has 4,000 HP. They're not gonna die to this thing. That's for damn sure.
No, it's not a problem for Tundra. Is OS Frog still an emote? Did we lose OS Frog?
Oh my god, and he has Spell Slinger. Oh my god.
Oh, this is the hero we were talking about. Yeah, who would be the most broken on for sure. Like, without question, it's Largo.
That is gross. So if you see this stacking up, that's the mana recovering after he casts his spells. So the biggest thing that causes issues in this game for Largo is out of mana. Is up top, they're going to find Kaori and kill the Jakiro. They did manage to take out the the Shiva's items from BZM, which is nice. His courier's dead for 2 minutes.
I did double check. OS Frog's still in. We're good.
Okay.
May it never die. Largoba.
Mira trying to get out and will barely escape from that. I don't know, man. What the hell do you do now as Aurora? This, like, how do you fight this freaking Largo?
Big Luna, like moon, grow very large.
Okay.
Crash down on the enemy team.
It feels very difficult to make that happen. Especially now that you've got a freaking AC on Alk. They're just gonna outlast them in the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like,
I mean,
there's no
they're actually
victory
all
feast
so
this
tanky.
time. Yeah. Who do you even kill?
I don't know. Ari has the consecrated wraps too, which is a very interesting choice on a support tusk.
Makoto, Hex, Finger, Aeon Disc out. They purge it immediately. Now he's got to run. And Makoto will be able to escape from that one. Oh, Pure thought about it now. He's just grabbing the creep wave. Gonna go farm.
I mean, hey, at least he's got an Oxring core to go with his Aeon Disc.
True. Could be worse. I mean, they do get to some pretty crazy damage later. You know, Parasma, Aghanim's Puck, hypothetically.
That's a long ways away, friend.
I mean, you're not wrong. But I don't know what
Butterfly's
else
at least
changes.
soon. Butterfly's like the big one. But I mean, I'm looking at these heroes and I'm thinking, like, is Butterfly it? Like, is that going to be enough?
But
It doesn't feel like it, does it?
Not only is it not enough damage, like it does. Pure could not hit Luna for the rest of this game, and I think that Tundra still win the game. Like the evasion is going to do nothing.
All right, well, there's the Parasma, part 1. Pure, he's thinking, how do we break high ground? And he's thinking, I should just get a blink. You know, I got some beefy guys who want to jump in. I've given them their Aghanims. I want to have some fun now. I want to just hop into this fight and kick things off. White Monk can follow up with the vision he provides.
He is going for an Aghanim Scepter on Jakiro, and with this greedy enchantment, they're going to be able to get to it rather rapidly. He is
dead,
smoke.
though.
Yeah, White Mon's on him. Kaori, not long for this world.
I mean, I thought he was dead, but wait, can he actually punch him down? Dude, he didn't even need help. I did not think that was going to be soloable. That's awesome.
7 stacks now of the Finger.
You got a little help from the Largo.
Yeah, I mean, the timings that I feel like they're looking for at this point on Aurora have got to come so much later into the game.
The physical damage is actually disgusting. That's crazy.
Yeah. Big punches.
Punch mode activated.
Mira gonna try and get out. Oh, couldn't get to the high ground.
Actually, that actually worked out. He would have been concocted if he got to the high ground. So, you know, it almost got something for him.
Brutal. Dude, look at this dumbass frog. What
Hey.
the hell?
Listen, no, he was nerfed. And so you
What do
have
you
to leave him
mean?
alone now.
All right, for anybody that doesn't know, Trent is a Largo spammer, so please boo this man. This freaking hero, I swear.
But look how cute he is.
But look at, like, Bloodstone is amazing on him, and he got this, like, Spell Slinger, and now you've got Conjurer's Catalyst.
3-3? This will never be me.
Look. Conjurer's Catalyst with Timeless. Look at how insane this is. 100 spell damage on enemy causes them to overheat and deal damage to their allies in a 300-unit radius. So he's dealing 100 damage to everybody, and then they're overheating and dealing damage to each other, and it's just like a black hole of death.
You know,
Around
it
a
also
frog.
it works on creeps too. So like when you're sieging high ground and like all the creeps like all spawn, it spams out from there too.
This is insane. It's way too much damage. Like, pipe isn't going to be enough. Like, I don't know. This is brutal.
It's just also funny that he has 4,400 HP. So
Yes.
you know what I mean, like we got multiple issues happening here.
like at 36 minutes when your offlaner is buying bots too, there's been a problem. Look at how quickly all of these creeps die. I can barely keep up with him.
He's having the time of his life right now. You know, everyone's looking at this game like, yeah, the Alk farming, the Luna farming, but did you expect the Largo farming?
Look here we go. Watch this creep wave.
This is super slow-mo, by the way. 3,000 frames per second. This is what they use to capture the speed of subatomic particles in the collider.
All right, we've got a Hex.
That's it. That's it.
Hex and a Boomerang.
Because what's more powerful than a frog? A sheep.
That's right. It's the only thing. I mean, do they have to catch 33 for this to work? Oh, wait, no.
Piggy!
They got him. They dropped everything on that. Largo says, let's go in. Maybe not. Maybe he won't.
Pure's dead. Get him. He's starting to fight.
I think that they could run in right now if they want to. Yeah, Largo's going in. He doesn't give a damn. He's chasing down Coyote first, but do they have enough damage? Well, Nightfall in some trouble. They're going to Burrow Strike and find the Luna. Largo does not care. They come back in with Pure 2. And 2 dead, looking for more. WS Hyde, run. The inevitability of this man with a guitar. He is going to lick you. He is going to chase you. He will kill you if you're not careful. And even with... I mean, look at him. He's not dying. He doesn't care at all.
Dude, he hasn't lost HP this entire engagement.
The chase down continues. And the only thing that will stop him is the fountain.
My guy does not need 4,000 HP. He doesn't lose any anyway. Like, it's purely a deterrent.
They chase. Oh, yeah. Mira, run.
The psychic headband. Get back.
And a finger of death to end it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
think
to me,
Largo
it's
is
just
still good.
That's Largo, yeah. Largo, whatever. Largo Schmargo. You know, they won this game before Largo Schmargo. Surely, right? You know, the whole BZM, the eggs, Pure, the Alk, the adaptability that you have with this hero, like passing the Agnibs and stuff. I think, to me, it's just a repeat of game 1. It's like, they tried it again. They tried to play faster. They didn't play faster. And here we are. It was better than game 1.
I mean, I think that you can say that is true and also look at this Largo and say this is bullshit. Like, what the hell? Like, this Bloodstone thing and these neutral items seem insane. I don't know. They're going to go in and take down Roche now on Tundra.
It's dying so fast. They're trying to get here.
They want it. Makoto looking, hunting. It's too late, though. Pure already has the Aegis. Do you fight now? Is it even worth it? Does not look like it. God. They need Rapier, honestly, for Luna. Like, and Satanic is going to do anything.
I mean, to be fair, she'd also just lose a Rapier instantly, I feel like. I don't even think a Rapier is going to do anything to you.
I mean, maybe if you can find the Largo and like Hex Boomerang and just stand on top of him with Rapier, he dies before he can like heal up to full again.
Bro, he's buying an Oct to read.
Yeah, I know. Look at how much damage it is, man. Oh no, you can't heal and movement speed at the same time.
Ah, see? He's dead. They killed him. Good thing now he just heals himself with Spell Lifesteal.
Yes.
Now he's just griefing his allies.
And also has passive Veil, which means you don't have to press more buttons while it works. Like,
oh, true.
That's the real dream right there.
Yeah, but the mana, I mean, look at that. Has to go back to the well.
I mean, it's a hard life when you have bots too, you know?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He just bought Dust for his teammates. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He bought Dust and put it in the well for somebody. That is nice. That's a good... I might be vacuuming up all the farm on the map, but I can buy my support 1 Dust.
They also have 2 gems, so I think that they're doing okay right now.
In this economy? 2 gems?
That's right.
All right. Pure leading the charge here.
Mira
pops it.
Gotta run. Gets away. 33 trying to chase. Can't quite find him.
They're just like, we will take any fight. Like, they're just both blinking in random directions, just begging them to try and make an attempt on their lives.
Well, if it's either of those two, there's no way that you can kill them in time, right?
No, no. I mean, Ari's going to blink Snowball almost
Yeah.
assuredly from behind them as well.
Well, we don't have Ags yet on Makoto. Maybe Pure can buy him one. It's feeling like that's what they're going to need at this point. But Puck does have a Shiva's about to be completed. That actually is, you know, another one of those that can be a little bit helpful. Granted, it would have been nice if it was the old Shiva's.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no reduction hurts. In terms of healing and health and whatnot.
Yeah. BZM thinking about it. Decides not to go. Kodo gets out of trouble. They're waiting for somebody to show Pure inside the base, providing vision. Makoto, will he be found? Yes, indeed. That is going to be an Aeon Disc procced in just a moment. They lick it off immediately into the sun. Oh yeah, good hero. Very good hero. Normal things happening in this game as he is dead. And now Nightfall trying to turn and right-click and do whatever is possible, saving the BKB. They get a lift up onto Pure. But I think that as Pure lands, we'll get pulled down to the low ground by 33.
Problem?
Every second that continues this insanity. It is.
Oh, now he's getting refueled up here by Whitemon. That's good.
Oh my god. And yeah, Octarine.
Yeah. That's the face of a player playing against a Largo right there.
Yikes.
All right, banners ready.
They didn't pop BKB for Nightfall.
Okay, good.
They go for the jump X. Not what you wanted to see the other way, though, as Mira is immediately dead, and now Nightfall getting chased down here to the side by Largo. Can they find anything to deal with this frog? Pure turned upon now. Nightfall is down at half HP. There's the turn. He doesn't get the BKB off, though. The Drinking Buzz, no! He's dead. And with that, they will lose 4. It is going to be Tundra coming in and taking the victory here. GG is called.
Well, at first we thought it was the Pango, and they took game 2 versus just the Alchemist, but game 3, 3 straight on the Alch, and Pure making a case for this being a very strong option in the new patch. Really cool ideas from Tundra all around it, and just outplaying Aurora here, who tried to pick up the pace. They tried to play quick, but with that pivotal moment where they try to get aggressive and they got the Aeon Disc from the Puck, they lose a couple of engagements, they don't win a bunch of fights with the Aghanims on the Brewmaster at level 12, they don't get the big objectives, and this is where we wind up.
It's got to be painful. I mean, you play against Alk 3 games in a row. You think you come up with the answer in game 2, and then they strike back like that. I think you're right. We're probably going to be seeing less Alk going forward, as I think people are going to be looking to ban this guy maybe. At the very least, come up with a plan against Tundra, because that was brutal. Really impressive showing as Tundra take the victory, moving on in the upper bracket.
Aurora licked down to the lower bracket by Tundra, and they're terrifying Largo coming out from 33. I mean, overall, just 3 back-to-back games of Alchemist, and, you know, every single game, it sort of looked like it had its place. Winter, is this just the new carry here to stay?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Jared. We are going to see Elk every day, hopefully not every game, but yeah, we're going to see a lot of Elk.
It's gonna be fun, right? For Birmingham, it's gonna be the test of, can they shut down his farm? Will the player get baited into a bad Ags purchase? Will he find the correct Ags purchase like it was this game? Because Tundra, you know, as much as it looked like, well, how's this draft gonna really work together? It all was built around get Largo as big as possible. You know, he's buying the Bloodstone for the damage amp. He's got the Kaya Sand for the damage amp. He's even getting the Conjurer's Catalyst for even more damage. Then he's getting given the free Aghanims to allow him to play. So, you know, there's a lot of things that made this Largo big, but I mean, Tundra, they are showcasing that they are really trying to set the meta with constantly forcing Alk in every single game. You know, you're going to have to respect it.
I mean, they're definitely one of the best defensive teams, right? Like, having such a slow lineup and being able to make it work, defend their areas. I mean, you look at that lineup, not many teams could have made this lineup work. You know, not many teams would have wanted to play this lineup. You know, it's not easy, and it's amazing how they were able to just make it work with the, like, small little plays here and there, like the pickoffs. I mean, their lineup is something that I would say there's a high amount of execution prowess to it. You know, it's not easy to play it.
It's that, and it's also like knowing your limits. You know, I find like both Largo and Epicenter, Sanking, have the same idea where when you go in, you have to know the limits of your hero. With Sanking, it's like, is my kit going to be able to 100 to 0 this person with, say, 1 extra support? With Largo, it's, can I go into the middle of this fight, press all my spells and survive? So I think that really does just come down to execution and knowledge from the players to be able to know that this is the threshold of my hero. They know their limits so well just because they're so good on these heroes, and that's what we're really seeing there. And of course the Alchemist just completely enabling them both. Yeah, really cool stuff coming out from them though. And credit to Pure as well. I mean, you know, this guy is happy to just play the Alchemist and buy out Agnums for his teams. Like, what a selfless dude. That takes, I don't know, that's cool.
You say that though, but there's a lot of dopamine in being a carry player playing Alchemist. You know, like you hit a creep, you hear like all the Grieval's greed, you're seeing it. Like he's getting his little carry fix, all right? Like, sure, he's giving away some money here and there, but let's not hide away from the fact that he's also just living the dream, getting to play Alch.
That is true, and also it's a good excuse to stay in the jungle. If you're like, I don't have my items yet, guys. It's like, well, stop giving people Aghanim Scepters. Like, no, I need to stay in the jungle. Need to keep hitting them creeps. Let's take a look at how things look now then after this win, because it does indeed mean that Tundra go through, and we're going to have that upper bracket final on Saturday of Team Yandex versus Tundra Esports, which is very exciting indeed. Meanwhile, Spirit and Aurora are waiting in the lower bracket quarterfinals for the winner of the lower bracket round 1. That's I mean, you know, we knew that today could go either way, and I think it kind of did. I think we all agreed that the Yandex series potentially going to be more convincing, and the second series going to be a bit tighter, but in the end, both series went to 3 games, both series very entertaining, so a really good start, and hopefully we can get a lot more of this close 3-game series Dota at ESL One Birmingham T.
No, for sure. Like, I look at that lower bracket, and I'll be honest, it just looks messy, right? It's just like, you know, there's potential for a Falcons run, XG in any series they play. They're hit or miss, and that's the joy of the lower bracket. Like, it kind of feels like there's going to be a story around it. And even like Tundra Yandex, I think Yandex, but last time they were in a grand finals against Tundra, they got demolished 3-0. That was in the Slam 5 finals. Since then, Yandex have just been leveling up. So I think there's a little bit of a, you know, something proving Yandex want to do to Tundra. Like, no, we are able to, you know, best you this time around in, you know, on the big stage.
Winter, what do you think is going to happen in that series of Yandex versus Tundra when it comes around on Saturday?
Oh, it's going to be tough though. My heart is with Yandex, but I know Tundra is probably going to come up with some draft that I dislike, and they're going to win with it. You know, these guys, they know how to build every single thing. They are a very, very smart team. I think they're probably one of the best teams at dissecting a patch. If there's a patch in one day, in 1 day's time, they are able to figure out what is probably the most optimal way to play the game, what heroes, what builds. I feel like this is just their game, you know.
And staying on you, Winter, for just a second, I mean, with the Largo, actually, I've got a better person to ask about Largo. Sorry, Winter. We've got Mr. 33 on the phone. Mr. 33, I mean, nice frog, beautiful game. How do you find this hero to play? Do you enjoy playing the Largo?
Yeah, it's super fun. You're just chilling, just running around, you know. It's
playing guitar.
It's a blessing.
Yeah, just chilling, playing, good vibes across the map. It looked great fun to play. In seriousness, though, with this series, what was the plan coming into it? How did you plan to beat Aurora, and did things sort of go to that plan?
We didn't really plan anything specific for them. We just, you know, saw the patch, tried to come up with what's going to be good, what, you know, out of the heroes that look OP, what's good for us and what they might look at, and just the usual. But I guess it was harder to prepare than a normal game because we didn't really know what they're going to do. So yeah, it was a bit random, I guess.
So based on those drafts, do you think that your ideas and Aurora's ideas kind of matched up in what was strong and what was weak?
Not sure. I mean, I don't think they've really shown anything new. They just did what they did before, which is nothing wrong with that, I guess. And yeah, I'm not really sure. So
Alrighty, Mr. T. Guffner, have you got a question for 33 here?
Yeah, sure. I have no idea if you've been asked this already, so I apologize if you have. What's your thought on the removal of facets? Like when you got the patch notes and you read them, like were you happy with facets getting removed? Do you kind of like the direction that like the balancing is moving in?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I didn't really like it that much. It was kind of annoying that you have to remember to choose something at the start of every game, and usually you're always going to choose the same one, and then sometimes maybe you misclick or the game like decided to change it for you. And now ever since I played one game with the Visage faithful followers, I've had it with facets.
Oh god, that is a major blunder. My god. And on top of that, of course, Tundra, you're always the team to find the next item to break and then inevitably nerf. You ruined Tranquil Boots. I think Boxy also helped with that one. The Shawl, right? This 450 gold item for 10% magic resistance. Do you think the numbers are a bit too good? I'm seeing a lot of players just like casually buying this item.
I don't know, honestly. Need to check the maths on that one, because 10% is a lot less than 15%, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't really know how it works out. I need to need to find someone who can explain this to me. So I don't really know.
Early days. Makes sense. Winter, got any questions for the Boss 33?
Yeah, you mentioned you like the facets being removed. How do you like about the off-lane changes, like the creeps and everything else? Do you think that it favors the off-laners right now, the meta?
Yeah, it's a lot nicer. There's the lane spawns much closer to the tower, and some Jakiro and Warlock got a little bit nerfed. So yeah, I enjoy laning a lot more, but we'll see. I'm sure people sooner or later will figure out the new Imba 5s, and I'll go back to losing my lane every game.
All right.
Okay.
I also wanted to ask you, 3 back-to-back games of Alchemist. Did Pure really want to play 3 games of Alchemist in a row? Was he really going up to game 3 and going, yeah, please, let me go around again?
Yeah, I mean it was his idea, so yeah, I think he was happy to do it.
Alrighty, fair enough. Well, one more question to ask then. I mean, you've done it. You've gotten top 3 already. You're coming up to play against Team Yandex. What are your thoughts on that team, and are you excited to play them on the main stage?
Yeah, I mean they look really good. Obviously they won the last tournament and they've looked great here as well. So should be a fun series. We played against them already and it was pretty close series, 1-1. So should be hopefully a good series.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on your win here today, 33. I'm really looking forward to watching you play on that main stage. Thanks and goodbye.
Thank you.
Great stuff from the off-lane goat himself, busting out the Largo and absolutely destroying here in this game, along with BZM on the Sand King, along with his supports, along with the carry on the Alchemist as well, being the battery for them all as well. Just a great team effort all around, exactly what you expect to see from an upper bracket team. Final thoughts on this series as we watch these beautiful highlights here?
My final thoughts for sure would be, I think Tundra have shown that they've really respected what 7.41 has done to Dota. They've applied their base ideas from the previous patch, but then they've started fine tuning already within let's say 48 hours. New concepts. I think other teams haven't really been able to develop that quickly. I think some of the drafts from Spirit felt like they were old patch. Some of the drafts from Aurora also had lingering pieces of 7.40 rather than 4.1. So I think already Tundra, they look like to be the biggest innovators so far, and I'm excited to see what we're going to see, what other innovation is available. There's plenty of lower bracket teams. Of course, we won't get to see Yandex or Tundra tomorrow. They get 1 day break, but it's so early on that it just takes one team to have the confidence to do something, and it's going to be here. Like the Largo, right? No one really probably was going to play Largo at all in the offlane. Now you see how it can work. Sure, specific conditions, but Tundra are the inventors of Birmingham.
Yeah,
They are,
I agree. I think
indeed.
Tundra, they are definitely the ones ahead right now. They seem to understand the meta ahead of everybody else, and it's probably time for the other teams to copy Tundra, to try to refer to what they're doing and try to understand why are they picking certain heroes.
Absolutely, and we'll see how everybody adjusts that, especially these teams here down in the lower bracket, because they don't have much time to adjust to try to make this patch work for them. They've got to get things figured out as quickly as possible, and there is no safety net for them. It is only one series. So tomorrow, come and join us as we're going to start things off at 12 p.m. with Mouse versus Extreme Gaming. Then we're going to move on towards Falcons versus Paravision, and then we have Team Spirit versus the winners of that first series. So plenty of exciting games to come tomorrow, and it could all go incredibly well or incredibly wrong for a lot of these beginning teams. You know, I feel like now more than ever, with this fresh patch coming in, a lot of games is going to benefit a team quite a lot. So if you do go through that lower bracket, I feel like they might stand a pretty good chance at winning the whole thing. Do you think there's any truth in that, T?
Yeah, I feel like it's just like information on new patch is critical, and being able to, like, the thing is that you have to be really good at, like, let's say like poker, right? You need a good poker face. Like when you draft, even if it's a bad draft, you have to be like, this is good, you know, this is the meta. Because if you convince everyone else that, you know, like first picking, I don't know, Crystal Maiden carry is the thing and you win with it, you know, everyone else is going to think about it, all right? That's how you win tournaments. You got to gaslight the enemy team, make yourself the meta defining people, and then you can progress your way through. So I want lower bracket, big chests, walk out on stage, strong drafts, maybe not the Crystal Maiden carry, and also you have to get the crowd on your side. Birmingham is a loud crowd. You need to do your thing, get them on your side. They'll start whooping for Roshans and cheering for Smokes and all the shenanigans of an arena that probably you shouldn't be doing. I don't know why I advocated for that, but still, there is a lot of chance for the lower bracket teams to do magic in Birmingham.
There is indeed. Winter, final from you. If you're going now into a pub game, you know, you've watched your Dota for the day, you've seen all the patch stuff, you're queuing up, what should you be picking in this new patch to farm MMR?
Ymir. Sorry,
you're still on that? Even after all the games we've seen, you're still on that?
It's just so much fun, you know. you honestly think I'm gonna change? Okay, maybe I'll change to Venomancer, you know. That's about
there you go.
But
Alrighty,
if
let's
you truly want to win as a co-op, pick Elk. I think
Alchemist, yeah. Alchemist, just be a battery for your team and hope that your teammates are have their keyboards plugged in. That's always a good idea in your pub games. Alrighty, let's take a look at those all-important EWC points and see where everybody is sitting at the moment, because, of course, this is what is up for grabs here. There are not many events left to grab your points for the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer, and that is the event you want to be at. And here's what the standings look like now. We got Yandex creeping up those charts. We got Tundra at the very top, of course, already securing themselves 9,000 points. Not quite locked in qualified yet, but I feel like they probably will be very shortly. And of course, down at the bottom, still plenty of points up for grabs for the rest of the teams coming through. So if you want to make it to EWC, then now is a great time to do it. And the next Dream League as well, another great chance to get those points and make it to Riyadh in the summer. And that's going to just about do it for us. I mean, we are heading towards the end of our day. I mean, you know, we've talked about the patch. We've talked about the teams we've seen before us. The only question I've got left to ask you guys, Winter, who's winning this tournament?
Tundra.
What? You sound upset with your answer. You're so mad about it.
I was going to say Yandex, and then I realized, oh my god, I think Tundra is just too good. Yeah.
T-Gunner, do you agree?
Oh, I mean, that's where my head goes, but I mean, I said heart as if I have some affiliate. There's part of Falcon. There's something about Falcons. I can see it. I can see it. But if I want a true team that my heart calls for to win, it would be XG. I don't think anyone has muttered their name, even thrown them into the existence of a grand finals team. So I think for me, just seeing XG in a grand finals in front of like a UK crowd where we will always cheer for the lower bracket team, that just feels like a magical moment potentially for, you know, another iconic Birmingham. So yeah, for that alone, I got to go with XG just for the crowd.
I mean, for the crowd, XG versus Tundra would be very exciting indeed. You picked some great options there. And of course, hometown hero Ari coming through. Everybody's going to be making loads of that. But it's Birmingham. There's going to be loads of noise for every team. If you haven't already, get yourselves over there if you can, because it's going to be an experience and a half. I can't wait. I'm heading down. T's heading down. Winter's too far to head down, but he's going to watch from home and have a great time. And we are all done with the broadcast, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We've enjoyed it. Enjoy the next 3 days of main stage Dota 2 over at ESL One Birmingham. Thank you and good night.
ESL One Birmingham is brought to you by DHL.